this now completely rewritten, researched third edition of the Relationship Economics book. For those of you who know me, know that this has literally and figuratively has been my life's work for the last 2 decades in really being a student of business relationships, why they work, how do we screw them up, how do we fix them, why do some people do this exceptionally well and others struggle to kind of get their key contacts converted to great, valuable, really long-lasting, mutually beneficial relationships. So you're in for a treat. We've got a great day planned ahead. All great things, the execution may not match to the planning, but we're going to do our best to share great ideas, great perspectives, not just from me. And this was really important to me, that you don't hear just from me, because I could talk about this for days. And in many ways, my full disclosure, my opinion is very biased, that beyond our education and our tenure and our experiences, our relationships are critical. So what I wanted to do was invite a group of really good friends and executives who I respect immensely. As we'll talk about the agenda and the day, I think you're going to hear some very different perspectives, very different walks of life, very different backgrounds. I can guarantee you this: every one of these executives has lived, is living the key values, the key ideas that they're sharing, the key ideas that are critical to really their success and the significance they're creating in their organizations. So just a quick, if you've been to the registration page, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we will share screen. Let's see. Let's do. Here we go. Here's the page I think we want to share. There we go. So we're gonna go to let's see, RE3 launch. This is hopefully the page you went to register, and great day planned. We're gonna kick it off. I'm gonna give you an overview of the Relationship Economics book, kind of talk about why relationships are more critical than ever, particularly in hopefully the post-pandemic world. I'm going to talk about what's new in this book. I'm going to talk about what you can do and give you a set of tools, exercises, resources that hopefully you can put to use. At 9 o'clock Eastern, Chad Johnson, longtime friend, Chief Procurement Officer at Centene Corporation, is going to join me, and we're going to talk about smart consumption. This is, I think, the second or third global organization that Chad has led procurement. And it may not be a sexy field to a lot of people, but I love how he thinks about it. And he thinks about really optimizing procurement and this idea of consumption in an enterprise in a very intelligent way. So we've had a chance to work together several times, and I think the world of Chad. You're in for a treat with him at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, Eric McCarthey, former Coke corporate executive, now a VC private equity partner, board member. Eric is one of the most intelligent executives I know and I've ever had a chance to meet. Every conversation with him is thoughtful. I genuinely cherish our typically breakfast meetings together, but he thinks a lot about, and he consumes a lot of great insights from the boards he sits on and the executive conversations he's having about how do you continue to lead in a very kind of this volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. So we're going to talk to Eric about that. 11 o'clock, Steve Hardy, again, longtime friend, Chief Marketing Officer at Profix, is going to talk about really transforming the marketing function to much more account-based experiences. Steve is very thoughtful about and intentional about kind of what he's trying to do with the marketing function. And we're going to have a great conversation with Steve about account-based experiences. So I hope you, and by the way, no guilt, no obligation. I actually know you've got work to do and a lot going on in your world. So join us for as little or as much of this as you want. We'll stream live throughout today, as well as I'll show you how to get access to this material, this content in our community in just a few minutes. A small change of plans. Gary Ridge is the chairman emeritus of WD-40 company, and he's kind enough to join us from Dubai. And if you know anything about Middle East, it's a good, I think, 8.5, 9 hours ahead of the East Coast time. So Gary's actually going to join us at noon Eastern, and I will do our intelligent growth live stream. Typically, Jen Cords and I do that together, but I'll do that today on this idea of strategic relationship planning, which is a big part of what I want to share with you as a takeaway from today as well. 2 o'clock, Ray Harris is the CIO, CISO at Adtran. This is a multi-billion-dollar NASDAQ-traded company. And what I love about Ray's lens is really about transformation and leading transformation, particularly amidst of a merger and acquisition and the appeal, evil and challenges that brings in trying to really integrate two very distinct cultures. Then 3 p.m. Eastern, James Milet. James is an executive at Schneider Electric, and what I've just observed in our time together, he's got a ridiculous knack for talent, and he identifies exceptional talent, he nurtures them, and he really nurtures them to kind of reach their journey, their next destination of where they want to go. And I want to talk to him about, exceptional talent, their growth journey, and then how do you develop your leadership brand? So very thoughtful. Again, you're in for a treat throughout the day. Last but certainly not least, probably an executive I've known the longest of this group, Joel Koblenz. Joel is a longtime executive search leader here in Atlanta. He's done some, I want to say 400, 500 CEO on board seat recruiting. And he is masterful. So all the things that I talk about business relationships, Joel lives it and has lived it for a number of years. So we're going to have a really good conversation about the challenges executives face and the search for exceptional leaders as it continues. He shared some really interesting but borderline frightening, statistics with me that a lot of executives who have been in the role the last couple of years, when they were surveyed, they found that they were woefully unprepared for the role. So Joel and I will have a great conversation, and then I'm going to come back before end of the day and wrap up and give you a couple of reminders. The book is available if you haven't had a chance to pick it up at your favorite retailers, Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Target. Mine are starting to show up in the mail, so I know that for a fact that they're shipping, and would love to have you grab a copy. This is our week that we're going to launch this, and would love to have you join us. There's some more details in this page, obviously, about the book. There's a pre-order button there as well. But you're in, again, for a treat. The goal is to share insights, ideas, perspectives throughout today of something that we all certainly understand that's important, but very few people really understand and internalize and apply its significance, which is our relationships. So to kick us off, and by the way, we're live on LinkedIn and YouTube and Twitter. So I hope you'll jump in with questions, comments. If you have ideas, examples throughout today, I want to make this as interactive as possible. So please jump in with your comments, and I'm happy to share those, happy to talk through those as we go throughout the day. So let me just kind of give you an overview of what's happening, overview of really both the opportunities in, let's see if you can, there you go, see my screen. So as I mentioned, I was talking to somebody else about this yesterday. I wrote the original version of this book in 2008 after speaking and consulting, and a lot of folks asking, is there more? How do I learn more? How do I learn more about this topic? How do I learn more about what to do about this topic? How do I get the most out of some of the ideas that you've shared? And I didn't have anything. And finally, I think it was in 2006, I created a little booklet that talked about relationship currency, one aspect of what's in the book. And then Wiley was kind enough to work with me in 2008 for the first edition. I've always believed that I didn't want my ideas to be stale. So I wrote the second edition in paperback in 2012 with 40% new content. And then we all get busy, and I went and wrote several other books. And again, pandemic hit. I was having a conversation with my editor at Wiley, and we're talking about how has the global pandemic changed relationships, and they asked me to completely rewrite this edition. So again, I'm really proud of the work, and if you know me, I'm fairly active on social. By the way, hashtag just add David Nour is my handle, and then hashtag relationship economics or RE3 is what I'm using throughout today. So again, I'm really excited that this is my Star Wars trilogy, right? Relationship economics, Curve Benders most recently, and Co-Create are really my passion around this idea of the application of business relationships to create great success. So in relationship economics, I talk about how to be more intentional in the relationships you choose to invest in. In Curve Benders, the blue one, I talk a lot about future of work, and the only way you're going to remain relevant is if you not just learn more, but learn it faster and apply that learning. And the best way I know how to do that is through your business relationships. And in Co-Create, I made a pretty compelling case that none of us have all the answers. So how do you co-create a unique value add through some of your relationships to go to market with? And I love it. Joanne is jumping in, received my book last weekend. That's awesome. Glad you're here. Thank you for, hey, there's one copy. I've sold one copy, mission accomplished. So Joanne, thanks for all your support, and thanks for being here. So if this is the Star Wars trilogy, and the reason I call it that is if you think about the original Star Wars of episode 4, 5, and 6, you watch any of them, you'll get to know Luke Skywalker. If you watch all 3, you get to know him a lot better, and you get to really understand more of the context and the ecosystem in which he struggles, in which he thrives. You read any of these books, you'll get the gist of that book. You read all 3, it really helps you see the stair step that I'm after, which is contacts become colleagues or acquaintances. You invest in some of those, they become relationships. You continue to invest and exchange value in some of those, they become strategic relationships. You identify unique market opportunities and decide to go to market together and put your egos aside and not be so close to the chest and trust until somebody gives you a reason not to. Now you become co-creators. A few of those co-creators, a few of those that demonstrate a vested interest in your success become curve benders. And they're far and few in between. By the way, it's also very much true in how we show up in the lives of others. Are you just a contact? Are you a colleague or acquaintance? Are you a relationship? Are you a strategic relationship? Are you a co-creator? Are you a curve bender? And this isn't a point in time. I want you to think more broadly. So what I want to share in this opening session, as I said, is why relationships matter more than ever. What's new in this third edition, and how can you elevate your own business relationship engagement, how you show up, how you engage, how you influence, and the impact. Make no mistake about it. I don't want to be in the dating business. I'm not going to give anybody a personal relationship advice. In business, relationships have to create impact, personal impact, team impact, enterprise impact, and it has to be material. If people feel like they're incrementally better off because of you, that's not nearly as impactful as, oh my God, I wouldn't be the leader that I am without John. We wouldn't be the team we are without Beth. Hector has been instrumental in our company's success. That's what relationship impact looks like, right? So let's take them one at a time. And I'm going to start with why they matter more than ever before. Listen, I don't have to tell anybody that the global pandemic created a real impact in our psyche. It created this threat perception. It challenged how we led. Do you remember? I distinctly remember it was like yesterday, coming back from my kids' spring break in Cancun, and they're shutting airports down. And I'm thinking, not only I'm never gonna get on a plane, I'm not gonna get on a plane anytime soon to go deliver a speech. But if they're shutting companies down, nobody's gonna want me in their lobby or in their building. And what happens to all those employees? So we had to learn to lead very differently. We had to think more than just our individual interest to much more the collective interest. There's a whole lot of science behind kind of how we communicated well and how we communicated poorly. Our social context changed. Regrettably, in many ways, social distancing became social isolation, right? And again, as human beings, we're tactile. I don't know about you. I need the handshake, and I need to look people in the eye. And full disclosure, I'm a hugger. And when we didn't get that for not just days, but weeks and months on end, you start to feel it. And it creates stresses in all facets of our relationships. And God bless the full-time parents. My wife, we had older kids, so teenage kids in high school, and one went off to college, and tough time for everybody. But I can't imagine being parents of young kids where you become a full-time teacher and you're also taking care of the pets and the family and men and women. I know for a fact that one of my clients, the husband and wife, both ended up working from home, and with two young kids, they would take shifts. She would schedule her calls from like 9 to noon, and he was on duty from noon to she was on duty from noon to 3 with the kids, and he would take the call, and they would use one bedroom as their office. And there are countless stories of the amazing feat that many of us went through in just surviving this pandemic. And that's a big reason of why it was so different. But if I bring it full circle to, again, business environments, this is one of our favorite kind of methodologies. This is business model generation. This is the business model canvas. If you have never seen it, the right-hand side is all about value delivery, right? The left-hand side is all about value creation. And if you pay attention, that right on the right-hand side, the relationships that you want to develop with your customers and the way you go to market through partners, through different touch points, in essence, makes or breaks this. Because I could have an amazing product if I don't have the relationships, if I don't have the go-to-market channels and strategies, it's going to fall apart. And as I go into and work with clients and their organizations, and we talk about growth, and by the way, I don't know of a company that can, or any organization that can cut its way to growth. So when we talk about intelligent and profitable growth, this is one of the biggest questions I'm asking. Tell me about your relationships. I'm observing the relationships inside and outside the organization. And what's critical in that journey is the consistency with which how they show up. This is, again, my dad drove into me that leaders are readers and readers are leaders. This is by a guy named Sandy Ogg, former chief people officer at Blackstone. And I love Sandy's lens. And the book is called Grow. If you haven't picked up that book, it's a fantastic book. He also has one called Move. But in Grow, he talks about this idea of most organizations, right? If they continue, most mature organizations, if you continue to run in a kind of operationally efficient manner, they can achieve that gray line. The upside, the red, is going to come from critical roles in the organization that may or may not actually be a title, but critical roles in the organization and the expected value creation from that role. So that remote leader or that project lead that's leading that key strategic initiative, or that person that's really trying to create or evolve our product portfolio, again, they may not have the title, but they create enormous value in the organization. and the relationship, the fundamental relationships between value creators and value enablers. Creators at the edge of the business. Enablers make their jobs successful. I would submit to you that the intersection, the connection between those is critical to the success of every organization. And we talk a lot about relationships outside the place. We seldom talk about really strategic relationships within the organization. So to build on this idea, again, I think most of you experienced this during the pandemic. It really impacted our relationships because we became more physically distant. As we kind of come out of it, and all the conversations, all the discussions about, should we go in an office? Should we not? What should we mandate it? Should we make it optional? It's not the office. The office is an enabler of people feeling a sense of belonging. An office is an enabler of that collaboration. An office is a chance to sit next to someone, see someone in the hallway, walk into their office, connect at an individual level. That office is critical to employers, management, building, nurturing a relationship with the employees. So this is again some great research from McKinsey and several other sources I'm going to share. Job satisfaction, right? Drivers of life satisfaction, drivers of job satisfaction, drivers of satisfaction in interpersonal relationships at work. Look at the big blue on the right-hand side. My relationship with my manager, my relationship with others. That's what makes me excited about what I'm doing. That's what gets me going through the tough times. And by the way, if you think, and I'll talk about this in a second, a lot of people still call relationships soft skills. Direct relevance to company's performance, including shareholder value. If there's customer satisfaction, if there's low staff turnover, right? Employee productivity, profitability, high correlation between the sense of belonging and the relationships in the organization and enterprise value. You've heard a lot lately about this idea of great attrition. It's real. 40% of employees talk, again, recent research talk about they're somewhat likely to leave their current job in the next 3 to 6 months. So in 2023, a lot of people are going to move. A lot will stay. But what's driving a lot of people is not just better opportunities, but this idea of remote. If remote work is optional, it could also tempt a lot of people that are okay, they're happy, they're satisfied where they are. But the fact that you don't have to come in, and we're in a different part of a country, and right, you can work remote. We're a full remote team. We're a small team, but we're 100% remote. Why? My commute is 6 seconds. And I like spending time with my wife and my kids and my dogs, right? Doesn't mean I don't want to get dressed and look professional and show up for work every day, or go out and meet our colleagues and our teammates and clients when it's necessary, but not for information sharing. So we got to figure out the right mix. And this is, again, a good, really interesting data that I think could help. Here's the other fascinating thing. So an employee's view of what's really important to them is a sense of belonging. You see that in the blue area. Valued by the organization, valued by the manager. Yeah, advancement, caring and trusting teammates. You know what that is? Intra-company relationships. Here's the crazy part. You ready? The employer's view, bottom right, of why, what's important to them. You got to work remotely. You got to development opportunities, poached by another company. Look at the right-hand side. Inadequate compensation, poor health, looking for a better job. That's what employers believe people are leaving for. And it's a disconnect from the top left, the light blue, to the bottom right, the purple. People want a sense of belonging. We've missed it in the last 3 years. We need to feel valued again. We need to feel that we're important again. We need to feel that we matter. We make a difference each and every day. So I've been advocating this for years. Do you have contacts or do you have relationships? Do you take the time? Do you invest the time to really get to know people before you ask them to trust you? Before you ask them to, and I got to tell you, LinkedIn makes me cringe. Probably like you, I get this barrage of solicitations from email and LinkedIn. Let me tell you what we could do for you. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me. You don't know anything about my business. And yet you're somehow pitching me. It is the wrong, and I'm going to talk a lot about this with Steve Hardy at the CMO at Profix. It is the wrong approach. Do your due diligence. Do your due diligence. Show up prepared. Show up. I actually had somebody with a straight face tell me, "Yeah, we don't do a lot of kind of due diligence because it turns out to be some BS comment, right? It turns out to be all wrong, or they tell us something different anyway." So with a straight face, this guy shows up on a call with me and knows nothing about me, our business, and he's pitching me. And here's the crazy part. He came highly recommended. So I went to the source who recommended him and said, you may want to think twice about recommending this guy, because my perception was he was lazy. And he's just looking for a transaction, which is the first one, not a transformation, which is the latter. And as I said earlier, I cringe when people talk about relationships as a soft skill. Companies spend millions of dollars packaging, marketing, selling, protecting, defending their brand. Does anybody ever argue with the credibility of this thing? The Nobel Prize. Nope. Nobody says, yep, you made that or you got it in the cereal box. How about the repute of this guy? Does he know a thing or two about investing? So I would submit to you that in many ways, relationships, just like credibility and brand and reputation, have a quantifiable value. So we got to stop calling them soft skills. They're critical skills. And they're critical skills in how you show up. They're critical skills in how you interact with others. So in a longer session, one of my favorite exercises to do with people, and if you haven't seen this or done this, it'd be really useful, of map your success to date. However you define success over some period of time, kind of graph it. And here's what mine looks like. And the questions that I typically like to ask and the conversations I like to have in our breakout sessions or in our deeper training sessions is, if you haven't had any dips, what lessons have you really learned? Because one of my biggest fears, since we're talking about this pandemic, is that we learn nothing. Yep, it was a blip. I can't even remember. Was it 19? Was it 20? Was it 21? Was it We learned nothing from this pandemic about how we show up, about how we engage, about how we influence, about how we impact others. So if you haven't had any dips, what lessons have you really learned? By the way, how did you overcome an apparent low point? How did you recover? You wouldn't be human if you didn't have a downside, right? You wouldn't be human if you didn't have setbacks. That's not it. It's how did you overcome it? How did you improve, enhance, raise the bar? Next best version of you, next level, any of those. How did you do that? What was the key to your success? Because if you can figure that out, now you can start to build your resilience. Now you can start to build your foresight. I've seen this pitfall. I've seen this movie. I know how to overcome it. Here's probably the most critical question. If our relationships in many ways shape the person, the manager, the leader that we become, which critical relationships have shaped the graph that you've become? Who's shaped your journey? I read one of the research papers that says, why are servant leaders so rare? Because we talk about it. We all know what servant leadership is. I would submit to you that not enough leaders model servant leadership behavior. When metrics and compensation, and listen, don't mess with my quarterly bonus because it's coming up. And if you do, I'll kill you. When metrics and compensation and power and moving up the corporate structure is the antithesis of servant leadership, we've got real problems. Because if leaders don't demonstrate, if they don't model servant leadership behavior, if they're asking people to do things they would never do themselves, if they don't put others ahead of themselves, if they don't model that behavior more consistently, we've got real problems. Because guess what? Leadership cascades. The people that are not seeing it are going to treat their employees the same way. Those frontline employees are going to start treating their suppliers and vendors and partners and, God forbid, customers the same way. So relationship modeling is more critical than ever before. And we've got to get beyond intellectually understanding and this idea of individual transactions to, guess what? This messy, and let's agree, it's messy, complex, convoluted sometimes, deep yet meaningful relationships. Because how we connect matters, how we engage matters, how we influence matters. And I again, full disclosure, I grew up in the Ronald Reagan, Tip O'Neill days where we believed in civil discourse. And it seems to be a fleeing concept. Just because you and I disagree at work or outside of it doesn't make you, either one of us, evil. We've got to learn how to disagree again in a professional manner, in a polite manner, civil discourse. So I've talked about this for some time. We doubled down on it and really researched the 3 types of relationships: personal, functional, strategic, their purpose, their location and orientation, the players and how you recruit them, the network attributes. And it reiterates this idea of a quantifiable investment in your relationships. And it's just a reminder that we build, most of us, relationships for 3. We have 3 types. Personal. These are friends. These are, some of you know, I ride motorcycles. More recently, I've gotten to fly fishing. These are your friends. They are absolutely discretionary. You pick them because you have this common interest. There are neighbors. There are people you play golf with. There are people you like to travel with. They're, right, personal friends. You're not sure of their relevance in your professional world. Functional relationships, let's be honest, are people you put up with because you have to. Some of our customers, some of our partners, some of our, they're not discretionary. We may not pick them, but they're still safe because of the context of our work together. I may not like you. I may not want to hang out with you after work. I may not come to the either virtual or in-person social gatherings, but I'm okay working across different functions. I'm okay working with you in different departments or on the same project. That's a functional relationship. Most people I meet have plenty of the first 2. It's the last one they miss out on, which are their strategic relationships. By definition, strategic relationships elevate your thinking. They elevate your perspective. They push you to become the best version of you. Not enough people I meet have enough strategic relationships. Not enough people I meet are intentional about nurturing the personal functional relationships for them to become strategic. I'll talk more about that in a minute. We also build 3 types of relationship purposes. There are some we build for a reason. I do something for you. I deliver a keynote. You pay me. It's a reason. Sometimes we're done. I invest in something. I got to return on that investment. We're done. There's a reason. Very specific, often transactional, often a sliver of time. Put several reasons together. I speak for you several times. I invest in the same entrepreneur several times. I work with the same vendor or supplier in different companies. Now we have a relationship for a season. Again, most people I meet have plenty of the first 2. It's the last one they miss out on. It's the one that really could benefit them and create an unbelievable, much longer tail value which is relationships for a lifetime. Now, you can't do this with everybody. So start to hone in on, you may have heard, and we'll talk more about this with again, Steve Hardy at Profix, your ideal customer profile. A lot of people talk about that. I want you to think about your ideal relationship profile. Who are the relationships that are critical to your success? Who are the relationships that are your kind of people? They get you. That's a layman's term. They get me. We have chemistry. We work really well together. Nurture those. Don't force it. It's like trying to date somebody who doesn't want to date you. Don't force it. But if you nurture those relationships over a reason and a season, and it's mutually valuable, it's amazing how many of them can become lifetime. Again, I read a fascinating piece of research. If you actually remain friends, personally and professionally, with someone for at least 7 years, good chance you'll remain friends for a lifetime. So you may want to look around and figure out who you want to trim now, because some of them are in 6.5 years. I'm kidding. But what a great opportunity to think about the relationships you want to nurture and really develop. So again, we talk a lot about relationships external to the company. Guess what? The relationships you build and nurture inside your organization, in essence, your culture, in many ways becomes your brand, becomes what people look for when they join you. And it's, by the way, it's incredibly difficult to build and sustain that culture virtually. Think of how many people joined a company, right, during this pandemic without ever meeting, right, anyone in person. I know executives who had several rounds of interviews, and yet they never met anybody. And now they're so excited to get back together again. Why? It's really difficult to build that culture remotely. And your culture in many ways becomes your brand. So if you want to soar above others in how they're doing what they're doing, you have to think differently. You're going to have to think about relationships as the connective tissue in your organization. And if you're in a position to influence metrics and compensation or the strategy or growth, it's got to become interwoven in the organization, right? So moving on, what's new in this one? A couple of ideas. One, I thought a lot about, and again, based on our research, based on our approach, individuals, teams, organizations who do this exceptionally well, started to break this down into phases. So what are the phases that, if this is the mindset, left-hand side is mapping. And again, this is, I think, an entire chapter 3 of the book talks about the 6 phases of strategic relationships. In the middle is when you relate and when you request and when you nurture and when you sustain. That's the engine. Only when you do the middle part really, really well, you'll benefit from the right, which is capitalizing. And a lot of people are very good at relationship creation. They struggle in relationship capitalization because they don't do the middle really well. As I go into organizations and look at different parts of the organization, whether it's their pipeline or their go-to-market strategies or their customer journey, I start to peel back the onion, and the middle is some of the stuff they're not thinking about. The middle is some of the stuff they're not doing consistently. So they should have no expectations of reaching to the right. The other thing that we learned a lot in their subsequent research, I've been talking about this idea of a strategic relationship planning. Well, the goals are fairly fuzzy. A lot of people have aspirations, but they're not as crystal clear, nor is the path to get there. Pivotal contacts you need, likewise, fuzzy. I don't know the individual. I can find them, but it's a profile that I'm looking for. What you absolutely have a great deal of clarity on is your current relationship bank. The people you know today, the people that you interact with today, you know who they are. You know where they are. You know what they're about. Same thing. Deposits, the investments that I can make for them is fuzzy. that planning process is not. The systematic discipline approach in that is not. So within your career, again, tips and techniques in the book, I talk about how to turn a bow tie. If one example in your relationship bank, if there's just one of you and one of them and that person retires, or that person, we talked about, again, the great attrition, they leave the company, you're out of luck. Versus if you turn that bow tie around and build relationship shoelaces, now you have relationships up, down, and across the organization, right? We also emphasized more the relationship value pyramid. For those that have never seen this, I've looked at the premise is some relationships are more valuable than others. Well, I looked for a scale, couldn't find one. So I build this, at least a lot of people are situation that kind of come and go. This is, by the way, depth and relevancy, how well you know someone and how relevant they are to what you're trying to do. The next level we call investments. Your interaction with them is regular. It's a very cooperative relationship. The next group we call portfolio. Think of these as your go-to people very frequently, and they're very collaborative in their work together. Last but not least, the 2 a.m.s. And again, by the way, if I didn't mention, this is all the brilliant illustrations by Lynn Wilson, very talented creative director, both the cover as well as the illustrations throughout. One of my audience members years ago talked about, so let me get this straight. These are the people you hang out with till 5. This is the group you may have a beer with until 7. This is the group, next group you call at 9, by 9 o'clock, and then you've got your 2 a.m.s, right? So think of them as depth. Who would you call? And the biggest thing we found in our research more recently is misalignment between your perception, and I talk about it in the book, of where you are to them and where they are to you. So really ensuring that if you have to invest and you think about investing, you do that intentionally to create great alignment. In your relationship currency deposits, I've talked about this for a while, the ABCs of relationships, really understanding what is it that they need. This becomes even more critical with the better questions you ask versus what they want. What is it that they cannot get elsewhere? What is it that you bring? Only when you find the intersection of that, that's relationship gold. That is critical. And in the book, I have a whole chapter on the role of AI and ML in business relationships. So this is one example of, look what I can find out about me that in a scary way is actually very accurate. And this is a tool. This is a tool that we bring to our clients. This is a tool that we use. This is a tool that before you even speak to someone, gives you a pretty good glimpse of how this person is wired and what they expect. Now, this is based on, I think, on the DISC profile, but it gives you a sense of how to prepare before you show up. Because if you show up with fuzzy and nebulous, and I've developed an allergy lately to this statement of in broad brush strokes. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not a painter. I don't want to paint. I want to talk about the specificity of our work together, and your broad brush strokes are hollow and meaningless, and it's going to be a very short meeting. So you got to better understand the audience that you're engaging and interacting with. Obviously, the more you understand about your relationships, and I talk a lot about this, their likes, dislikes, preferences, prejudices, the more, by the way, the company's business model, revenue model, and really observe what they do, not just what they say they do. Much more likely hood of you catering to their needs. Again, sociologists call this being ambient aware. The more knowledgeable you become about those individuals, the more proactively you can nurture them and sustain them. So why would any of this matter? We've proven over the years, reduce transaction costs, specifically your SG&A, deepen loyalty. You want higher NPS scores. You want higher SAT scores. Really invest in those relationships. Access to new opportunities. I cringe when I hear RFPs and proposals, and it's a beauty contest. Column A, column B, column C. And, relationships elevate you from there. And more importantly, it institutionalizes relationships. So, moving on to what you can do to really elevate your business relationship engagement, your impact. I want you to think of if you've ever played one of these dynamic games like soccer or hockey or lacrosse, or your kids have played one. I think this comment will resonate with you that 90% of these games is played when you don't have the ball. And the best individuals and the best teams, best organizations are always thinking, what should I do? Where should I be? How do I raise the bar on what we do and how we do it? And with that context in mind, I want you to constantly be thinking, pandemic is hopefully behind us. What should I be doing? What should I be? How do I raise the bar on my understanding of my role? How do I engage and influence other people? How do I deliver value? And I want you to think of this experience you create. This is customer experience journey. Well, we found that in every ecosystem, people are constantly evaluating. Right in the middle, they discover what they need. They consider their options. They come back to evaluation. At some point, they decide to buy in your ideas, not just product and services, your perspective, your lens. Ooh, Susan is really intelligent. I'm not sure that was the best approach by John. They buy. They use your ideas, your perspectives, your unique value add. They always come back to evaluation, and they repeat this again. So what's critical for you as an individual is not only understand this idea of your brand, your individual brand, your team's brand, your organization's brand, but then you can't stop there. You also got to ask about your value proposition. How are your relationships better off because of you? How are your relationships impacted because of you? When you do that and combine that with the journey that you create for others and how they work with you, you create an experience. That experience sets you apart. And from a business standpoint, I love this. I found this. Netflix didn't kill Blockbuster. The ridiculous late fees did. You remember all of us driving like mad to return that stupid movie so we wouldn't pay $1.50 late fee? Uber didn't kill the taxi business. Limited access does. And fare control. Apple didn't kill the music business. I don't want to buy a full album. I want to buy a song. So the lack of customer centricity, the lack of relationship centricity inside and outside organizations is the biggest investment you can make, right? So I love this also. The easy stuff is visible. Vision, strategy, shared values, structure. That's fantastic. What about the stuff below? What about the stuff below? Are we able to talk about these things like commitment and motivation and perception and change and real value, loyalty? Or are those still taboo topics to talk about at work? So one of the things that's in the book is this idea of high-performing teams and a relationship blueprint as individuals, as teams, and as organizations. Individuals, teams, and organizations. And of course, I also talk about, again, 10 reasons most networking doesn't work. I talk about how to exponentially elevate your perspective, your learning, your growth. And more importantly, I'm hoping from today, if you're not there already, I hope you're going to come join us in the forum to continue the conversation. So you can scan that with that image with your smartphone camera, but we've built an online community called the Nour Forum. And if you just go to nourgroup.com/forum, you can join us there. There is an RE3 launch. It's much bigger than just this book. We use it for all kinds of really interesting conversations. On the left-hand side navigation, if you look at RE, there's a set of groups. And if you look for RE3 launch, not just recordings from this, but insights from this. I have a set of PDFs that I think are great exercises that we'll post there. And what I'm hoping you'll do is come join us for the conversation. Come join us for continuing to learn and grow through this process. And this is really what I hope you'll take away from this intro session. I want you to focus. I'm coaching a lot of people to focus on doing fewer things, but do them exceptionally well. When it comes to relationships, I want you to focus on fewer. That's right, fewer. Everybody wants more. I want more customers. I want more investors. I want more partners. I want more. Call me crazy. During the pandemic, we didn't spend more time with more people. We spend more time with fewer people. So what if you continue that? Make a list of the top 10, top 30, top 50, top 100 business relationships that are critical to your well-being, to your success, to your happiness. Focus on those. Deepen those. Instead of net new, instead of just constantly adding, what if we focused? Fewer, deeper, more authentic, more real. We got to find ways to dispense with all this posturing and positioning. And I think during the pandemic, many of us got real. And you saw not people's polished offices on, if they were on video before the pandemic, but their homes and the dog jumping in the lap and the kids running in, and right. So really critical that we get more real, we get authentic. I want you to be intentional. I want you to be strategic. I want you to be hopefully mutually value-based in the relationships you choose to invest in. So if you don't take anything away, take this. Take a picture of this. Download this. I'll put a copy of this in the forum. This is what I want for you. This is what I'm hoping you'll take away from my work, from our conversation, from this book launch. Focus on fewer, deeper, more authentic, intentional, hopefully strategic to your business. I'm not trying to teach anybody how to be more manipulative. I'm trying to reaffirm that you only have the bandwidth to deal with so many people. So focus on fewer, but make sure they're value-based. They're mutually value-based. And those relationships are going to set you apart. So that is my kind of opening. Thank you to all of you for your love, your support, your interest in my work, the stuff, articles you read, blog posts or social media posts or LinkedIn posts you comment on. If you've read the book or the books have been given to you by someone, thank you. I'm grateful for, colleagues that I work with. I'm grateful for partners. I'm grateful for clients. Without them, this wouldn't be year 21 of our business. And I'm grateful for those who recognize this work as valuable to their world. So if I stop, let's see, if I want to just, again, quick reminder of, let's go to the launch. Is this the launch? Yep. So just a quick reminder, we're going to take a brief break, but coming up in a few minutes, Chad Johnson, Chief Procurement Officer at Centene, is going to join us. We're going to talk about smart consumption. He's a fantastic guy. We're going to have a great relationship, a great conversation about his relationships inside and outside the organization. You're not going to want to miss it. So each of these sessions will be on top of the hour. So please join us. Please make sure you come back top of the hour, and we'll continue to really talk through this relationship development best practices as we go through this session. So on behalf of our team, again, thanks, huge thanks for joining us. Huge thanks for being here. And again, top of the hour, Chad Johnson is going to join us for smart consumption in the procurement, in internal relationships. And we'll see you again back at top of the hour in just a few minutes. Thanks, everybody, and see you in a few minutes. Hi, everybody. David Nour back with you for our continuation launch of the Relationship Economics, third edition. Today, I'm so excited that this book and my life's work is coming out. All new research, all mint green. Mint green is the good-looking color of the year. So I'm excited to launch this book. And in our continued effort to really bring not just my perspectives, not just kind of how I think about relationships, but great executives. I'm excited to welcome Chad Johnson to the session. Hello, Chad.
Hey, David, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Great, thanks. I can. Good to see you. Thanks for making the time to join us. Let's start with high level of Centene Corporation. Kind of tell us a little about what you guys do, and then I can't wait to jump into your background.
Yeah, no, sure. Centene is one of the largest insurance companies in the country. Around 125 billion in revenue, with 70-80% of that coming from Medicaid. So we're deeply invested in supporting states. The rest from Medicare or the Affordable Care Act. It's kind of a slope from that perspective on revenue, but huge member population, and we're ingrained in communities across the country, so I'm trying to make an impact.
Love it. And tell us a little about your role and your realm and responsibilities. What do you do?
Yeah, so at Centene, I've been here for around 6 months, but lead the procurement function. So think of the suppliers we need to partner with and build relationships with in the community and at a national level to execute on those plans, deliver affordable healthcare, deliver quality healthcare, deliver the print that they receive. So we manage all those relationships, so to speak, and partner with the business on selecting who those relationships should be or should not be with.
Love it. And before this, you were at Humana in a very similar role.
Yeah, exactly. Same role at Humana for 5 years, and Humana is kind of the opposite of Centene. They have a bigger Medicare book and a smaller Medicaid, but similar business model.
And before that, tell us a little about the history. How did you get into procurement? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, you don't go searching for procurement. Procurement searches for you, I guess. But I don't. I was doing a job, and someone asked me if I wanted to give it a try. I was graduated from Clemson and was doing data entry in a company, a technology company. And someone said, "Hey, I got some procurement opening. You want to?" I was like, "I don't even know what that is. You want to give it a go?" And here I am. Worked for Accenture, IBM, McKesson, Pfizer along the way, and I kind of found a niche here.
I love it. I love it. And for our audience, Chad led a fantastic several series around our strategy visualization work. And that's kind of how we got to know each other and work together. And he's become a friend. We've had dinner, as significant others have met. So it's a testament to love how he thinks about relationships. So you brought up a really fascinating topic in our recent conversation, which was this idea of smart consumption. So you go into organizations, and I guess tell us about it. It's not intentional, wastefulness. It's just companies kind of grow, and individuals have an incentive to kind of deliver on their own kind of priorities, but they're not thinking kind of global procurement or procurement in many ways in general. So talk about, as you come into an organization, what do you look for? What do you see? And give us a glimpse into what is smart consumption all about.
Yeah, it's really like putting the customer first. It's and you talk about it in your book. Kind of the 6 phases of strategic relationships. It's like thinking of you can use this concept to build a relationship through the financial, astuteness, through the one org, through the customer centricity. And I think the paradigm that I've seen and observed, and I love corporate America. I've worked in corporate America, but there's a paradigm that you build a bigger organization, you have more VPs, you have more staff, therefore you have more gravitas, so to speak, in the company. And I don't think that's the future. I think the future is how effective and efficient you can be in getting the mission done that the company needs you to do. So that's one. And two, traditional procurement is, we come in, we take things to market, we negotiate, we save 5%, we skim the top. But that's not the real question that needs to be asked. It should be, should we be spending the money in the first place? And is it giving us the ROI we need? Or should we take those dollars and put them into reduction in healthcare costs, innovation on behalf of our members? So it's kind of shifting away from building this monolithic kind of, at least philosophically, orgs to getting lean, mean, and investing in our customer, and competing on that front, and putting context around, how much we spend on a whole bunch of things first before we start to save money.
Is that where the idea of category management and some of the things I saw you do in your previous role comes from?
It's actually, it's you approach the topic in a kind of category sequence, but it's like it's kind of the PhD on a procurement program. It's, you're spending, as an example, X amount of dollars on travel. It's really, as a company, it's really looking at it from, how much of those are internal meetings that aren't providing an ROI, as an example. And should we reduce that, take those dollars and put them into our customer? And having a really, kind of balanced trade-off conversation across probably 75 different projects on a huge portfolio.
At the risk of you not, showing up at our next lunch meeting, why does procurement get such a bad rap? Why is traditional, again, maybe probably misperceptions of procurement is, good God, if it goes there, it's this black hole that I'll never see it again, or they're gonna screw up my relationship with this preferred vendor that I really like working with. So where do those things come from, and how do you battle that?
I think the big thing is, it takes too long to get work done. It's like you said, it's a black hole, and there's too many clicks. There's too much data requests. There's not enough focus on speed and understanding that your business partner and business today wants to go fast, and they want to go simple, and they expect, they buy things online as a consumer. Most people do today, whether it's Amazon. They expect you to be a similar kind of experience to them, something that's really, really quick, really easy. And we are measuring clicks within our group. How many clicks you have to take, how long it takes. So first thing is, we want to get that experience kind of on par. It'll never be exactly with the consumer piece. And the second is, I think there's an over focus on price of a service or price of something, and not taking a look back at the overall context of what we're trying to do, the relationship we're trying to build with a supplier, and the ROI of that relationship. So instead of focusing on price, we need to focus on more, and price is always a component of it, on how are we going to partner in the future? I've contracted you to do A and B. How are we going to sit down and make sure that's happening? How are you going to get what you need from me? How are we going to set those conversations up in the future? And how we're going to innovate together. I think that's the missing piece of procurement. We talk about contracts, we talk about price, but we don't talk about innovation and relationship management between two people and two companies. So I would say it's those two things are missing.
I love it. For our audience, if you've just joined us late, you're listening to Chad Johnson, who's the Chief Procurement Officer at Centene. And we're talking about this idea of smart consumption. I'm grateful for friends are jumping in. Let's see. Joanne says she received her relationship economics book last weekend. Joanne, thank you for buying. There's at least one copy. There's at least one copy that has been bought. Jerry, Nour, enjoyed your talk. Looking forward to reading your book. Hey, 2 copies. I'm up to 2. This is fantastic. Let's see. J. Anna Hill received mine last week. Excited to dive in. He's a longtime mentor of mine from reading his work and listening to his conversations. You guys are very kind. So, Chad, when you go in, first, day, week, month on the job, talk about, again, what you look at, what you're looking for, what's your due diligence level on the current state we're in. And I want to talk about the relationships that are going to be critical to your success, because in smart consumption, you're not rolling anything out as an island. You need those business units. You need those business partners. And I love the terminology that you use to be successful. So two-part question. What do you look at when you first go in and look at a procurement function, procurement organization, and then talk about the relationships that are critical to your success?
Yeah, it's a good question. I just did this. So you want to build, you want to cook a meal, so to speak, that the people that are paying for the meal want to eat. So what I mean by that is I go and talk to our senior leadership, whether it's their CFO, COO, senior business unit leaders, and say, what do you want from this group? What do you want? What do you see today in terms of performance and delivery, and what do you want in the future? And undoubtedly, they all say we want more value, we want things faster, we want a more competent team in place when I reach out, we want simpler processes. So from that point, you take a step back, and the last question is, how fast do you need it? Like, when do you need it yesterday? I mean, what's a reasonable timeline to build what you just described? So you have all these conversations, you summarize them, play them back to the people that I was speaking to. Is this what you told me? Is this what you want? Yes. This is how we're going to measure it. Does this make sense? Whether it's net promoter score, speed, savings, managing vendor relationships, the whole thing. And then to build a plan based on hiring good people. It starts with people, building processes, lastly bringing in technology, and then continually meeting with those people that gave you that feedback to start. Just a quality check. How am I doing? What do you need from me? How do we need to change? But it's kind of always that plan there.
The relationship. So these senior leaders are critical to your success. How do you ensure that your values, your objectives, what you're after is aligned? Because end of the day, you're measured by the operational efficiency with which you run that function. Mm-hmm. And yet they're measured by performance, execution, and results. I don't want to say your objectives are not aligned, but you've got to be intentional about creating that alignment. How do you do that?
First of all, it has to be related. You can measure. There's two. I don't know. You may disagree here, but I think there's two ways to do it, and you do both. One is you have, when they tell me what they want, whether it's I want speed, I want quality, we build measurements for that. So, okay, I think that sounds like you want a net promoter score, that we measure your team and you say, yeah, you're doing a great job. We want to measure how fast we're doing work and how long it takes you to get something out of our group. We want to measure value and working capital and supplier diversity. So we build measurements for those. But the last thing, and I would be lying if this wasn't true, is relationships. I mean, you have to sit down and talk to them. How do you think it's going? Like, here's what I'm doing. How is your team saying we're doing? What are you hearing? What else do you need? Come to this meeting and observe how we're talking to suppliers about vendor performance, which is a key issue you mentioned. Give me feedback. I mean, I can only measure so much. The second piece is they have to see, eat the food you're cooking and trust that you're actually doing it. And you have to get to know people. Trust is a huge component of this.
What did the global pandemic do for just that, the trust and the health checks and the quality checks you're talking about? Because I'm assuming, and I came to the Humana headquarters, all the executives were there, and I saw you interacting with the senior leadership team. And the last 2-3 years, most of us have been remote. So what did the pandemic do in the quality of those relationships?
Yeah, definitely made it harder to build quality relationships. I mean, you can do things through Zoom, but I think that has long-term limitations. Ultimately, we're having to plan when to get together face-to-face. The things we want to do more face-to-face, and the sequence and timing of those. I think it's all about interactions. And when we go in the office now, it's not heads down Zoom meeting. I have kind of a rule that I turn off Zoom. If I'm in the office, I want to be talking to human beings face to face. So we do that once a month and for a week. And I think that's the foundation of kind of building those relationships. It's all about talking. It's about going to lunch. What's on your mind? What's on my mind? How can we do things better? It's just a dynamic conversation.
Yeah, in this latest edition, I talk a lot about hybrid relationships, right? So how do you manage the physical in person with the digital is not going to go away, right? So how do you incorporate and integrate those? And what I heard from you was much better planning of the face-to-face with an agenda. The cadence becomes critical. And then obviously I heard a lot of intentionality. Be intentional about being there, being present, being in the moment. Let's go back to something you said earlier, which is the suppliers, the relationship with the suppliers and the ROI from those relationships. And Chad, I love the comment about how will we partner in the future, not just you delivering what you're doing today, but joint commitments and then innovating together. Talk more about that. Talk more about some suppliers, a lot of, supply chain traditionally has been very transactional, right? You pay me, I deliver this, here you go, we're done. Transactional. It sounds like you're pushing some of your more strategic suppliers to be a lot more just that, strategic in how they demonstrate a vested interest in your business. And it's not just delivering, you have to do that, but let's also take a few steps in looking forward and looking ahead in our relationship.
Yeah, exactly. So we're developing innovation days and hubs based on the types of suppliers we do business with by category, whether it be like marketing, print, call center, et cetera. But the real thing we want to do is bring forward our problem set before the meeting, and then sit down and have a conversation in that big session, and also one-on-one on what they're seeing and how they could solve it. Whether it be, there's a lot of issues in healthcare. I mean, people get too much mail, they can't find their doctor. It's hard to determine which plan, co-pays, et cetera. They call for help. They rather go to a chat. I mean, there's a lot of things to talk about, but you have to be kind of pragmatic. You want to have one or two topics that you're putting on the stage at once. You can't solve world hunger in a day. Then we try to talk about solutions, and then how can we get the best solution from the collective and put it together in kind of an offering to solve some of these issues.
What's that ROI in the relationships that you're looking for?
In terms of
the supplier relationship. So you said, not just investing in that supplier relationship, but a return on that relationship investment. What does that return look like?
Yeah, it's multiple most of the time. It depends on the type of work, because we have thousands of suppliers, but we're looking at 3 to 4x at least, and it's there. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities in healthcare.
And are you finding that they're proactive in bringing their ideas to the table?
Yeah, when our incentives align, a lot of times it's the incentive alignment. To digitize something, as an example, whether it could be a call or a document, whatever, oftentimes cannibalizes ongoing existing legacy revenue. So there's sometimes some natural friction there around incentive alignment. And I think that's where you need disruptors, you need innovators, you need a third kind of stalking horse to come along. And I think there's a lot of opportunity in the space for that. But when incentives align, yes, and sometimes it takes a while to align those.
And are you finding my supposition is it's very difficult for large organizations to innovate. It takes a certain level of nimbleness and agility for that. You said the third leg of the third horse in the race that's more innovative, that's more agile, nimble to come along. Are you proactively seeking them? How, as a let's just say I'm a startup in a space that you have a mature vendor in, a seasoned vendor in. How do I best get in with you and get in with your colleagues to show you we're innovative, we're disruptive?
Yeah, that's the whole thing we're looking for. And there's areas where we're looking for that specifically in, whether it's improving member health. So you have an issue with your member base. You're looking for innovative solutions to solve it, whether it's someone going to the home, you got a new regiment, you got something that you've seen work for the problem we see within our member base. And a good way to do it is if there's a use case, we're willing to help try it out and test it and pilot and prototype it. So that's an example, but we don't expect innovators to come with $100 million in VC funding all the time, army of, 400 people, employees. It's not practical. So we do incubate that specifically along member health for sure all the time.
Take a step back. Talk about your lens, Accenture and McKesson and Humana, all the places you've been. How do you think about relationships? How do you prioritize them? I've always said, give me somebody's checkbook and their calendar, and I can tell you about the relationships. How do you prioritize relationships that are important to your success?
No, yeah, I hate to say it, but they're number one. My calendar's jam packed with talking to people all day long. I try to break the relationships up into internal, external, internal procurement, external procurement within the company, and also suppliers, and triangulate on those three dimensions. And I want to know our top suppliers, I want to know our top executives, and I want to know our top performers on our team. And I want to know them on a personal level. I want to know what they want out of the group, what they want learn long term within their career, whole bunch of different dimensions. And you got to keep those relationships fresh. You got to continue to talk to them. So on a weekly basis, I've got probably 20-30% of my time into those three buckets.
Love it. How about when you need something? Have you found it easy? It sounds like you're making a lot of investments in these relationships, internal, external, the executives, teams. When you need something, are you proactive in reaching out to them and say, I need your help with this? Or do you know someone who knows something? And can you give us an example of a relationship that really saved the day?
Yeah. I got relationships from the past, and we came into the company here, and we had a hard time visualizing data and just understanding basically what we were doing, and called a friend of mine that I've known from Accenture and said, hey, I got this problem, and can you come fix it? And he dropped everything he was doing, parachuted in, and knocked it out. He's coincidentally kind of an independent contractor now, but I could go on and on. I've got people coming in and doing assessments of how we're doing our back office work and processes. So I've got all these relationships I've built helping me kind of solve the problems of today. And once you build them, you want to continue to leverage them and continue to include them in the try to get things we're doing. So yeah, I've got a host of people that I rely on.
And it sounds like that portfolio is instrumental in you getting to your goals and your objectives much faster, with a lot less friction, a lot less headaches, because they're also known entities. Is that fair?
Exactly. And you trust them. You don't have to re-explain from scratch what you're looking to accomplish. They understand it. You've already had those discussions. You built that relationship. You know each other. You've got that currency between the two of you. And whether it's data visualization, whether it's process design, whether it's strategy work, I rely on a host of people for that, and without them, I'd be stuck in the water, so to speak.
So the other topic that I brought up in my introduction, and Chad, I've talked about it. It's on top of mind with every executive I'm talking to. That is one of talent. Talk about the attributes you look for, the talent, the team that you add or you upgrade or you change, so what are the attributes that are critical to success to work in kind of your organization?
Yeah, you got to be articulate. You got to be able to communicate. You got to be innovative. You got to be a people person. Understand data, and lastly, most importantly, is we have to challenge the status quo. What we found, and what I think is the most successful persona, is a challenger persona. While you're professional, you understand data, you're articulate, you understand how to put pieces together and explain yourself, you can tell a story, but ultimately you have to be able to challenge the current state of things. Our job in itself by nature is trying to convince someone to do something different than they've done in the past. And the only way to do that, and you do it professionally, but you do it with a story, you do it with data, you do it with the kind of multi-dimensional point of view, whether it's what's changing in the market, what do we see from other competitors, where you're trying to convince someone to improve and why they should improve. So I think that's a big thing we do. And I think that challenger kind of mindset professionally done with all those elements is the most important part.
Love it. So I love the idea of challenging the status quo versus defending it. The challenge that I've seen over the years is when you do that, when you challenge the status quo, you tend to ruffle feathers. You tend to mess with people's sandbox, right? This is my sandbox. Don't mess with my sandbox. How do you overcome those? Call it internal politics, call it internal relationship friction. How do you overcome some of those?
The easiest and most effective way is to build trust with the people you're trying to, introduce change to. And it's not that we're trying to take their sandbox. You're trying to explain a common vision. Like, you have a vision to improve health outcomes. You have a vision to make healthcare more affordable. Here's some ideas to help you accomplish your mission. That's one. And you build that trust up. You always let them take credit. We don't take credit for anything. If it's done, it was your idea, you're great, you run with it, you get the accolades. And then really just if you say you're going to do something as an organization, and you say you're going to do it on this timeline, and this is how it's going to go, and this is, the thing I'm going to give you as a individual or a leader trying to make decisions, you got to be consistent on that delivery. So build the trust, let them take the credit, and be consistent on delivery. If you're not consistent on delivery, it's all words. It's not effective.
Love it. Flip the coin. Unintentionally, a relationship goes bad inside the organization or with a supplier. How do you fix it? How do you repair it?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's living through that now. And I think some of it is, first, honestly assess what happened. And I think sometimes people talk around, the issue, or kind of what the story was. And, I try to approach it, we've had a great relationship. Here's what I think happened. 1, 2, 3, and 4. What do you think? Do you disagree or agree? Get that common framework built. And then the last piece is, you try to talk about the context of your relationship. I mean, we've got a big relationship here. We're talking about this problem that's, 5 to 10% of our total book as an example. Let's take a step back. Let's come to a common solution. We both agree on the facts. Let's just find common ground and move forward. And that's how I look at it. State, love you. We work together. Here's the common things. Do you agree, disagree? Now let's find common ground based on the size of our relationship.
I was telling somebody else, this is not a political statement, but I grew up in the Ronald Reagan, Tip O'Neill days where there was civil discourse, right? We don't have to always agree, but just because we disagree doesn't make either one of us evil. So let's find a way.
Exactly.
I love that common ground. So talk about the market. You've been at this job now for 6 months. What are you most excited about this next year? And you know where I'm going to go with this? I'm going to flip the coin and ask, what are you most concerned about?
Yeah, I mean, I'm most concerned about inflation. I'll start there. Most everybody is. I mean, you can only deal with that in a few different ways. It puts margin pressure on you, and you got to do some things you unnaturally didn't want to do. I'm really excited about the. Some people may disagree with me, but the rise of digital AI, artificial intelligence. I think it's got a place. It's not the panacea and the kind of one-shot silver bullet, but I think people have a lot of questions about healthcare and like, how do I get X and Y and Z and explain this and that to me? And a lot of times that results in somebody getting a big document in the mail. They pick up the phone, they call someone. These inefficient ways of communicating potentially. I think some of that could really solve, some of those questions and in the future. I think that's a big thing with the ChatGPT, and others are coming along. It's going to get better, but that's exciting.
That's fantastic. So a new team member is joining, a new executive is joining. What relationship advice are you giving them to succeed in the Centene ecosystem?
Um, yeah, I mean, the first thing is you got to be true to yourself. I mean, don't try to be Chad. Try to be you. The second one is be authentic. I mean, come with data, come with a point of view, be prepared, speak, try to understand before you comment. Don't come in saying, here's all the answers to your problems when you don't understand what their problems are. So understand their problem, come with a point of view, be prepared, be consistent. And just the last piece is show enthusiasm. I mean, if you're not enthusiastic about the change you're trying to propose, they're never going to be enthusiastic. You're not going to sell that to anybody. You can't come in and monotonely speak about this great idea you got. You got to put some energy behind it. You got to want to show up. You got to want to sell them on it.
One of my last questions of you, and again, I would encourage the audience. We're live on LinkedIn and YouTube and Twitter, and I would encourage you to jump in if you have questions of Chad Johnson. Wealth of knowledge in the whole supply chain and procurement space. Chad, how do you learn? How do you grow? You're obviously very competent and capable in what you do, but also what I appreciate is you also believe that you can't be complacent. You can't stay still. What has worked really well for you in the last few years of learning and growing and expanding or extending your knowledge and just line of sight into different trends, different topics?
For me, it starts with acknowledging that I don't have all the answers. I don't know all the information. There's other people in this world and around me in my community and network that have the answers to the things that I want to learn about. So I think it has to start with humility on that front. But it's talking to people, and I read magazines. I talk to people like you. I've got friends. I've gone to Nour NXT, Emory. I think you just try to pull on a diverse kind of array of information, and I think diverse inputs on knowledge helps creatively solve problems versus just solely focusing on one kind of genre of information. I like to surround myself with smart people and just have dynamic discussions, and I go from there. I don't really have a Rubik's Cube on that question, but
love it.
That hits on it.
Love it. For our audience, if you just joined us, you joined us late, you've been listening to Chad Johnson. He is the Chief Procurement Officer at Centene Corporation. Great guy. I've known him for several years. Really thinks about procurement as much more than transactional. He lives the strategic relationships that he's talked about, both within as well as external to the organization. So, Chad, thank you for your friendship. Thanks for your insights. Again, for our audience, Relationship Economics, 3rd edition. Oh, there it is. I got the book. Love it. Thanks for the insights. And in the book, I talk a lot about strategic relationship planning. And it's a really smart way to bring the relationships that are critical to your success and really help your team, internal, external, get on the same page and really really point to what's critical in that journey. And again, also for the audience, I would highly, highly encourage you, come join us in the Nour forum. So if you just go to nourgroup.com/forum, post not just links to this video, but some resources that you could benefit from as well. Chad, on behalf of our team, thanks for joining us. It's great to see you, my friend.
You as well, David.
Take care. So for our audience, again, this is really excited to launch this book. And throughout today, I've invited a group of executives to join us and really share, just like Chad did, their unique perspectives. What I love about these leaders is that they're not regurgitating a book report. They're living it. And again, if you heard Chad's story, a couple of different decades in different organizations in leading critical roles. If you think about an organization like Centene, I think you mentioned, 125 billion in revenue, and they're in the health insurance space and healthcare space. And, that's a big role, big high visibility role. And that beyond his knowledge, beyond his education, beyond his experiences, the relationships that Chad builds. And I've seen him model that behavior with his team in how they engage, how they influence. Listen to what he said. I specifically asked, when you go in, when you first, I knew you would join this company about 6 months ago, what do you start? How do you begin to wrap your arms around what's happening? What are you doing? What are you thinking of? And he said, talk to the senior leadership. What do they want? What do they see today? Performance, delivery, how fast they need it. Do they, kind of summarize it, play it back to them, include metrics. Relationships cannot just be this soft, fuzzy thing that we all really enjoy, we all like, we all benefit, we all want more of. You got to tie metrics. You got to, and I've talked about this before, you return on impact, return on integration, return on image, return on involvement. There are different facets of the traditional ROI. So, Jay Anna Hill, thank you. Thanks for jumping in. Glad you're here. Glad you're able to join us for this. And what I want you to think about, what I want you to really realize is that relationships, business relationships, without metrics, without milestones, without agreement on where we're going, how we're going to get there, how will we measure our progress together, is going to be really challenging. It's going to be seen as hollow, seen as, not nearly as impactful as what it could be. So let me show you, and again, just to give the audience, I'm going to show you a set of tools. Here we go. So with this book, we've created a set of exercises that, as you read the book, and I'll post this in the Nour forum community. So as you look at, and as we'll talk about kind of strategic relationship planning, I've been doing this for several years, and I've always figured out that if you start with a goal, with the end in mind, then you can work your way backwards. Who do I need? Who do I know? How can I invest in relationships that are critical to my success? And what can I do in the next 30, 60, 90 days? Strategic relationship planning. So this is a good exercise for you. Here's design thinking and strategic relationships. This is, and I was taking notes as Chad was talking, in chapter 4, I've got an entire section on design thinking, systems thinking, and visual storytelling. So what if we're able to combine design thinking with strategic relationships? Here's one on brand familiarity. So if you think about brands, some we reject, some we don't really hate them, some we're neutral about, some we recognize, others we prefer, others we insist on. As you go through this exercise, I often coach people, build a preference for your technical skills. Whether you're an attorney, you're an engineer, you're a project management professional, build a preference for your technical skills. Build an insistence for the way you build, nurture, sustain, amplify, elevate relationships. Build a preference. I want John on this project because he is a very competent, very technical project management professional. We have to have Jay on this project because she's amazing in how she connects and how she engages and how she influences people. And I'm trying to tell you, you cannot leave that to chance. You have to be more intentional about the relationships you invest in. People have to see your technical competency. They have to feel the way you influence, the way you build relationships. In the next exercise is this. We'll talk more about this in a second, but this idea of a blueprint for a relationship-centric team, high-performing relationship-centric team. There's your blueprint. At lunch, this afternoon, 1 o'clock, Jen Cords, my partner, she's going to join me in our Intelligent Growth StreamYard, in our live stream. We're going to talk about how to be exactly what Chad was talking about. Here's a blueprint. Here's a roadmap. Here's a game plan for how, and we'll go into this in a lot more detail, how to really develop as an organization, not just yourself, as an organization, the strategic relationships moving forward. And last but not least is this customer lifecycle journey. This has been a lot of our work over the last couple of years. We look at processes, we look at tech stack, we look at capabilities, and as organizations move through this journey, so I'll show this in a little while with Steve Hardy, and we'll go through and we'll talk about this. But my point is, all of these I'll put in the Nour forum, and I hope you'll download them in the RE launch before end of today, and really take advantage of these as we'll build courses. We'll also share the videos from these sessions, and continue to share insights from throughout today from great leaders that are going to be critical to, I think, your success. So you just heard from Chad Johnson, Chief Procurement Officer at Centene. At the top of the hour, again, we're doing this on the hour every hour. So I'm going to give you a break. Go check email, go bio break, refresh your cup of coffee, and pre-order the book. If you haven't already, pre-order the book. Mint Green is in. So Eric McCarthey is going to join us. Fantastic executive, thoughtful, thought-provoking. I love every chance we get together. I learn something new every time I talk to Eric. Hopefully share one or two good ideas with him as well. But join us again, top of the hour, for Eric McCarthey. We're talking about leadership, visionary leadership in this continued VUCA world. So on that note, thanks for joining us. Mohammed is here, and he said, great content. Thank you. Glad you're here. So thanks, everybody, for coming. And we'll see you with Eric McCarthey, top of the hour, where we're going to talk about really visionary leadership in the VUCA world. So look forward to seeing you and welcoming Eric at top of the hour. See you shortly. For our audience, I want to welcome you back to this exciting day where we're launching the all-new, completely rewritten third edition of my book, Relationship Economics. This is the mint green. Mint green is in. Mint green is popular. It's happening. So I'm so excited, and I'm grateful for friends who are joining us live on LinkedIn and YouTube and Twitter. And so thanks for your involvement and participation. I wanted you today to hear from more than just me. So what I did was I invited a group of friends, group of executives to join us. I think this is the page, nourgroup.com/RE3-launch, video from me, and then the agenda. I opened us up this morning at 8. And then right before this session, Chad Johnson, Chief Procurement Officer from Centene, 125 billion in revenue, phenomenal background in the procurement organization, joined us to talk about smart consumption. And at the moment, and for this session, I'm elated to welcome Eric McCarthey, longtime friend, board member, VC, and private equity partner. Eric, welcome.
Welcome. I'm happy to be here, David.
It's great to have you. And Eric, you and I preceding your session, I was raving about, I love our typically breakfast sessions together, but any chance to talk to you about kind of what are you hearing, what are you seeing in the market, and I look forward to doing more of that today. Would you kindly start with a brief background? Tell our audience a little about your background, kind of where you've been, what you've done to get us to here.
Okay. Can you hear me all right? You were breaking up a little bit.
A little bit of echo, but otherwise fine.
Okay. All right. Well, my story is I was a 30-year employee with the Coca-Cola Company and did a lot of different jobs over those 30 years. But one of my last jobs was to help design the vision map for the future for the system worldwide, which was an amazing project, having to deal with all kinds of different relationships at a lot of different levels in a very complex business model. And after I retired, I went right into private equity and venture capital. Today I'm the CEO of a private equity holding company, and we have investments in many startups, technology companies, etc. And then I also serve on several boards of directors. I was a public board director for many years, but now I serve on 5 different firms, privately owned or family owned businesses, and then nonprofits. So during the first part of the year, I'm heavily involved with the strategic part of the companies I'm on the board of, and I'm heavily involved in trying to assess all the different forces that are at work that went into our assumptions around what's going to happen with performance, what's happening with what we think are going to be new ripples coming at us, etc. So try to stay on top of a lot of
Love that. So let's start there. So can you comment on what are you hearing? What are you seeing? What are the big kind of boulders in some of those observations, discussions? Give us a high level overview of this seems to be continued disruptive world.
Yeah, well, at 30,000 feet, everybody has been trying to deal with a massive amount of this, what's called VUCA, which is this volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And it's different in different business segments of the market. The companies that I'm dealing with and the industries that related to it are all trying to figure out, to a certain extent, the confidence that they have in their assumptions around growth. So where is growth going to come from? What's going to be the quality of that growth? What is it that they're facing? Every company has, a risk map. At the same time, it's also viewed as an opportunity map. And I think management teams and boards are getting better and better at having conversations around that risk map and those opportunity maps so that they can make decisions on the margin sometimes. Or in some cases, they can decide that they need to make some bold changes. And it's different with different companies. Those dynamics, those forces are at work, have to have kind of a real forensic process that involves a lot of conversations, both with relationships inside the company and externally with experts. For an example, in one of my boards, we had a fascinating presentation by Rabobank, which is a large European bank that deals with a whole bunch of different industries, but they have their finger on the pulse on a lot of things emanating on what's happening because of the Ukraine war, especially what's happening in the agricultural world, the ripple effects of all that. And so it was helpful for them to tell us, and their opinion was, you know, our advice to our clients is zero base your business. Go through that exercise and stress test all of your going in assumptions around where's growth going to come from, what are the assets of the company required to get there, what are the capabilities you're going to have into the success you've had or to change. So it's a challenging exercise to go do something like that, but it is eye-opening in many cases because leadership teams and boards carry around a set of biases. In my experience, David, is that those biases are sometimes entrenched, and you need to have yourself kind of jostled a little bit. And I'm a great believer that you have to have a series of outside experts in the different domains of your company and your business that you're competing in to give you third-party perspective around those kinds of things. And those are very important relationships. One of the things that I loved about your new edition in your book, it's actually on page 14. It's about being battle tested. Well, the things that you identify there, those areas, whether they be laws or fundamentals, or this notion of cadence and breadth and depth and impact, to me is a marvelous, simple framework to go step back and say, you know, to your business, what's working and why, what's not working and why, and then what are your optionalities? What are you going to choose to do either differently or more of? And so I'm finding that that's a dynamic within the companies that I work with, other executives and board members that I talk to. The level of intensity of that kind of conversation is increasing.
Love it. And for our audience, this segment of the session brought to you by page 14 of the Relationship Economics book. Eric, you're very kind, and I appreciate that immensely. So, and for our audience, I would encourage you to jump in with your questions, with your comments. Mark's kind enough to jump in. Mark Cordoba, in addition, rich content related to soft skills are not critical skills, no longer just nice to have. After developing the specialty technical expertise in your job role, people and relationship skills will be valuable in our interactions, job, personal, education, even vacation. Thank you, Nour, for giving us a look at key RE3 components. Very kind, Mark. Thanks for jumping in. So, Eric, we had a relationship economics summit where we gathered the senior executives of a lot of our client companies last fall. You brought up zero basing your business, and I got to tell you that, and the power of deduction, the power, everybody can add more on, but very few people are willing to kind of subtract and take away. It's brilliant in its context. yet I think you would agree, incredibly difficult, incredibly challenging to implement, because in some ways, like welfare programs, once you add them on, they're very difficult to take away. So how do you incentivize? How do you encourage executives to really think about zero basing, going back? And for our audience, if you haven't looked into zero-based accounting, I think is the principle. It comes from, if you have $1 million budget, most budgets, you go say, we spent $1 million this year, let's just spend $1.2 million next year, versus let's go back to zero and really justify every investment, why, the metrics, the value that it brought, and why we should continue to put anything in that. And it's a matter of trade-offs, right? If we don't invest here, we get a chance to invest somewhere else. So Eric, talk about the difference between intellectually understanding zero basing your business and the challenges in implementing it, the courage that it takes to implement something like that.
Yeah. Well, you have to start that process, David, with what I call an assessment of your vision quality. Okay? You start any exercise like that with what I call vision quality. Now, what do I mean by that? You step back and you look at the vision you have for the business. Is it still compelling? Is it distinctive? Is it ownable? Does it have scale potential? Is it investable? You start with a leadership team and you step back and you answer those questions with fresh information, with a knowledge of the market you're trying to serve, with a deep understanding of where you've got tremendous stickiness with your products or services. You start with that. That gives you a picture. It actually gives you an interesting story that then can inform the next part of that challenging process, which is zero basing, saying, okay, what are the things that we absolutely have to make this vision dynamic, to make it successful, to make us, proud and excited about driving this to the next level. Whatever that list is, whether that list is a combination of capabilities, talent, strategic levers, etc., you look at that list and then you make a determination, okay, what's the degree of importance related to that? And those are deep conversations. I found that companies and boards and leadership teams that do that actually create more intimacy with their vision. And in some cases, you'll find that they'll say, you know what? We have to do something different here. This doesn't have the shelf life we thought it did. We need to go a different direction. Those insights come out of those kinds of conversations.
Eric, I've often commented that I grew up in the Ronald Reagan, Tip O'Neill days, where we had civil discourse, and I regret that we have gotten away from some of that. And I actually believe certain amount of respectful pushback is healthy in business relationships, because if I'm not attacking the individual and I'm very focused on improving the quality of the conversation and the understanding and our go forth path, then this should be, again, it takes courage, it takes candor, it takes a we mentality of the leadership team, not us and them, which goes back to the quality of the relationships inside the organization, right? It takes a brilliant CEO who realizes his or her strengths and where that's not their kind of core competency, and how do I surround our leadership team with others. Would you also agree that the tenure of that leadership team together makes a huge difference in overcoming these difficult conversations, the obstacles, versus a leadership team that struggles with kind of nonstop churn?
Yes. answer your questions, yes. You know, the thing about trust, I don't know, maybe there's 1 million books that have been written about trust, and there may be 1 million more written about it. But at the end of the day, a CEO, he or she, at the end of the day, is primarily responsible, in my opinion, of building a trustful environment with their leadership team, which means they're all vulnerable to each other, which means they don't have to be right all the time, which means they're in a constant state as much as possible, this is difficult, of being curious and suspending their biases. That is facilitated really only by a very confident and a CEO that just parks his or her ego aside and starts with the notion, I don't know exactly what the right answer is here. Let's let wisdom emerge. Now that's an interesting concept. I didn't really have a sense of that until I had a couple of experiences, actually most recently with a couple of boards I'm on, when we were struggling, almost fighting with each other. And it was the chairman of this company that said, wait a minute, we need to let wisdom emerge here, which means let your guard down. What do the facts say? What do the inferences say? And kind of map it as objectively as you can. And then what does the picture show you? Let the picture emerge. That takes patience. That takes a belief and a trust that can only be built by a good, strong culture. And that all emanates from the CEO.
Does VUCA challenge, these are my words, not yours, some dinosaur leadership mindset and approach of how we did it when Jesus was around, so it should also work now?
Well, you're always going to have that. You know, it's the confirmation bias, and there's a lot of books out there about biases. I read an article lately. There was like, at any given time, there's 100 bias work inside relationships between people. Well, I mean, who can process 100 biases, right? So it is difficult, right? And what happens sometimes in a public company, at the end of the day, you've got activist investors that will stress test the living daylights out of your assumptions. Well, in private companies, you don't have that. What you have are the owners, the share owners. And the share owners have an obligation and the right to step forward and say, wait a minute, are you managing the assets of this company correctly? Are you setting this company up for value creation? And there's a lot of different definitions of value creation. But I think what we've seen lately is that stakeholder value creation has become as important as shareholder value creation. And the two can work together. I'm convinced of it. It's not a trade-off. It's not an either or. It's both. And that requires a higher order of leadership mentality in the executive suite these days.
So you brought up zero basing your business. What else? What else is kind of facing this, leaders, visionary leaders in this kind of continuously uncertain times?
Yeah. Well, we created in one of our companies something called C3 and S3. And let me explain it. We wanted to have a line of sight 3 layers deep into our customer system. So our customers, customer. And we wanted the same line of sight on the supplier side of the company. Our supplier. So we wanted to be able to have data and I'll call it signaling, giving us a sense of what was happening way upstream or way downstream from the company's core business model. And that required the executive team to build new capabilities. A, to read those signals. What do they mean? What's the ripple effect going to be? Does it impact us short term or longer term related to our assumptions around our product and service bundle? And I would say even more importantly, what talent is going to be required inside the company for us to be able to adapt to what those signals are saying. That's a kind of higher order capability itself from a planning standpoint. I think what I'm learning is that the true definition of scenario planning really can't work well unless you've got that C3 and S3 system in place.
Interesting that you call it a system. Talk about that a second. Talk about, so it's your ability, leadership's ability to read it, identify the signals, right? And I often call them faint signals, right? Yeah. Because you
Yes.
hear them in different disparate places, and you suddenly are hearing the same thing from 2-3 different sources, and you kind of connect the dots of, wait a minute, these things are interrelated, right? So your ability to see the signals, read them, discern which ones are relevant to you, because there's also a lot of noise in that signal map, if you will. And then a game plan for this signal is relevant to us. What do we do about it? Who needs to own it? How do we address it? How do we track it? And either dispense or double down on it. Is that a fair?
Yes, that's exactly right. And that's a process. That's a routine. That's a habit that needs to be built in order for a leadership team or a board of directors to have a higher level of confidence around, okay, how are we going to orient ourselves around that process so that we're a little bit faster, or said another way, sometimes we need to be as slow as possible and only as fast as necessary. And that kind of data, those kinds of insights, those kinds of connections, you learn how to adapt. You learn how to be agile, right? You just don't pick agility off the shelf and say you're going to implement it in your business. I think that's a joke.
I had an executive who tell me, we want to raise our resilient quotient. I'm like, that's fascinating. Love the concept. It's not something you take off the shelf and just kind of add like vitamin E. I love this kind of C3 and S3. Question of you, Eric, of the companies that come across your radar, public, private, family-owned, whatever the structure, what percentage of companies do you believe are doing any kind of predictive foresight, signal scanning like this?
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm very familiar with a lot of companies in the manufacturing industry. And let me tell you what, modern manufacturing industry is big time deep into the Internet of Things. They're big time into machine learning. They have, I think, advanced big time their ability to use data and predictive analytics. The whole thing about robotic process capability, all of that stuff that you're seeing today in the manufacturing industry is very well advanced. You look at the financial industry. I mean, today, because of artificial intelligence, an investment firm can scrape 5,000 balance sheets and read them in less than a minute, and then draw from that a whole series of correlations around asset performance, around the quality of a company's investability. These things are happening as we speak. And the next layer of all of that is going to be unfolding here, before too long, that will give every company in every industry
Let's see. Did Eric freeze?
a larger set of tools they're going to have to grow into.
Your last comment froze. Your video froze on us. Repeat the last comment again.
I'm saying a lot. These tools are going to, I think, build inside the C-suite slowly. Some of them are going to be easy and they can implement them. Some of them they're going to have to learn and grow into. And I would say that I found this with two of the companies I'm on the board of. We decided to build a learning agenda this year and identify 2 or 3 things that the board and the management team are going to learn together. Critical things related, in one company, predictive analytics, especially as it relates to global distribution because of the nature of this company. So learning together on critical strategic issues facing the company is a new, what I'll call, governance thing that I'm starting to see emerge here, at least in the companies that I'm involved with.
So we talked about zero basing your business. We talked about C3 and S3. Is there another one?
There's something that and this is raw, so let me kind of frame this out. There's a whole bunch of new theory around adaptability. I think you can actually be trained in adaptability training. There's actually a certification course in it. I don't know that much about it. But adaptability is going to continue to be a very important capability in the C-suite and in organizations in general, and the way that talent is utilized. So I would say that the chief human resource officers of companies need to become adaptability Sherpas. I don't know what that means other than the concept of it, but if you believe that the kind of capability in a company is going to be critical for endurance, sustainability, etc., then you have to have a team of people inside the company that understand what radical adaptability is and what it isn't. It's not just about cutting costs, right? And I think that a lot of companies are facing that today, primarily because of what they did coming out of the pandemic. We're never going to see in our lifetimes, and this is my opinion, we're never going to see the cost of money at zero ever again. And all the decisions that were made in that kind of environment are getting now dressed down big time, right? And that's just the economic reality. So now we're in the new real world where cost of money isn't zero, and all your assumptions around returns and the things that drive returns have to pass a practical test. And that practical test is driven by the aspirations of the business model and the vision. So sizing up your revenue pools, sizing up your profit pools, understanding the lag and the lead part of your pipeline, and where how it's going to translate into revenue and profit performance. The way that data is being utilized there, the way that conversations between the different functions in the C-suite. I'm finding in a couple of companies, the chief financial officer and the chief marketing officer or the chief revenue growth officer, if they're not spending 3 hours a day with each other, then they're sub-optimizing the business model. It's the way these things are blended together now.
Talk about that adaptability a second. Can you give us a scenario where you believe a heightened sense of, a heightened understanding of, a heightened organizational competency in adaptability will materially set a company or its leadership team apart from its competitive peers?
Well, I'll tell you the industry where you're watching it unfold as we speak, and it's the media industry. In my opinion, the media and the entertainment industry are front and center with that as we speak. If you look at the competition that's happened for content development and streaming, and the way the different players are lining out between, what Disney's done, what Paramount Studios has done, what Netflix has done, what Amazon has done, we're all going to see a massive amount of experimentation, and you're probably going to see some fallout as to what happens with the longer term effects of that, because most of those streaming businesses aren't making any money right now. And so how they adapt, how they decide to maybe streamline their content, how they decide to focus primarily, let's say, on the sports model. How is the gaming industry going to factor into this? The gaming industry has been the most prolific streaming dynamic happening in entertainment and media. Very pervasive. 3 billion gamers around the world. So I am fascinated by that whole industry sector, because there's lessons happening as we speak on choices that are made for strategic priorities, partnerships, etc. I can go on and on and on about it. So that's a long answer to your question.
No. I love it, because adaptability. My supposition is so here comes my bias. The relationships you build, the quality, the authenticity, the diversity of the relationships you build will be a phenomenal sounding board in a couple of things you've mentioned: the signals in the C3 plus S3. The discernment between what is going to impact us and what's not. And then how do we respond? How do we react? How do we show up? How do we experiment with some of these things to get ahead of it? Eric, my question of you is, I want you to think about your role at Coke, right? Drive corporate performance, execution, results. As I'm coming up in management and leadership ranks, the way I'm measured, the way I'm incentivized, the way I'm promoted tends to be much more on the proven, systematic, disciplined, measured, predictable set of metrics. And the experimentation you just mentioned seems to be the other end of the spectrum, where I'm almost like a VC. I've got to put 10 bets out there. They're prudent bets, but they're bets, knowing that 8 will go nowhere. But the 2 that hit might be phenomenal hits. How do you balance the two? How do I behave more like an entrepreneur inside a company versus the tried and true and the metrics that are going to move my career and me up the career ladder, with this need for adaptability, this need for experimentation, this need for making more prudent bets?
Well, I mean, if that isn't the $64,000 question, I don't know what is. that you're talking about. Look, my experience with Coke, just as a quick side story, in my 30 years, I had 15 different jobs. And I was always ready to take on a new challenge. And everybody that I worked with knew that. And I'd raise my hand and say, well, I'll try that. I'll go after that. Well, you know, not everybody's like that in companies. Companies have their own bureaucracy, right? And their own kind of stratas and layers and the whole promotional tracks and all that stuff. That's not going to go away. That's still going to exist. I think the challenge for leadership is to give people the opportunity to use their gifts individually and within teams. The whole science of building teams and the art of building teams is challenging, to say the least. Oh my gosh, the best example of that we just saw in the Super Bowl with a losing team. If you want to read a story about a fantastic leader, read the story of Nick Sirianni, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, and his story of how he had to change his leadership model coming in as the head coach. It's a wonderful story. It's a wonderful story of how to adapt, of how to give up your ego. And there's 1,000 stories like that in the business world that happen every. But you know, culture, which is is a professed word that's used a lot, thrown around a lot, with different meanings. At the end of the day, if you want a more experimentation-oriented culture, you got to give people permission to do that, and you got to make it safe and secure. You have to be able to say the mistakes are going to happen, and let talent rise. Meritocracy, this is my opinion. Meritocracy is still very important. It's important for great companies to continue to be great, and for companies that want to be great, appreciate meritocracy. But a company has to give the company employees opportunities for that meritocracy to grow and develop. So talent development is so critical to a company's success.
I want you to, couldn't agree more. I want you to take out your Eric McCarthy crystal ball. What are you most excited about this year? And you know where I'm going to go with this. I'm going to flip the coin. What are you most concerned about?
Well, the thing I'm most excited about is that we're going to start to see a whole new basket of tools emerge out of this AI phenomena, and it's going to be fascinating to see how they can be utilized in different parts of a company. It is the wild, wild west. There's a lot of risks with some of this stuff. I've been trying to read up on it as much as I can. I know some experts in it. But it is laying the foundation, no question about it, about how decisions are going to be formulated and made in the future in ways we can't even imagine today. I'm excited about that. The things that I am very nervous about primarily are on the geopolitical stage. And those are things that you don't have any control over, but they have major implications. The black swan events that have been talked about from time to time. And we all have to have faith and belief that, that the leaders of the world, the government leaders of the world, are going to be struck by common sense and a look ahead, what's in the best interest of their people. And that's what I hope for. That's what I hope for. Those are things that, again, are out of our control, but they have massive implications. All you have to do is look at what's happening from the Ukraine war.
For our audience, if you've joined us late, you've been listening to Eric McCarthey. He's a longtime friend and a very astute VC private equity partner, board member, just a knowledge seeker. That's how I describe Eric: knowledge and wisdom seeker. But he doesn't just seek it; he also shares it openly and shares it with his relationship. So, Eric, on behalf of both myself and boy, we got some great folks. Patrick McGullen, well done, David. I'm taking some great pointers from here. We've got Sanjay also jumping in. I moved from bureaucratic manager, decided to go with another in the same organization, monitoring how it goes. We'll move forward. If this doesn't work either, I always speak against authoritarian bureaucracy. So, Eric, thank you. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for your friendship. I also want to encourage our audience to let's continue the conversation. If you haven't had a chance, nourgroup.com/forum. No, again, just our website, nourgroup.com/forum. You'll see a video of me. We want to make sure this is a private online community. Once you get in, this is what it looks like. On the homepage, you'll see various posts. You'll see different members involved. On the left-hand side, there's courses. There are groups. And we have a very active project management group for executives. There's a leadership and board members. Within this RE3 launch, we'll put resources by end of today. We'll put links to this session. And I would encourage you to come join us. A lot of great content, a lot of great opportunities to engage and really learn from great folks that our Eric is in there, and a lot of great folks. This is what the community looks like when you come to the homepage. But just a great chance to come be a part of the conversation. Come continue the conversation. So, Eric, thank you. Thanks for joining us. Great to have you. And look forward to seeing you again soon. Thanks very much. So, again, if you've joined us late, we are doing the Relationship Economics book launch today. And instead of just hearing from me, I thought I would invite a group of friends. So we had Chad Johnson, the Chief Procurement Officer from Centene earlier today. You just heard from Eric McCarthey, a VC private equity partner and board member. Next is Steve Hardy. He is a longtime friend, Chief Marketing Officer at Profix. I think you're going to love hearing Steve's perspectives as well, not just what Profix does in the office of the CFO, but Steve's role as the CMO, very much a transformational CMO, and what he's trying to do with account-based experiences, account-based opportunities. So again, join us. Hope you'll come back. Top of the hour. Each hour, you're welcome to join us. I'm at a place in my life where I deeply believe in no guilt, no obligation. This is for you. These are individuals I learned from, and I have a great relationship with. So I hope you'll continue to come back. Top of the hour, every hour today. Just a heads up. So Steve Hardy is up next at 11 a.m. Eastern in about 15, 20 minutes. After that, at noon, Gary Ridge, who's the former CEO and chair emeritus of WD-40 Company, is joining us from Dubai. He lives on the West Coast, but he's in Dubai and is kind enough to join us. So we're going to talk about, I love his comments, learning moments and the soul-sucking CEO. So I love Gary is humorous, and yet his points make so much sense. And regrettably, a lot of the traits of leadership that he talks about in winning behaviors observed by him, as well as amongst leaders he admires, I think are going to be really valuable to you. Then at 1 o'clock Eastern, Jen Cords and I, my business partner, we're going to go through strategic relationship planning, both as an individual, but also what you could do as a team. 2 o'clock, Ray Harris, great leader, CIO, Chief Information Security Officer at Attran, is going to talk about transformational leadership. James Milet is going to join us from Schneider Electric at 3 p.m. Eastern. And we're going to talk about your people, their growth journey, and your leadership brand. And then last but not least, Joel Koblenz from the Koblenz Group, phenomenal executive search executive, is going to talk about the search for exceptional leaders. I'll come back around later in the day and I'll wrap up the key learnings, the key ideas throughout the day. So again, I hope you'll join us again. Top of the hour, Steve Hardy is going to be with us, and he's got some great insights that he's going to share. So I hope you'll come back. Juan, good to see you, my friend. Glad you're here. Enjoyed the concept about adaptability and experimentation. Definitely being dynamic, and I would add fast would be a way forward. Delighted you're here. Thanks for coming. Thanks for joining us. I love that. Let's see, Joanne got her book. There you go. She got the Relationship Economics book. At least there's one. So at least one sold. There's one. Thank you, Joanne. Jerry is here. Thank you. Enjoyed the talk. Let's see. Jana Ann Hill, thank you. Great conversation. Delighted you're here. Mohammed, appreciate you jumping in. Mark Cordoba is here. Patrick McMullen, longtime friend. Thanks for joining. Delighted you're getting value from this. So again, come back top of the hour. We're going to talk to Steve Hardy, Chief Marketing Officer at Profix, and look forward to seeing you then. Hi, everybody. David Nour back with you for our continued day-long release and launch of the Relationship Economics 3rd edition. Mint Green. Mint Green is the in color that you want to look for. I'm so excited. For those of you who know me, this has been, boy, my life's work for the last 20 years. I keep reminding my kids that I used to have more hair, and the wrinkles and the gray hair I've earned. And joking aside, it's been an unbelievable pleasure and a blessing to be a student of business relationships and really dive into why they work, how do we forge some great ones, what lessons have we learned through the global pandemic. And in our launch, I want to do something a little different where you just didn't hear from me, but as you've seen on the page where you registered, you hear from some great leaders and executives who are not just talking about a book report, but they've done it. So this launch page that we put together, I opened it up early this morning with an overview. Chad Johnson, the Chief Procurement Officer from Centene, was able to join us and talk about smart consumption and really strategic relationships inside the organization. You just heard from Eric McCarthey, a 30-year Coke executive, and more recently a venture capital private equity partner and a board member, talking about visionary leadership in this continuously disruptive world. And now I don't want to say quite we saved the best for the 11 a.m. slot, but Steve Hardy is joining us. And hello, Steve.
Hey, David, you did save the best for 11 a.m. It's tea time. Thank you so much.
That time slot is a coveted one, and Steve has been a longtime friend. Welcome.
Hey, David, congratulations. A huge accomplishment. You've been talking about this for a while, so really proud of you and looking forward to digging in.
Very kind.
I've read all of your books so far, and I'm excited about what I'm going to learn.
Listen, success comes in incremental stage of my life. The fact that you're still talking to me after reading my other books, that's a good start. So,
well, I like your comment about your kind of hairline. My when I first started out, it was down here, but yeah, it's kind of going back. But it's all about experience.
But enough about our teenagers. Teenagers. So great to have you, Steve. For those that may not know as much about, let's start with. I want to go macro to micro. So let's start with Profix. Tell us a little about Profix. Kind of what do you guys do, and let's start there.
Yeah. So in a nutshell, Profix are a $100 million ARR Canadian financial performance management company. So what does that mean? Basically, we help CFOs and their teams, heads of FP&A, heads of accounting, basically plan better, budget better, do scenario planning, consolidate complex environments, and make it easier to meet their goals. We've been in business for about 35 years now. And frankly, we serve 3,500 really happy customers who keep coming back to us year after year after year to get more capabilities and run their business. So it's a really, really fascinating industry.
And so now your role. So you're the Chief Marketing Officer. Yep. What does that encompass? And you've been there for a little while. You ask yourself, what did I get myself into? Or definitely a great next step.
Well, yeah, great. I mean, it really is a great company. One of the things, I've been here for 9 months or so now, so not that long, relatively recent. One of the things that I was really looking for as a Chief Marketing Officer was basically relationships, right? What is the caliber of the leadership team, the caliber of the investment team behind the business. So for me, when I joined the business, that was incredibly important. And that's exactly what I found when, through the past 9 months of being here. As the head of marketing, fundamentally, I'm responsible for driving demand, building the brand, delighting our customers, and then I have the tremendous privilege of leading a team of global professional marketeers to do their best work every single day. So that's kind of what I wake up to do and enjoy. Feels like 7 days a week, but that's what I do.
Understood. And before this, you've been CMO several times. Talk a little about your background.
Yeah, so it's funny. I was talking about this with somebody the other day. I'm a career marketer. I've only ever had one official piece of career counselling, and I was 13 years old in Sheffield in the UK, and I met for literally 5 minutes with my careers counsellor, and I said, I want to work in advertising, and I was told it's not all fast cars and loose women. I mean, I tell you, it was the 1980s, so that was appropriate at that time. But it has proven to be, a really wonderful career. I spent all of my career in tech, and just risen up through the ranks, and have most recently this is my 4th chief marketing officer role. What I love about tech is just the pace and the energy, and we're constantly redefining ourselves. We're constantly launching new products, and really, keeping the pace and accelerating what we're doing into the marketplace.
I love that, and I've always believed the tech industry breeds wolves. I mean, you have to be sharp. You have to be. The competition is fierce, and it's fast, and it's well funded, and there's a lot of noise. You've got to deliver real value to kind of separate yourself from the noise. So talk about that for a second. For 4th CMO role, talk about some of the evolution of marketing that you've experienced, and certainly you've been a part of, in kind of surveying the landscape.
Yeah, so it's a good question. Having been a lifelong marketer, I studied marketing. So my undergrad was in marketing, so I kind of understand the academics of marketing. And marketing was always about understanding the customer need, right? I mean, it's called marketing for a reason, understanding the markets that we're operating in, and then try to extract as much value as possible. And I think for a while, marketing got lost, and it became a woolly BS function that was just in the business of creating pretty collateral, nice advertising that was never really measured or shown to have an impact on the business. And what's happened over the past, and it's not new, it's the past decade at least, is that marketing has become a much more digital business, and we're now able to significantly improve the targeting, improve the accountability of all of our investments. So what I love to see, and what I'm really observing throughout my career, is marketing is becoming much more impactful, much more measured, and much more digital practice. And most recently, of course, what that's led us towards is it's not even a buzzword because it's so prevalent now, but the practice of account-based marketing, or account-based experience, or what I like to call it, account-based everything, where we're not just doing this spray and pray advertising to anybody, but we're becoming really focused in on who are the most ideal customers that we want to target, and then targeting all of the key individuals in those accounts.
I love that.
Yeah,
I love that. I want to talk more about that. So, as my perception is, as more people contribute to the noise, right, and not just in the office of the CFO, but in almost every inevitable industry, cybersecurity, where you and I met, right? Yep. There's so much noise. It's even that much more critical to focus on the relationships that are going to be critical to your success. And what I love is I think you think the same way of, let's focus on fewer, right? Instead of just mass and fewer relationships that are much more like us, much more relevant to us. Then, by the way, they're struggling with the challenges that we address, so we can be of material value to them. And that's a much better spend and focus and effort and resources.
100%. I mean, at Profits, our kind of buzzword for the strategy is we're shifting from being a mile wide and an inch deep to a mile deep and an inch wide, which means becoming really focused on who our ideal customers are. And then the entire organization, sales, marketing, customer success, and product, all obsessing around meeting the needs of those customers. One of the exercises that we've been through over the past couple of quarters, talking about relationships, is we've been through what we call a lookalike exercise, and superficially that could just be, okay, well, tell me what customers were successful, or what channels were successful in, what verticals were successful in, where our NPS higher, etc. But we've gone all the way down to, okay, well, who are the customers that are going to recommend us, and how are those customers actively going to go out and recommend us to their peers as well? What watering holes are they in? What networking groups and communities are they in? So that we're actively going out and just kind of getting our existing happy, loyal customers advocating on our behalf. That's a really different strategy to a billboard in Times Square, or or a Super Bowl ad, right? Which is just really difficult to understand the value of.
My wife literally, this is several years ago, worked for a tech startup that was very well funded. I think they spent $30 million on a single Super Bowl ad. And the company doesn't need to be mentioned, but they're no longer around. And it was just a sign of the times where we just got, all of us, stupid. And the painful. I was president of a company in the last dot bomb era, and I came to the notion that you cannot buy something for $2, sell it for $1, and make it up on volume. Right? You're not going to be around long enough 100%. To matter. Right? So talk more about this kind of disciplined approach around account-based everything. What I love is you're also going to need some relationships within the organization to make this successful. How do you position it? How do you get buy-in from internal relationships? Talk about that journey for a second.
Yeah, so the internal relationship piece is absolutely critical. I'll talk to kind of all of the different stakeholders that we've managed to successfully to align. I'll tell you quite honestly, I mean, we're a financial business. So for us, it came down to building the business case. We looked at different segments where we've been successful. And frankly, those segments that we went deep and really built strong relationships in, we grew 6 times those that we did not. So that mile deep strategy had really paid off for us when we tested it and piloted it. So for us, building the relationships and building the teams, it kind of has multiple different levels to it. So at the executive level, we all need to be aligned. So this is our strategy, right? This is not a marketing strategy or a sales strategy. It's a corporate-wide strategy that we're all focused, whether we're in customer success, product, sales, marketing, finance, we're all aligned at the leadership level. But then we've taken it all the way down to the execution team. So the guys and gals who are literally at the coal face. And then we've created small execution pods of a seller, a field marketer, a product individual who are literally responsible for executing over the next couple of weeks. How are we doing on building the pipe, building relationships with customers, bringing in happy customers to meet with prospects, seizing and looking what the opportunities are for cross-sell and upsell within existing customers. So it's like literally all the way through the organization where we've just aligned on our target customers and making sure that we're building relationships internally so that we can put together a much stronger relationship with our customers externally.
How do you and I have seen fantastic initiatives get early traction because people are excited, right? And people are like all on board. And yet you and I've also seen a different and a higher level of commitment it takes to sustain it over some period of time.
Yeah.
How do you ensure there's cadence or there's some ways to coming back to it and not just that initial spark, but keep people engaged throughout that journey?
I read a wonderful article a couple of years ago that it was titled "Change is a Wave, Not a Curve." And I think too often we think of change management as this start-stop activity. We tell people, execute, we're done, move on to the next. And what this article was talking about was literally how we have to constantly, repeatedly reinforce the change, reinforce the message up and down the organization. So communication is really critical. Celebrating early wins is really critical. Making sure that if there are issues, which undoubtedly there are going to be issues, that you're quickly, going in and problem solving. You create as many agile processes as possible so that you don't have hundreds of people in meetings and you're not burdening the teams with reporting and the like. So you just got to be quick and responsive and ensure that you're clearly communicating the goals and communicating your successes, to be honest with you.
Is ABX for everybody?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, it's particularly suited to B2B, of course, right? Because in business to business markets, there's very few decisions that are being made independently. As we're selling today, we're selling to the CFO, but the VP of FP&A is involved, the CIO is involved, the CISO is doing security checks. So there's a team that we have to build relationships with every single one of those. So in B2B, I struggle to see where any organization would not. B2C, probably not as relevant, right? But then if someone's trying to influence my wife as to buy a car, then I sure as hell probably want to know about it. And they probably ought to tell me, or kind of lead me into the decision process.
Those are information we need to be involved in.
Don't tell her that.
I love your answer. My question is a little different one. Is ABX right for everybody inside the organization?
Oh, yeah, good question. I think, candidly, I'm going to pat myself on the back here. I think that we've done a good job of selling it internally and articulating the value and the benefits. There's always naysayers, and there's always challenging change for different parts of the organization. It's always easy just to continue what you're doing, right? And the notion of having to perhaps customize for a particular customer or particular cohort of customers is more challenging than just doing a one-size-fits-all. But in my experience, it pays off. Higher retention rates, higher revenue, higher deal size, rapid or faster time to market. So I think the evidence suggests that it should be for everybody. So therefore, everybody really does need to get on board.
I use the analogy of there's a reason there are guardrails on the side of the road to keep us from going down 200-foot cliff. ABX as a methodology, mindset, organizational growth strategy says focus. Do you believe it should also keep the leadership and the organization from getting distracted and chasing things you have no business chasing?
Yeah, 100%. It's a good question. I'm really surprised we didn't do prep, David, because you've got some really great questions here. But genuinely, we didn't, did we? But it does. So it's as much about who we're targeting, but equally who we're not targeting. One of my earlier experiences in ABX, we really clearly defined a finite set of ideal customers who we would go after, which was very, very different to our existing installed customer base. And the change behavior with the sales organization was really challenging because the sales teams would come through the door and say, oh, I've got a $10 million deal that this large financial services company, we're going to go and chase this, aren't we? And we're like, no, we're not, because the deal size may be big, but our margins are going to be shitty. Our retention is going to be poor. So we're going to stick to the guardrails. We're going to stick in the area that we're focusing. So
I know a local company that's got a 70% plus churn. And it's because they keep going after a customer segment, a size. They'll get that first transaction, but they're not getting repeat. They're not getting deeper because it's a wrong fit. They don't have the resources. They don't have the expertise. They get dazzled by demos.
That's right.
And then when it comes to implementation, they realize what a bigger lift it is, and they're just not as engaged, and thankfully, to the board, to the CEO, they are refining what we're going to focus on and what we're not.
Yeah, and saying no is really difficult. But by the same token, we primarily today at Profits, we operate in the commercial sector or the mid-market, and we've defined a fairly large mid-market opportunity for us. So when we get to 50% market share of that mid-market, then I'll say, okay, enough. Let's move on to the next segment.
Yeah.
But we're a long way away from that at the moment, and we think that the market that we operate in is severely underpenetrated already. So again, just bringing everybody back to looking at the opportunity, looking at where we can be successful, really proving through evidence that we can be successful there is the way forward, I think.
So I wrote an entire chapter or section on the role of AI and ML in relationships. And Steve, I got to tell you, in all of our research, sales and marketing seem to be incredibly pervasive with AI.
Yeah.
And all kinds of tools that can discern or with a high degree of confidence predict what I'm going to be attracted to, what I'm going to like, what I'm going to act on. So I'd love your comments on the right role of AI and ML in an ABX, in marketing function, but also ABX.
Yeah.
And then when does it get to be too much? When does it start to encroach on our privacy, on our sense of the big brother creepy watching? When I get a text message on my cell that is just like way too personal from somebody I don't know, or I don't know anything about, I'm like, report junk, block, no thank you, not interested. And it makes you want to run and disengage.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think AI, ML, humans not truly respecting personal boundaries is a challenge that marketers and salespeople have to address. Period. So I don't actually connect that to an AI issue. Understanding how the individuals that we're communicating with want to be communicated, and understanding their boundaries is super important. So that's an issue that sellers and marketers really have to understand quite acutely. From an AI and ML perspective, though, I mean, honestly, I think that we're just at the front, the beginning of really digging in and understanding what AI can do for marketing. I mean, if you look at ChatGPT, which has exploded over the past couple of months, that product is 2 years old, right? Just think of the internet when it was 2 years old, right? We were literally just scratching the surface of its potential. I mean, I see a lot of opportunity in marketing and in sales. I mean, obviously things like creating content and creating customized blog posts or emails, for example, could be a good use of artificial intelligence. What concerns me is how do we, and you touched on this a little bit earlier, but how do we as marketers ensure that we are unique and differentiated and personalized when bots or machines are essentially creating content for everybody? But I personally am not scared or concerned about AI. I think it presents a huge opportunity for us. We're already using AI in our product to help CFOs and VP of FP&A better build plans and scenario plan. Looking back at their historicals and then building out models of how they could improve and invest in the future. So I think it will actually present lots of opportunities for us all. We just need to embrace it.
We've got some great comments. Sanjay, thanks for jumping in. Personalization and non-intrusion is the key. I absolutely couldn't agree more. I love this one. I think whenever you see a company advertising more, you need to be skeptical.
Well, Sanjay, you're absolutely right. I mean, notice how many crypto companies were not advertising in the Super Bowl.
Somebody said Ben Affleck's Dunkin' Donuts ad, created much more value than last year's again crypto ads, and it was because it was real and it was personable. Talk about you belong to several CMO groups, and you also have some great external relationships. Talk about how they help you remain relevant.
Well, I wouldn't say I wouldn't say I'm relevant, but I certainly try. And like you say, you're kind of learning every day. And I always kind of go into most conversations and most situations thinking that I'm going to learn and I need to develop, and that there's a smarter person in the room. So I leverage my personal network and my communities to do that, to ask questions, to ask for support, to share my experiences, and build those relationships so that I can, well, help myself and also kind of help the broader community. It's just so important, David.
I love it. Mike is jumping in, just excited that love that we haven't heard MQL and SQL so far.
Mike, I mean, I don't know what role you're in, but I mean, this is one of the things that I laugh about when we talk about, how marketers are measured, right? What does the business really care about? What do salespeople care about? They care about opportunities, closing deals, and accounts, not marketing qualified leads or sales qualified leads. So, one of the things that we've done this year, and I've always been a big fan of, is making sales and marketing measurement and our goals exactly the same. So I'm measured on close won deals. I'm not measured on MQLs or accounts. So thanks, Mike, for that tee up. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and that's so critical, because you and I have both seen so many teams waste time and cycles on attribution. We touched that, so that was like, okay, it doesn't matter. And
the reality is that that historical obsession around lead generation really was for nothing, right? Lead to close won conversion rates in most SaaS companies were sub 5%, which basically meant that 95% of everything that marketing was doing was for nothing. So getting sales and marketing aligned on creating opportunities that convert into close won is really the holy grail.
I love it. And then Mike is jumping in. That's perfect. I love that. Aligned metrics, aligned expectations. So talk to me about when you first arrived at Profix, or any of the previous roles.
Yeah.
When you first come in, what do you look for? What do you look at? I'm focused on the culture of marketing, the marketing and sales kind of partnership relationship. And full disclosure, I struggle when the marketing function, as a just around $10 million budget in an early stage company, and yet sales is way behind. And I know there's all kinds of factors, but that doesn't, way behind their numbers, way behind their key metrics. And that just doesn't show kind of prudent or aligned between the two kind of people most responsible for that revenue growth.
Yeah, clearly a disconnect. It's funny because, there's lots of throughout business for any leaders, there's lots of writing on the first 90 days, the first 100 days. And I actually think that it starts way before then, right? If you're still learning on day one, if you're just asking questions on day one, there's a problem there, right? So doing your due diligence before you start in a new role, and whether you're transitioning into a company or you're taking a new role within a company, I think that's really, really important. So you've got to understand the environment that you're getting into. So it starts day minus 100. Yeah, exactly. For me, I getting an understanding of what the board or the executive committee, what their priorities are, is really important. And often you'll find that they're different. They really are. That the CEO and CFO are typically focused on on the metrics and revenue. Often maybe head of customer success or head of IT have differently aligned goals, but clearly getting an understanding of what their expectations of marketing or any leadership role is going to be critically important. I also then really like to deep dive into the organization too, and meet with as many people as possible in the marketing team, in the sales organization. I think in my first 30 days at Profix, I probably had like 60 or 70 meetings with sellers, with customer success teams, with the marketing organization, and just ask people, to see, get a tenor of what's going on in the organization. And what I'm quickly looking for there is what's working and what's not working, so we can make some quick decisions about where we need to invest, where we need things that we need to stop doing to quickly get some quick wins. And most importantly, to build relationships and to understand where you need to build those relationships, repair those relationships, or what strong relationships you have in place that you can capitalize on.
This segment of our conversation is brought to you by a brand new joking aside, that there's a lot of myths and misperceptions about relationships are most valuable purely external to the organization, right? Customers, channel partners. So I talk as much about internal or intra-company relationships because they're critical to your successful understanding, ideation, rollout, adoption of anything you're trying to do. Question of you is, in transforming marketing, without naming names, you and I have met CEOs who are maybe technically brilliant, but they don't really understand marketing. They don't really understand sales. They don't really understand what it takes to create that lift, to create in really transforming marketing. What have you done? How do you address headwind? How do you address people that either don't believe in the mission and vision and direction, or covertly create headwind, or they don't understand the runway that it takes? This isn't going to happen overnight. So if we're going to really make this marketing function world-class, you need a balanced approach between speed and agility with at least the runway to see the results from those efforts. How do you address that?
So I candidly, I've not been successful every single time, right? So I won't say don't come to me for the playbook. But what I've always tried to do is to try and get that alignment, try and really understand what the key priorities and the key areas of focus from all of the leaders within the organization, and then I really try to be. I have this phrase kind of about being brutally simplistic, and try to reduce things down to the things that really matter and the things that really count. So if I can't put my marketing strategy on a page, if I can't say with real simple clarity, these are my 1, 2, 3 goals, then that's when the wheels start to fall off the wagon. That helps me sell the vision up into the organization. It also helps me get alignment with the team, and then even broader than the team, because I can ask marketing manager in Singapore, what are the things that you're doing every single day that support my 1, 2, 3 goals? I can confirm with the salesperson in the UK, these are the 1, 2, 3 goals. We shouldn't be off chasing that other thing because it doesn't align to the goals. So, getting alignment, being brutally simplistic, and bringing focus, I think is kind of half the battle.
And again, I've got direct experience from that and working with you on. We want to attract, we want to retain, we want to convert. That's it. That's my goal. Let's not overcomplicate it. Let's not. And that becomes, Steve, I think you've seen it, becomes a rallying cry, right? When in doubt, does this attract? Does this retain? Does this convert? If it doesn't, why are we doing it? Let's make sure we stay focused. So Sanjay's got a great comment. I've worked with people both purely transactional, purely relationship lovers, None of them seem to succeed. A balance is needed, I think. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I think, the transactional turns a lot of people off. The relational feels that whole mushy, and people are like, where's the beef? Where's the metrics?
Yeah.
Where's the impact? So you really do need a
It's
balance.
really important. It's an important point, David. And what I love about my role, to be honest with you, is I kind of describe it sometimes like as a helicopter CMO. So, in the morning I'll be meeting with the board and we'll be talking about 3-year, 5-year investment plans. And then in the afternoon, I'm writing long tail keyword terms and reviewing a press release. So the CMO role by definition is incredibly transactional, but it has to be strategic as well. You can't be successful if you're sitting up here 9 to 5, and you can't be successful if all you're obsessing in is on the transactional level. So you've got to have a balance. It was a really good point.
So between your communities, your ecosystems, your other CMO friends, obviously the Profix leadership team and board, what are you most excited about this next year? And what are you most concerned about?
So I quite atypically for a Brit, I'm quite positive. My cup is always half full, and despite all of the talk, I missed Eric at 10, but despite all of the talk of recession and economic headwinds, I know that we're in a volatile environment, but I actually don't think it's going to be that bad. I mean, there's some early indicators around inflation coming back down. So I'm excited about maybe a soft landing and the second half becoming really positive. And, even if you look to Europe, I mean, Europe has not been that challenged despite energy crises and the ongoing war, etc., which is a dreadful situation. So I think that there's been a lot of naysaying about the general macro environment. So I'm excited that it ain't quite so bad. And for me personally, I'm just looking forward to getting stuff done this year, really making a difference, blowing our numbers out the park, and then going back for some more investment and doing it all again next year. That's what kind of keeps me up at night.
Love it. Top of mind with almost every executive I'm talking to is the talent agenda. What are the attributes you look for in key roles you attract who need to be part of that transformation, who are not going to spend more cycles defending the status quo versus challenging it? So what are the attributes you look for in great marketers?
Yeah, so clearly there has to be a functional capabilities, right? So if I'm hiring people in digital, they need to be experts and masters in their field. Same for campaign, field, whatever the functional area is. But from a broader competency and characteristic, I really like gritty people, and which is a little kind of, well, what does it mean by that? I like people who have, who can challenge, who can push back with data respectfully, who are resilient, who are really driven and purposeful in what they do. So for me, those are the kind of important characteristics of successful marketers. What I haven't talked about though, and I've kind of skirted through this, but there is a thread about everything being saying here is customer centricity is incredibly important. So whether I'm building a website, creating campaigns, whether I'm working with the sales teams, having an interest and really understanding what our customers are doing is critical for all marketers, I think. And having a real desire to learn and stand in the shoes of our customers is a trait that I love interviewing for.
For our audience, if you joined us late, you missed a good one. Steve Hardy is the Chief Marketing Officer at Profix, longtime friend, and the quintessential marketer who really looks through the lens of marketing, through exactly what you just mentioned, customer centricity, and how do we build great relationships both inside and outside the organization. Steve, thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, David. It's an absolute pleasure. Best of luck with the book. Looking forward to reading that this evening.
Sounds great. Great to have you. So for our audience, again, huge thanks to Steve. We're talking about and we're using today to launch Relationship Economics. This is the brand new, completely rewritten 3rd edition. If you haven't had a chance to pick one up, I would highly encourage you from your favorite retailer. They're on Amazon and Barnes & Noble and Target. And Wiley was kind enough to ask me to go back and really research and interview, and the insights that we've captured here is really about hybrid relationships. So physical, you've got your virtual, and certainly the globally, increasingly global relationships are going to be critical to your success. So instead of just hearing from me today, as you saw on the page, the goal is to hear from executives, to hear from those who are not just regurgitating a book report, but they're living this stuff day in and day out. So I kicked us off earlier this morning with an overview and including what's new in the book. Chad Johnson, Chief Procurement Officer at Centene Corporation, joined us early, talking about smart consumption and the evolution of procurement. Eric McCarthey, 30+ years at Coke, more recently venture capital private equity partner, talked about visionary leadership in a constant VUCA stage. And you just heard Steve Hardy, the Chief Marketing Officer at Profix, really talk about this idea of transforming marketing from spray and pray to really account-based experiences, account-based everything, accounts-based marketing you may have heard of. I think Steve believes, as do I, it's more than that. It's building a deeper, transformative relationships with both inside and outside the organization. So I would encourage you, if you haven't had a chance, if you go to nourgroup.com, nourgroup.com/forum. If you are not member of our private online community, if you just come here, you can ask to join us. When you do come in, this is what it looks like. You come to a homepage, and there's all kinds of great folks, groups, courses. And in the left-hand side, within the groups, you'll see RE3 launch. By end of today, we're going to put exclusive resources, links to these videos, and a lot more information there for you. So again, I hope you'll choose to come join us. Next up at noon Eastern, you're not going to want to miss this. Gary Ridge is the former CEO and chairman of the WD-40 company. Fantastic executive. He's actually in Dubai and kind enough to, for a trip, and kind enough to join us some 8.5, 9 hours ahead. And I love every conversation I've had with Gary. We've talked about learning moments and soul-sucking CEOs. So you're not going to want to miss the conversation with Gary Ridge. Again, it's leadership traits he's observed, he's admired from others, he's implemented in his role over the last several decades at WD-40, arguably one of the most successful companies that are out there. So again, I hope you'll make the time to come join us. Top of the hour. And again, you've heard me say this. I'm a deep believer of no guilt, no obligation. This is for you. This is for my relationships and our audience. So I hope you'll join us for as much or as little of this stuff as you can. But some great conversations coming up. Again, top of the hour. So I'm going to give you a chance to grab, update your coffee or your drink, bio break if you need to. Make sure you come back top of the hour, noon Eastern. We're going to talk to Gary Ridge, former CEO and chair of the WD-40 company, about a fascinating topic. So I look forward to seeing you at top of the hour. See you then. Hi, everybody. David Nour back with you for the next great executive conversation today as part of our launch of this brand new book. The Mint Green is in. Mint Green is hip. It's happening. It's the place to be. This is the third edition of the Relationship Economics book. I'm really excited as this has been my life's work for the last 20 years. Some of you may know the first edition came out in 2008. By Wiley in a subsequent paperback edition in 2012. I updated about 40% of it. In the post-pandemic world, I've been thinking a lot about researching, a lot of great conversations about how the pandemic changed the way we build, nurture, sustain relationships. So I talk a lot about hybrid relationships. I talk a lot about the role of AI and ML in our relationships. More importantly, I talk a lot about you as a leader, regardless of your title, regardless of your role. How can you lead more effectively, more impactfully in the age of physical, digital, and increasingly global relationships? Instead of hearing just from me today, if you've listened to any part of today's session, you saw that we've been talking a lot about just talking to great leaders. I kicked us off earlier this morning with an overview. Then Chad Johnson, Chief Procurement Officer at Centene, about $120 billion in revenue, joined us to talk about smart consumption. Eric McCarthey, 30 plus years at Coke, more recently venture capital, private equity partner, and a board member, talked about visionary leadership in this ongoing VUCA world. We just wrapped up with Steve Hardy, Chief Marketing Officer at Profix, and really transforming marketing organizations from spray and pray to much more focused relationships around account-based experiences, account-based everything. And I don't want to quite say that we saved the best for the noon time slot. What I do want to say is Gary Ridge is joining us. Gary is traveling to Dubai. Hello, Gary.
G'day, Nour, how are you?
I'm great, thanks. Good to catch up with you. Thank you. After a long day, I know you're some 8.5, 9 hours ahead of us. After a long day, for you to do this is very kind of you.
My pleasure. It's good to be with you.
It is great to see you. And for audience who may be living in a cave and don't know anything about the WD-40 company, can you start at a high level? Tell us a little about that organization.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Nour. Well, WD-40 company is a 70-year-old company this year. It was born in 1953 in San Diego, California. It was called Rocket Chemical Company at that time. And there were some chemists in the organization that responded to a request. There was condensation and corrosion forming in the umbilical cord of the Atlas space rocket, and they wanted to find a solution for that. So they got together, and they were really, I guess, the real answer to never give up, because there were 39 formulas that didn't work, and the 40th formula worked, and that's why it's named WD-40. We changed the company name subsequently a little later. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was in New York opening the NASDAQ Stock Exchange with our new CEO to celebrate 50 years listed on NASDAQ. And today, the brand is in 176 countries around the world. We sell through 62 different trade channels. It's that blue and yellow can with a little red top. And it's just been an amazing story. As far as the company's concerned, over the last 25 years, a compounded annual growth rate of total shareholder return of 14% a year, 6x our revenue. And, you know, it's often said that we just sell oil in a can. But as I've shared with you before, Nour, we're in the memories business. We exist to create positive, lasting memories, solving problems in factories, homes, and workshops all around the world. We solve problems and we create opportunities. And I was privileged enough and I was honored to lead the company as the CEO and then subsequently the chairman of the board for 25 years. So it's been just a wonderful gift.
And I got to tell you, I distinctly remember the first time you and I met where you talked about we're not just in the oil, oil and chemicals business. We're in the memories business. And I got to tell you, I had a cognitive disconnect. Like, wait a minute. I use them to kind of lubricate. I work on motorcycles and those kinds of things. And that's kind of what I know them for. But the more I thought about it, the more is you make my life easier, and you make it more enjoyable, and you remove that, for lack of no pun intended, the friction between the problems I have and what I'm trying to do. And it really is great memories. So thank you for that. So talk about your role, obviously as CEO and chairman. Gary, what was the biggest impact you believe you had on the WD-40 success?
Understanding that I was consciously incompetent. And by doing that, I really realized that it's our job as leaders to create an environment where we bring out the best of others. And, Aristotle, who was born in 384 BC, said, pleasure in the job puts perfection in the work. And isn't it then therefore our role as leaders to create an environment where people go to work every day, they make a contribution to something bigger than themselves, they learn something new, they're protected and set free by a compelling set of values, and they go home happy. And that has another impact as well, because business today has a responsibility greater than ever before. We touch more people around the world every day. And if we can send people home happy, happy people create happy families create happy communities, and happy communities create a happy world. And by golly, we need a happy world. So I think my biggest contribution was creating a culture, or starting to create a culture where people really matter. And, we have an employee engagement score at WD-40 that's the envy of many. 93% of our people are engaged. 98% of our people say they love to tell people they work at the company. And Nour, this one will knock your socks off. 97% of people say they respect their coach, who is their boss. And, we don't have managers, we have coaches, because our job as leaders is to help coach people to play their best game. So everybody, the company's called a coach. There's no manager.
I love that. The first time I heard it, and every time you share that, it is mind-boggling. And given how much we know about other organizations and the challenge with, quiet quitting and all the things that we've heard of. So talk to me about the culture coach and your transition to the learning moments. Again, another topic I heard from you, but I'd love to hear post WD-40 in this next chapter, because we both know you're like entirely too young to retire. So this next chapter, what's a culture coach, and what are you doing at Learning Moment?
So let me just talk about learning moments for a minute. One of the biggest disablers we have in life is fear. So why would we want to have vocabulary in an organization that talks about failure? So one of my big ahas years ago, and I was to let's get rid of the word failure and let's replace it with the words learning moment. And a learning moment is a positive or negative outcome of any situation that needs to be openly and freely shared with all people. And as we know, organizations today, Nour, the faster you learn, the faster you grow. And in organizations, I don't believe people lie. I believe they fake and hide. And why do they fake and hide? Because there's leadership, and I think I've introduced you to Al, the soul-sucking CEO. There's leadership that create these toxic cultures that really are based on fear. So what are we doing? We're absolutely reducing the initiative of people. So the learning moment is a process of saying, we're going to look at every situation, we're going to understand what works and what doesn't work, and we're going to share that around. So, I just finished my 25-year apprenticeship in leadership, I call it. And now I'm working as a coach and a consultant, really talking about how you build great cultures in an organization. And it's simple. It's not easy, and time is not your friend. And in fact, I'm working on a new book, and the title will probably be Any Dumbass Can Do It, because any dumbass can do it if you really look at what the basics are. So that's what I'm working on. That's why I'm here in Dubai. I've got the privilege of working with a great company here and their COO and talking about how we build. I was in Serbia last week, and just really taking my scar tissue and exposing it.
I love it. I love it. So your 10 traits of leadership. What I love is not just your own experiences, but traits in other leaders you've observed, you've admired, that you're passionate about, you talk about. I'd love to talk about those 10 traits. And then I wanna flip the coin and talk about Al, the soul-sucking CEO. And for our audience, Al's not a real character. It's actually, is it caricature or it's I know you've shown me in your office.
It's a little doll we had made that is really my way of talking about this undesirable leader. But if I talk about the positive side of leadership, great leaders, servant leaders, they love and involve their people. They're always in servant leadership mode. They're expected to be competent. They are connected with emotional intelligence. They know the importance of connection with people. They love learning moments. They have a heart of gold, but they have a backbone of steel. They're champions of hope. They know absolutely that micromanagement is not scalable. They do what they say they're going to do, and they love the gift of feedback. So that's kind of the landscape of a servant leader. And I was fortunate enough to learn a lot about servant leaders from my mentor and my dear friend, Ken Blanchard, who was my professor back in school at the University of San Diego. If you contrast that to Al, the soul-sucking CEO. Now, when I describe Al, there's going to be people who are on this session today that are going to go, I know Al. And there's going to be other people on this session today who do have some attributes of Al. I know that I had some of these attributes, when I was a naive leader. But let's talk about Al for a minute. Our ego eats his empathy instead of his empathy eating his ego. Al believes micromanagement is essential. Al loves corporate royalty. Al has worked his butt off all his life to climb up this corporate ladder. So they shall bow down to Al. Al's probably got the biggest office in the building, his own personal parking spot. Al doesn't go to the cafeteria to drink coffee with those that really matter. Coffee's delivered to him on his table. Al loves a fear-based culture. He's a master of control, and he knows it all. He has all the answers, even the wrong ones. He thinks learning is for losers. He must always be right. He or she hates feedback, and don't depend on Al because there's little chance that Al will always keep his commitments. And let me be fair here, Nour, it could be Alice as well.
In your experience, the Al can't, or Allison can't intentionally go to market doing this. In today's age, they can't be so tone deaf not to realize that these behaviors are damaging their culture more than it's bolstering it or amplifying it or leading it to succeed. So where do you believe these behaviors come from? Is it just dinosaur leadership and that's the old school that I grew up in and that's what I believe it's going to take to perform? Or is it something other than that?
I think, well, firstly, let me say they do exist. Because if they didn't exist, right now, the average engagement score of companies around the world is around 30%. That means 70% of people who go to work each day are disengaged. And it's the culture in the organization that's causing them to be disengaged. So Al or Alice, in some form, in all organizations exists. And I think in a lot of it, it's awareness. Let's hold ourselves up to the mirror. A lot of the work that I'm doing now is based on the work of Marshall Goldsmith, who wrote a great book called What Got You Here Won't Get You There. And there's 20 bad habits in that through the work he's done with great leaders over many years, he's seen as being dominant in their leadership behavior. And I go to my leaders that I coach and I say, you tell me which of these traits you think you have. And they'll usually pick 2 or 3. I'm not a very good listener, or I always want to win, or whatever it is. And then I go and talk to their peer group and the people that they lead. And I do a heat map. And I say, this is how you see yourself. And this is how those you lead see you. And that's the compare and contrast. And then what we work on is changing that perception. And it may be as simple as just asking yourself a question: did I do my best to be a great listener today? So I think a lot of it is just awareness. And as I said, culture equals values plus behaviors times consistency. And the real magic here is the consistency. Are the behaviors that you're using in your leadership style, are they consistent to build trust with the people that you lead? So I think of it, a lot of it's awareness.
Do you believe that the people that report up to Al or Allison, the soul-sucking CEO, model that behavior and it tends to cascade down? Or
Leadership,
do you believe most see it and say, that's not the leader I want to become, and I'm going to do it differently with my team?
I think it's not an either or, it's a both and. I think culture is a shadow of the leader. Culture. So, if the leader of the organization behaves in a certain way, what they're really saying is this is acceptable behavior. So if they're ego driven or they micromanage, then people in the organization are going to say, well, that must be okay. I'm going to mirror that behavior. So I truly believe that culture is a shadow of the leadership.
For our audience, if you've just joined us, you're listening to wisdom. It's wisdom that's pouring out from years of doing the job. Gary Ridge is the former founder, CEO and chairman at WD-40 Company, now a cultural coach at the Learning Moments. We're live on Facebook and LinkedIn and YouTube and Twitter. I would encourage the audience to jump in. And this is a chance to ask a great leader, unbelievable, with experiences, some great questions, and get his wisdom. So Gary, talk to me about that awareness. A friend of ours, a mutual friend of ours, Tasha Urek, I love this comment that 90% of leaders believe they're self-aware, where all the research shows is less than 10. So she says the other 80% must be lying to themselves. How are you coaching leaders to become more self-aware, to become my perception is Al or Allison, may not realize that some of these behaviors are in fact sucking the life out of the organization. So how do you help leaders, or how do you encourage leaders? How do you coach leaders to amplify their self-awareness? How am I showing up? How am I showing up consistently? And what are my behaviors doing in the organization to our culture?
Well, it's about holding the mirror up and looking in the mirror. And are you brave enough to do that? That's really what it comes down to. If you ask people genuinely how you behave, in most cases, they'll tell you the truth. But we don't ask them. That's the problem. We think that we're acting in a certain way, and we're absolutely not acting in a certain way. And, the proof is, there are the 2 things that you need in an organization to be successful. Certainly the first one is you need to have a sound strategy, and you know that better than anyone. That's the area that you work in, Nour, and you've helped a lot of companies. But you can help a leadership team develop the best strategy ever. It's sound, it's got a good business case, we can fund it, all those things happen. But if the will of the people is low, let's say you mark the strategy paper at 70 out of 100. Great strategy. But if only 20% of your people are going to work every day and are passionate about executing that strategy, 20 times 70 is 1,400. There's your output. It's not rocket science. But if 80% of your people go to work every day and they're enthusiastic and passionate, 80 times 70 is 5,600. And it's the behavior of the leader that creates that environment. The environment of, am I respected? You know, when you think about the 4 pillars of leadership that I think are really so important, they're care, candor, accountability, and responsibility. And the first one is really important, the one about caring. And what that really means is, as a leader, do we love and care about our people enough, not only to reward them and applaud them for doing great work, but are we brave enough to redirect them when they're not playing their A game, not protecting our comfort zone at the expense of someone else's growth? That takes a lot of courage. The second one is candor. No lying, no faking, no hiding. I believe most people don't lie, but they fake and hide driven by fear. So how do our leadership behaviors reduce fear? The next one's accountability. Are we clear? What do I expect from you, and what do you expect from me? And what does an A look like? I wrote a book with Ken Blanchard, the 1 Minute Manager, as you know, and it's called Helping People Win at Work, a business philosophy called Don't Mark My Paper, Help Me Get an A. So our job is to identify what does an A look like, and we go to work every day to help people get an A. If you think about a great coach, Nour, a great coach helps people win. A great coach never runs onto the playing field. A great coach never tries to kick the ball. A great coach doesn't go to the podium to pick up the prize. They spend a lot of time on the sideline observing the play to be able to advise the player how to play a better game. And they spend a lot of time in the locker room building trust and building camaraderie within that team and building strength. And the last one is the responsibility. You know, we developed something at WD-40 that we really love. We call it the Maniac Pledge. And I'll share it with you. It's about responsibility. It says, I am responsible for taking actions, asking questions, getting answers, and making decisions. I won't wait for someone to tell me. If I need to know, I am responsible for asking. I have no right to be offended that I didn't get this sooner. And if I'm doing something others should know about, I'm responsible for telling them. That's the pledge of responsibility. So care, candor, accountability, responsibility, transparency, and learn that you're not the smartest one in the room.
I love it. I love it. And so does our audience. For those of you just joining us, we're live on LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. Juan is jumping in. My favorite conversation so far this morning. Juan, thank you. Charles Daniels, good to see you, my friend. Great interview and sharing of exceptional wisdom from Gary Ridge. Gary, you at WD-40, I distinctly remember you calling the group your tribe.
Yes.
And I love this, that we don't have managers, we have coaches. Where did these things come from? How did you permeate this through that organization? Again, modeling these beliefs and behaviors certainly sets the tone. How did you ensure it cascaded down? How did you ensure those behaviors were the cultural expected norms over the 25-year apprenticeship that you had there?
We embedded them in our values, and in our leadership development program, we talked about them a lot, and we held out people accountable. And you're right, words matter. Like the word manager, why don't we replace it with coach, mentor, or leader? Policies, let's get rid of policies and call them guidelines. Instead of rules, let's have values. And the whole thing about tribe is so important. One of the biggest desires we have as human beings is to belong. And if you look at Maslow's hierarchy to self-actualization, the first two wrongs are, am I safe, and do I have enough to survive? The next one is love or belonging. So when I thought about belonging, I went and I talked to tribal leaders from tribes around the world, the indigenous Australians, tribal leaders in Fiji. And it's interesting thing is, Nour, the number one responsibility of a tribal leader is to be a learner and a teacher. And let me give you an example of that. If we were to get in a time capsule and go back thousands of years and observe a meeting of indigenous Australians, as you know, Nour, I'm an Aussie. And if we were watching that group of indigenous Australians, what would the tribal leader be doing? The tribal leader would be teaching the younger tribe members to throw a boomerang. Why? Because the boomerang was the tool of survival. So the number one responsibility of a tribal leader is to be a learner and a teacher. And that's where learning moments came in. The other attributes of tribes are values. We need to have a set of values that protect people and set them free. We need to ensure that we celebrate and we respect specialized skills. We need to be future focused. You know, if that tribe was set up by a lake that was drying up and we didn't move to a new lake, the tribe would go extinct. And lastly, but certainly so importantly, we need to celebrate. You know, life's a gift. Let's not send it back unwrapped. So we need to celebrate that as much as we can.
I've seen you firsthand, not just talk about these things, but live them. Wasn't there a TP in the WD-40 lobby?
Yeah,
So
there was.
This isn't some, again, I call it wall art, right? Companies put their mission and values and frame it and put on some wall. You live this stuff. It is not just a mantra. It is the fabric of who you are as a leader and the leaders you developed around you.
Yeah, I mean, all of these things are not to be written on walls. They're to be seen in action. So, you know, if we're going to be learners and teachers, let's set the example. And I did that. You know, I teach at the University of San Diego because that's where I learn a lot. So I can say, you know, I'm a learner and a teacher. I mean, I want to do that because I want to learn more. And the faster you learn, the faster you grow these days. So, you know, as I said, this is simple, not easy, and time is not your friend. But you know what, Nour? Even a dumbass can do it because I can do it.
I love that. So let me ask you a question. So I work in an organization. I am led by leaders that will go unnamed that are demonstrating some of these behaviors. What would you coach me to do? What would you coach me to not just obviously in my own behaviors and making sure the people that I interact with, I do this. But Gary, is it a lost cause of the company I'm in now and I need to go find a non-soul sucking CEO somewhere else? Or can I, in fact, as a mid-manager or as one of the functional leaders, begin to change the culture of the organization?
So, you know, my first response normally is, if you're in that organization and you're not happy, you deserve to be happy, leave. However, my second and more realistic response is, if you're leading a group of people, you can do this within your own team, your own department. And I've seen this happen. And I've seen other people around saying, what's happening in Nour's department over there? Why is performance increasing? Why are those people happy? Why do they seem to be having more fun than we do? Why are they being treated with respect and dignity? How come that, you know, they're helping each other win? And I've seen in organizations how that can flourish out. So if you're brave enough, do that, because you will make a difference. And if the whole organization doesn't change, you know what you can feel good about? You did send some people home happy. And if you've done that you've done your job as a leader.
Talk to me about when your leaders, at some point at WD-40, over 25 years, again, without naming names, your leaders had to let you down. For whatever reason, they didn't perform, they didn't deliver. For some reason, expectations were misaligned. Gary, what do you do when you're pouring this love and support and the coaching and mentoring into someone, and for whatever reason, they fall short of expectations?
I shared them with a competitor.
So, joking or serious?
Seriously. I would prefer them working for a competitor than working with me. But let me give you this as an example. When I went to school in Australia many years ago, my science teacher, Nour, gave me a petri dish, and they said, we're going to grow culture in this petri dish. So what's important? The first thing is, what's important is, what are the ingredients that you need to put in the petri dish to grow great culture? So, you know, we know what that is. We need to have a clear purpose, a set of values. We need to be servant leaders. We need to execute all of that. So what's the next thing that the leader should do? You've got to watch that petri dish every day. And you've got to be brave enough not only to reward and applaud the ingredients that are creating great results, but you've got to be brave enough to redirect or treat the toxins that are in there. Now, our first responsibility as a leader is to try and help those that aren't perform either culturally living the values or within the organization. So certainly as a great coach, I wouldn't share someone with a competitor at a drop of a hat. But what I would be doing is talking to them about, this is what we agreed. We're not getting there. What's getting in your way? Why aren't you achieving what we want? What skills do we need to help you increase? What's the roadblock? But in the end, if they're not performing and they're not reaching their goals, they're not happy either. So they deserve to be happy somewhere else. So this is not you can't sprinkle fairy dust over an organization and change the culture. You can't bring in one leadership development program and think it's going to change everything. It's got to be culture equals values plus behavior times consistency, day after day. It's simple, it's not easy, and it's simple, it's easy, and time is not your friend.
Talk to me about time is not your friend.
That's consistency. You have to build this over time. You have to play the infinite game. You can't, it takes time to really embed culture in an organization. Because, I remember when I started on this journey back in 1998, I learned a lot of what I've executed from my dear friend Ken Blanchard and the master's degree I did. And when I started to implement some of this stuff at the company, I kind of got this, well, if we ignore him, it'll go away. He's drunk too much of Ken Blanchard's, Kool-Aid. And I assured them that I believed that this would work. And here was the thing that really was my trigger. I was traveling from Los Angeles to Sydney on a Qantas 747. I was in the upper deck and I was reading. And I read some work of the Dalai Lama. And this is what he said. Our purpose in life is to make people happy. If we can't make them happy, at least don't hurt them. And I said to myself, I see leaders hurting people, and that's not right. That's not right. We have to find a way of creating an environment where if we can't make them happy, we at least don't hurt them. So, and that takes time. People have to trust you. They have to know you're serious. You have to have that heart of gold and the backbone of steel. You have to have a balance between being tough-minded and tender-hearted. It's not easy, but the rewards are fantastic because you see people develop. You make a difference in people's lives, and they make a difference in their families, and that makes a difference in the world.
So talk to me about relationships. How did you prioritize them? How did you encourage them? How did you model them? I love the idea of not calling them managers, more coaches, mentors. I love the learning and teaching. Where was relationships in your belief in your leadership style and brand?
It really comes down to that one thing about no lying, no faking, no hiding, transparency. Being, as I said earlier, a lot of people protect their own comfort zone at the expense of other people's development. And one thing I learned over time is the more I love and care for someone, the more I have to be brave enough to have not only the great conversations, but the conversations of redirection as well. But also in the framework of I mean you no harm. I don't mean you any harm. I'll give you an example of how you use values in that. Our second value at WD-40 Company is we value creating positive, lasting memories in all of our relationships. So it was embedded in our values. I was at a meeting one morning in our office that you've been to, and there was one of our leaders in the meeting who wasn't creating positive, lasting memories. They were, and I'm sure people on this call have been there. They were kind of really pumping out toxins into the room, sucking the energy out, and it wasn't the normal behavior of this person. So as the leader in that room, you've got a couple of options. Number one is you stop the meeting and you reprimand them. Well, that doesn't do much. They get embarrassed, and everyone else in the room says to themselves, when am I going to get shot in public? The second thing you do is you do nothing. That doesn't work either, because everyone in the room says, well, if we've got a value about creating positive, lasting memories, why isn't leadership supporting that? It's just up on the wall. Their actions aren't doing that. So when the meeting ended, I said to this person, hey, let's go for a walk. So we walked out into our parking lot, and you've been there, I think, and I looked around, and I was looking behind a tree and under a car and in the trash bin, and this person said, what the hell are you doing? And I said this, I'm looking for you. The you I know and love was not in that room today. What's on your mind? What's getting in your way? And we had a conversation. And we talked about, whatever had happened that morning. And I said, and you weren't living our values in that time. And I know you live our values all the time. And it worked out that person, Nour, had a bad morning. They got up late. The things that had caused that behavior were probably really insignificant, but in aggregate, they just put them in a bad mood. So I had that coaching moment. I had to act then. The great coach has to act when the player needs to be coached. So, at the end of it, we hugged and they went inside, and I noticed that person go to a couple of people and apologize. And those people said, we know that's normally not you, Nour. And the next day I noticed people going to that person and saying, are you okay? So if you've got a compelling set of values that protect people and set themselves free, they're going to enhance your ability to build a relationship because you've got something to be able to stand on. But in all times, it's about, I'm not here to harm you. I mean you no harm. I'm here as your coach to help you play your best game.
Again, Gary, I'm reminded of our friend Marshall, who often says, what's brilliant? Something so obvious that other people haven't thought of. The brilliance of this is it's something that we all want and genuinely need, and we all prosper under, yet it seems to be a rarity. It seems to be the consistency of it is not apparent in a lot of leaders and teams and organizations.
Absolutely. Yep.
So what do you think the last 3 years of the global pandemic has done to cultures, and really this not the soul sucking, but the positive leadership traits that you've brought up?
Well, one of the things I think it did do, it slapped leaders up the side of the head. And it said, if you don't start realizing that you need to build cultures where people feel that they belong, and they're going to leave you. And we saw that. And I wrote an article, I published it on LinkedIn. I called it The Great Escape. People weren't, people were calling it the Great Resignation. People weren't resigning. They were escaping from toxic cultures. And my question was, are people escaping from or to your culture? So, and they were escaping from these cultures. The second thing it did, and this is what I'm kind of worried a little bit about. We are, as humans, thriving for connection. And to build great cultures, you cannot have an organization where people never get together. So as leaders, we have to get back to the balance of the amount of time that we're working hybrid, which there's a great advantage to, I must tell you. It taught me a lesson. I never thought we could operate as virtually as we ended up doing. And we operated so well. We had the best year in our company's history, the year of COVID. And it was because we had this really, really strong culture going into it. In fact, halfway through COVID, January 2021, I asked our HR folks to go out and do a quick test on culture, because we take pulses on culture. And because I was afraid we were draining cultural equity. And one number came back that really that blew me away. And one of the questions that we have is I won't get this exactly right because it's now 9:30 here in Dubai and my head is nearly full. But the question is something like, I'm excited about my place in the company's future. And 98% of our people in January 2021 globally said they were excited about their place in the company's future. And I said, how can they say that right now? We don't even have a confirmed vaccine. And when we went back and dug into the answers, what really made me proud of our team was they said it's because we're living up to our just cause. And our just cause was simple, a group of people that come together to protect and feed each other. And they said, if we can survive this here, we can survive anything. And there's no place I'd prefer to be in this place of insecurity, which was really amazing. So I think the question we have as managers is to answer this question. As someone runs out the door in the morning and they give their husband, wife, or significant other a high five, and they say, I am so excited to go and be with my people today because fill in the blank. And the leaders who can fill in that blank, that motivate people to be together because we have to be together, will continue to build great cultures. So I think the learning moment from COVID was culture is so important, and we got to pay attention to it. And the proof of the pudding was organizations that went into COVID with strong cultures came out of COVID with strong cultures and did better than anybody else.
If you just joined us, you're listening to Gary Ridge, former CEO, chairman, WD-40. We've been talking about traits of leadership. We've been talking about the soul-sucking CEO who demonstrates consistently really bad behaviors that are not conducive to amplifying people and really building an exceptional culture that people want to come to. Gary, I love the idea of, are you building a culture that people want to escape from or they want to escape to? And that's critical in every organization you and I see. And I would encourage the audience, jump in if you have questions, comments of Gary. Would love to hear from you. Gary, and I'm again grateful. I realize you're in Dubai. It's much later there than it is here on the East Coast. What are you most excited about this next year? And I'm going to flip the coin. What are you most concerned about?
I'll start with the concern first, because I always like to end on a positive note. What I'm most concerned about is the continual absence of people and connection will deteriorate cultures. We as humans need connection. What am I most excited about is that we have an opportunity to continue to build cultures within an organization that makes a difference in the world. So as you know, I didn't retire, I refired, and I'm enjoying showing my scar tissue off and helping people understand that. So, as I've said, life is a gift. Don't send it back unwrapped. And we've got a lot of unwrapping to do.
It's been great to have you. And for our audience, Gary Ridge, friend, unbelievable mentor, leader, coach, and not just talks about the critical nature of every one of us. I don't believe leadership has anything to do with the title. It's every one of us who choose to proactively engage others with respect and dignity and create a sense of belonging and build an environment that others want to come be a part of. So Gary, on behalf of myself, our team, our audience, thank you. Thank you for the gift of your time. Thank you for your insights. It's great to see you again, especially from, like I said, 9 hours ahead in Dubai.
Thank you.
Great to see you. For our audience, we're launching today is the Relationship Economics, 3rd edition, mint green. Mint green is the new in color. It's available at your favorite retailers. I would encourage you to pick up a copy. We have some great bonuses. If you just, the page you went to, if you just go to RE3Launch, nourgroup.com/RE3Launch. The other thing that I would encourage you to do is if you go to Nour Group, I want to continue this conversation. So if you go to nourgroup.com/forum, nourgroup.com/forum, you'll see a video from me and a request to join our community. Once you join the community, here's what it looks like. You come here. There's a general homepage on the left-hand side where you'll see posts. You'll see comments by other members. I'm there on a regular basis sharing Nour new nuggets. There you go. Give a damn as a good one. And other people jump in and contribute, as well as regular articles, comments, events like this one. And if you go to the groups and the bottom, we've got a very active project management community. But if you go to RE3Launch, bottom left-hand corner, by end of today, I'll post links to these sessions. I'll post exclusive content, resources. We got some fantastic resources that I'm hoping you can take and implement as you read this book and really ensure that it becomes really useful in kind of how we kind of get the most out of this session. So again, nourgroup.com, nourgroup.com/forum is, if you can go there and just request. If you scroll down, you can request to join. I've zoomed in on this page. And when you do join, it brings you to here, which is the homepage of our Nour Forum community. If you're not active here, bookmark this page. I'm here every day. I'm sharing ideas, perspectives, this new nuggets that I share on a regular basis that might be useful to you. So again, I hope you'll continue to partake in what we're trying to do in raising the bar on kind of what we do and how we do it. So next on the agenda, again, top of the hour, my business partner, Jen Coors, is going to join me. We're going to talk about strategic relationship planning, both as an individual and as an organization. And I love this Winston Churchill quote: plans are little important, but planning is essential. So I hope, again, you'll come join us. Top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern. We're going to, Jen and I will dive into strategic relationship planning for you as an individual, but also what your team can do, what your organization can do to be much more proactive in really nurturing the relationships that are critical to your success. Obviously, both great content, great chapters in this latest book, Relationship Economics, 3rd edition, available at your favorite retailers online: Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Target, Walmart. There's a lot of places you can get to it. I hope you'll pick up a copy and take advantage of the bonuses we got going on today. So thankful for, let's see, again, Charles Daniels was here. Great interview. Juan, thank you. Great conversation. Several other people have been here throughout the day, and appreciate you guys joining us. We're live on LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. So thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. Again, we're going to take a break and come back at top of the hour. So see you at 1 p.m. Eastern. Hopefully you'll come back and join us for a great conversation with my partner, Jen Coors. Thanks, and see you shortly. Hi, everybody. David Nour back with you for the continuation and the next conversation of our the relationship economics book launch. I was like, what are we doing today? What am I here doing here? Mint green. Mint green is the color that's in. It's happening. There you go. Jen Cords, my business partner, also has one. We're so excited to launch this book. This is year 21 of our practice. This is the completely rewritten, new research, new interviews, new insights from friends at Wiley. It releases today. Notice the name, the title, relationship, not dating, not personal, not just your personal significant others, but your professional ones as well. So we're really excited. And if you've listened to any of the sessions today, instead of just hearing from me, I thought, we'd share ideas and perspectives. So I kicked this off early this morning with an overview of what's new in this edition. And then Chad Johnson was kind enough to join us, Chief Procurement Officer at Centene Corporation. Then Eric McCarthey talked about visionary leadership in this continued VUCA world with some incredible insights. Steve Hardy, longtime friend, Chief Marketing Officer at Profix, was able to join us and share some great ideas about transforming marketing to not just spray and pray, but really much more account-based experiences, account-based everything, account-based relationships. You just heard a fantastic one, Gary Ridge, former CEO and chairman of the WD-40. He's now a cultural coach with the Learning Moments, the name of his company, and love it. He said, I've had 25-year apprenticeship in leadership, and now he's out sharing the 10 traits of leadership and the story of Al or Allison, the soul-sucking CEO that demonstrates really poor behaviors in really amplifying their culture. Over the next hour, my business partner, Jen Cords, and I are going to talk about, this is our Intelligent Growth live stream. We actually do this every Tuesday at noon Eastern, and it's live on LinkedIn and Facebook and YouTube in our Nour group account. So if you don't subscribe, if you don't follow, or if you're not connected with us through those channels as well, we hope you'll come and join us. And we want to continue the launch with talking about a topic that obviously near and dear to my heart, which is this idea of strategic relationship planning. But before we do that, hello, Jen.
Hello, Nour. How are you?
I am great. How about you?
I am good, and congrats on the book.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited. Again, mint green. Mint green is the color that's in. And if the audience sticks around enough to the end of the day, I may have a surprise, a wardrobe surprise that you're not going to want to miss. So that will be coming out before end of the day to reinforce the mint green. But Jen, joking aside, for our audience who may not know as much about you, can you just briefly talk about your background and then your role with our team?
Absolutely. So here at the Nour Group, I'm the partner that leads our RevOps function as well as our learning expeditions, mainly focusing on the RevOps side of things. My team and I go in and help clients with their tech stack, their people, their processes, making sure that their go-to-market motion is effective and as much as possible frictionless, and also tying the motion and the activities that are being done down to top line and or bottom line growth. And so it's really driving that intelligent and profitable growth with all of our clients.
So for our audience, you may know, I for a number of years, I kind of led our and it was a solo practice with a lot of others that contributed to our work. And about 18 months ago, we made a conscious effort that we want to grow and build and scale the business. And we brought in Elaine Devine, who's our director of operations, another Brit. It's the British invasion, by the way, who's fabulous and keeps us organized and runs a lot of the business, a lot of the work. And then Jen and I really started thinking about, talking a lot about this idea of, and I'm going to share my screen, this idea of this profitable, intelligent growth, really encompassing this customer lifecycle journey. And our premise is that every business model is or soon will be exploring kind of a recurring revenue model. So instead of a big expense, CapEx investment, I'm not saying they're going to abandon that, but they're also exploring OpEx. They're exploring recurring revenue. They're exploring more than a transactional sale to one of a recurring revenue, one of how do we build a deeper, more meaningful relationship with our clients. And in that process, I want to also show you, Jen and I have worked really hard to build this idea of our amplified time to impact. So this is a 10-step process, and we can parachute in anywhere depending on the organization and the client, as well as really take them through the entire maturity cycle. And if you notice, we call this the life cycle journey maturity model, because by definition, inevitably every organization is on a spectrum. In every one of those phases, 1 through 7, and we've actually expanded from there as well, we ask a lot of questions. We actually have developed a scorecard where we go in and we benchmark teams and organizations in each of these and compare them to others and really highlight how they can amplify, hence the time to amplify, time to impact, how they can amplify their efforts and how they can amplify and really drive intelligent and profitable growth. The reason I bring this up is not only because the work that Jen and I do is also heavily present in the book. I actually talk about in the book, and I'll share this in our Nour forum community, where if you're looking to evaluate how you're doing on that journey and what do the handoffs look like and how you can dramatically elevate, amplify, enhance your efforts, there's an exercise in here that we'll touch up on, and I think will be really useful for us to discuss. But without further ado, let's focus on today's session, which is this idea of strategic relationship planning. Jen, over to you.
Thank you, Nour. So last week on our Intelligent Growth podcast, David, you took everyone through the 6 phases of strategic relationships, which really was like the overarching roadmap of the what needs to happen for a person to leverage their relationships in a more impactful way. And so today, can you talk about the strategic relationship planning as the how to be more intentional and strategic with people's relationships?
Sure. So for our audience, and Jen has heard me talk about this as well, inevitably, we all understand that relationships are important. We all understand I'm pretty sure when we were 16 and we started dating, we figured out that relationships are important. Professionally, it was taught, it was driven into us very young age, beyond what you know, who you know, and who knows you. You come into the professional world and you start to notice that people that take on more responsibilities or people that take on bigger roles or people who get promoted typically build great, they're competent, they're functionally competent. They build amazing relationships. They figure out how to engage and influence others. So we intellectually understand that relationships are critical to our success. Regrettably, we're not as intentional about it until, in some ways, like praying, right? Oh, dear God, please get me out of this situation and I'll never do this again. Or please get me, the winning lottery ticket number. And versus how do I get proactive in building and nurturing and sustaining these relationships? And Jen's right. In the last episode, and I would highly encourage you, however you consume podcasts, Intelligent Growth would be really good for you to listen to. In the last episode, we talked about this idea, the mindset, right? The overarching, and I talked about its entire chapter 4 of the book, 6 phases of kind of strategic relationship development. The number one question that often comes up when I present this high level is, okay, great. Where do I start? How do I do this? How do I get better at this? Whether I am, a frontline contributor, mid-manager, or I'm blessed to lead a team. I always come back to the same answer, which is relationships are not between logos. They are not between buildings. They're not between org charts. They're not between brochures and websites. Relationships are fundamentally between individuals. And what you do, how you do it, how you show up online, and who you are offline has to be in line. It has to be consistent. It has to be congruent. If I meet you on a Zoom meeting or Teams and you're lovely and you're helpful and you're just great to be around, and I meet you in person and you're a complete jerk, I'm going to have a disconnect. Wait. What happened to that really nice person that I met online? Or vice versa, right? You may meet someone online and you're like, what a jerk. I don't want to deal with this person. And you meet them in person and you're like, oh, they're fantastic. They're so not the person that I thought of. So Gary Rich said in the last session, the consistency with which you show up, how you show up in your physical, virtual, and increasingly global relationships, what I call your hybrid relationships, is going to be critical. So specific to your question about strategic relationship planning, again, this is a PDF. This is something that we'll put up in the Nour Forum community. It has 5 very unique steps. And as individuals, Jan, I figured I'd cover one, give you a chance, take a pause, give you a chance to ask questions. We'll jump into the other one.
Sure.
As an individual, I'm hoping that you'll print this, you'll put it up with every relationship that's critical to your success. Ask yourself, am I being intentional about how I invest, why I invest, and where I want to take this? So it always starts with the end in mind. Step 1 in SRP, strategic relationship planning, as an individual, is my relationship-centric goals. Think of this, if you want to capture in your notes, this is all about outcome. What are you trying to accomplish? What are you trying to do? What's the outcome for which you're trying to build relationships? If you get crystal clear, if you gain clarity on what the outcome is that you're after and how you plan to get there, what skills you need, what knowledge you need, what behaviors, right? If you focus on that outcome and tighten the aperture on that outcome, that's a really, really great first place to start.
Well, and with that being said, it also talks that topic and that idea of being crystal clear on the outcome also goes into play with vision of what you're trying to achieve. And so I think it was in your book, but also just it's very famous. John F. Kennedy said, we're going to the moon. Like, I think it was 10 years, 8, 9, 10 years before we actually ever got to the moon. But that painted a picture for everybody to buy into of this is where we're going. And then it allowed everybody to figure out how to get there. And so when you get really, really clear on what you're wanting to achieve, it makes the pieces much more clear that need to fall into place. And it also identifies your gaps for you. So
you're exactly right. And again, it was recently the 50th anniversary of the lunar landing. And they interviewed one of the astronauts and they said exactly your comment. JFK's mission that in the next decade, we're going to put a man on the moon when we hadn't even gotten close, right? Became the rallying cry because of its clarity. And for our audience, JFK didn't beat everybody over the head with a 50, 60-page PowerPoint. It was a very simple message. In the next decade, we're going to put a man on the moon. And that's the clarity with which you need to articulate why you're building relationships. What are you after? What does that outcome look like?
So, David, related to creating relationship-centric goals, would you say that the same goal, like personally in your professional life, should be the same goal that is for the organization? Or should you really have 2 very clear outcomes that you're after at both of the levels?
I think 2 separate ones in parallel. They're going to be very interrelated, right? Ideally, the individual leads to the team's performance, the team performance leads to the organization, right? So if we're crystal clear from the leadership of here's where the organization is going, the way I think about it is, okay, let's cascade that down. What does our team need to do to contribute to that outcome? Now, what do I need to do to contribute to team's performance, execution, results to support the company? So it starts with the top. It starts with a crystal clear vision of here's where we're going as a company. At the Nour Group, we enable intelligent and profitable growth. So we want to work with P&L leaders. We want to work with CROs and CMOs, executives who want to do that, drive intelligent and profitable growth. So if we're crystal clear on here's where we're going, here's how we're going to get there through advisory, through talent, through tools and resources. This is how we enable our clients to do that. then it becomes cascades down to your practice, my practice, our biz ops, our customer success, and other parts of the organization. So ideal if you have two of these, one for yourself, one for your team, that's aligned with where the organization is trying to go.
That makes sense. Now, as a leader, when you're creating this very crystal clear vision, what would you say is the best way to get the rest of your team to actually buy into that vision?
Yeah, and I'm going to build on some of Gary Ridge's comments, which is, I think the days of top down are limited in their impact. I love Steve Jobs' comment, we don't hire smart people so we can tell them what to do. We hire smart people so they can tell us what to do. Yeah. The leader needs to paint the vision of here's where we're going, I believe. And here's some ideas. Here's some perspectives of how we'll get there. But the very next question I love asking is, hey, what do you think? And that's a loaded question and a lot to unpack there. But what I'm asking is, how engaged are they? What are their ideas? What are their perspectives? What have they done in the previous company? You and I are adding other partners to join us. And we specifically, the profile we're after are people that come from the advisory world who have done the work, that have the relationships, have the experience, that can bring some of those that let's do this together. Let's build and scale something together. So in our partnerships, in adding others to join us, it's really bring others that will bring that unique perspective and lens. And then collectively, I found that if it's other people's ideas as well as yours, you're much more likely to get the we buy-in, not us and them. We are going to do this together. They have to feel the sense of belonging. They have to feel a sense of contribution. They have to feel a sense of I'm adding value. They have to feel a sense of my contributions matter. These are all critical ways. If you want buy-in, become a lot more vested in the people that are critical to your success.
Along that same lines, when someone's trying to clarify their vision, like what would you say are like the top 2 or 3 questions that a person can ask themselves to help either validate that they've gotten crystal clear or to help them actually refine the outcome they're after, to make sure that they're not just doing a lot of busy work or an output?
Great question. 3 things come to mind. One is the grandchild-grandparent test. I call that the grandchild-grandparent test. If you cannot articulate your vision to a grandchild age person or a grandmother, it's too complex. And I want to clarify, this isn't about dumbing things down. As a matter of fact, I would submit to you that it's more challenging to simplify the complex than it is otherwise. So start by the litmus test. Start with, do they get it? Do they understand what I'm trying to accomplish, what we're trying to do? Next is the path that we're going to get there. Is it reasonable? Is it viable? Is it achievable? I don't know anybody that wakes up on any given day deciding to fail. Most people don't know how they're measured. Most people don't have the right metrics to measure their progress. And the third one is, do others believe in this? Do others, and you and I have sat in meetings where, thankfully, and hopefully not our own, but client meetings where everybody nods yes, yes, yes. And then 3 months later, 6 months later, 9 months later, I could have told you that was going to fail. Well, where were you 3 and 6 and 9 months ago when we started this thing? And where was the courage to say something then and along the way versus coulda, shoulda, woulda, Monday morning quarterbacking, right? So does it pass the simplicity test? Is there a viable path to get there? And do others believe in what we're doing, where we're going? And are they willing to contribute? Which goes back to the culture. Do they believe? Are they willing to contribute to the vision and the path? Because seldom you're going to get there by yourself.
That's right. You get further with people in the collective mind. And actually, most ideas, when you have the incorporation of others' thoughts and opinions amplify the what it is you're actually going to achieve versus your original plan, which may have been fantastic and great originally, but allowing others to contribute and have some piece of ownership definitely helps amplify and exponentially increase the what it is, the outcome that comes from it. So we've gotten crystal clear on our goals. The next part of this, we're actually moving right to left for those being able to see the visual. The next step is, who do you need? So how do you go about identifying who you need to achieve said goal?
So one of the undervalued assets in business relationships is the ability, think about it a second. Any given goal, you throw enough time, money, effort, resources at it, you'll eventually get there, right? I'll get there through just, if it's brute force. And one of the most undervalued assets in relationships is time to impact. It's accelerating, getting to that outcome, getting to that vision, getting to that result, getting to that next milestone. And I've always believed, and we've proven this, there are individuals, we call them pivotal contacts. There are individuals who can make one phone call, who can send one email, who can make one introduction, who can open one door, who can invite you to a single event that will dramatically, if not profoundly, accelerate your ability. It will create access. It will create opportunities. It is an opportunity to accelerate you getting to the end results. Those pivotal contacts, they may not be relationships you have, but it's certainly relationships you need. So I'm a huge believer of, and I had a chance to meet Jim Collins of the Good to Great fame, and he often talks about, we don't ask enough who questions. And I would submit, when we're faced with a challenge or an opportunity in any organization, any context, we often think about what should we do and how should we do it. We don't ask enough who questions. We don't ask, I'm going to take it one step further. We don't ask enough, who do we need to accelerate our ability to get that? There are no new challenges. There are no new obstacles. The only new challenges are the ones you haven't thought of. So how do we become more intentional in identifying individuals that if we had access to Steve Hardy, the CMO at Profix, it would help accelerate X outcome, X result we're after. So pivotal contacts are all about who do you need.
And so on that, just to clarify for our audience, the who you need is not necessarily people that you know. It's to your earlier point today, it's your ideal relationship profile of who's going to get you to the goal. Would you say that's accurate?
That's exactly right. So it may or may not be someone you know, but it definitely is not someone you know as well. Because this is, I want you to reach. I want you to extend your purview beyond just the people you know to, sometimes it could be someone you know, but typically it's, I know this vice president, we need the CEO, or I know this person in this function, what we really need is, and they're typically structurally also at least a couple levels higher than what you're used to dealing with. Because what we're looking for there is, let's cut to the chase. It's power and influence. What you're looking for is who can make that one phone call, who can make that one introduction, who can approve that budget, who can approve that project, who can remove obstacles. That is unequivocally about power and influence that can accelerate your ability to get to the end result. So it could be someone you know. Ideally, it's someone you have to reach to get to know better.
That makes sense. So that leads us actually to our next phase, number 3, of who do you know? So if we're reaching beyond the actual people we know and we're going after ideal relationship profiles, like how do you identify the people that you do actually know that could put you in touch with that next person?
This is, again, one of the biggest assets we all have and one of the biggest areas that we all tend to neglect. So your existing relationship bank, your current relationship bank is comprised of people you know, people who hopefully know you, people you like, people you trust, people who have had an interaction with you, have had some discussions with you, have had some working opportunity, have seen the real you. And Jen, we're very good at collecting, right? We all collect LinkedIn contacts. We all connect business cards. For our younger audience, business cards are these physical things that are printed that we, right? Business cards that we carry. Increasingly, we have now both physical and digital business cards, right? But we're very good at all collecting them. We're very bad at keeping up with them. We're very bad at cleaning them out. We're very bad at updating them. We're very bad at nurturing them. Social science tells us that an average individual can proactively manage about 100 to 150 relationships. Look in your contacts and your smartphone. Do you know any of these people? Because again, we're very good at collecting. We're not very good at updating, touching base. So in my introduction earlier today, I gave the audience a parting aspiration. Focus on fewer, but deeper, more real, more authentic, more value-based relationships. And I've started to do this myself. I did it at the beginning of the pandemic. I'm going back and doing it again. Make a list. I'm a list maker. Your top 10, top 30, top 50, top 100 business relationships that are relevant, that are critical to your success, that you can nurture proactively. You can pay attention to, you can focus on those because they're much more likely to produce the results, the outcomes, the impact you're after than I know a lot of people. Well, good for you. How many of them will return your calls and emails? How many of them do you have the cell numbers for? How many of them will take your car? How many of them will make an effort without any guilt or obligation to demonstrate a vested interest in your success?
That's a great point. So focusing on fewer and nurturing these relationships in this diagram that we have, and we're continuing to move to the left, you talk about relationship currency deposits. What are those and how can people do that in a way that it comes across and actually is genuine?
So that's the critical part, right? So you're right. The entire process is predicated by relationship currency deposits are investments. Investments you're willing to make, investments you're able to make. You were kind enough to teach me early on about fly fishing. And now we've integrated fly fishing into our leadership development program with learning expeditions, right? You know more about you're going to forget more about fly fishing in 5 minutes than I think I can learn for a whole bunch of years, right? So what investment are you willing to make in relationships? You cannot afford to invest in everybody equally. So there has to be some discernment of who you choose to invest in. But the investments you're willing to make, personally and professionally, in relationships that are critical to your success will trigger some fundamental laws in business relationships that I wrote in the book. Number one is gratitude. You do something for somebody, they should unequivocally say thank you. You do something for somebody, not only they should say thank you, the second law is one of reciprocity. That's very kind of you. Thank you. What can I do to help you? How can I be an asset to you? The third law is one of paying it forward. So ideal, if people you're investing in, you observe them, pay it forward. None of us are an island. You want, Gary Ridge talked about not calling them managers, calling them mentors, coaches. Are they in fact the love and support you pour into developing your managers, your leaders, are they doing the same with others? Because if they're not, your kind of yellow flag should go up. When you invest in others, so now, right, we went 1 through 4, right to left. Now let's go the other way. What investments can I make? What investments am I willing to make? Knowledge, talent, access to influential relationships. What can I do for others, your relationship bank, that will create access to or opportunities with others, pivotal contacts that I need, who will accelerate my ability to get things done. And this is, Jen, this is really critical. You've heard me talk about this. The goal is never to teach anyone how to be more manipulative. The goal is become more intentional in the relationships you invest in, because you cannot invest in everybody equally. And digital, online, in-person, events, right? LinkedIn, this process is battle tested. It's proven. It works if you believe in it and if you work it. And it's all about how to be more intentional about those investments. It's never about how I'm going to use people or tit for tat or, you know what, Susan has done for me, so I've got to do for her. It's not about guilt. It's not about obligation. It's not about keeping score. It's about investing and looking for a return on your relationship investments.
That makes so much sense. Now, to get started with this process, I mean, everybody has the intention of, yes, that sounds really good. I want to do that. But the getting started and actually executing against it comes back to many of the things that both Gary said and Chad said earlier today. It's the consistency in which you show up and in which you execute against things. So we've made deposits, we have a relationship bank, we know who we're needing to go after, and we've got our crystal clear vision. Now, what do we need to do? Like, how do we actually put all of this into action in a way that is going to be impactful for our success?
Love it. Love it. Love it. You know me by now. I have a bias for action, and it comes up in our daily conversations. I know you I know you want to say shocker right about now, but keep that back, right? So I have a bias for action. So in the way I speak and I coach and I write, and I didn't want to create a process that anybody would look at and say, what, so what, but not give them now what. So if you get it, if you believe it, the most critical aspect of this is strategic relationship planning, which in its simplest terms is broken down to the next 30, 60, 90 days. How do I break down the things you better than anybody else? Knowing me, knowing all that I've got going on, knowing what I'm trying to accomplish, knowing what I've got going on. What do I need to focus on? And there's a reason this has only five action items over the next 30, 60, 90 days. Because any more than that, you're going to get that 200 line item, to-do list, and none of it gets done. So what are the 5 most impactful things you can do over the next 30, 60, 90 days to put SRP, strategic relationship planning, into practice? What are the top 5 things you can do in the next 60 days to move? Progress trumps perfection every time. So am I crystal clear about my goals? Have I identified the right relationships I need, pivotal contacts? Am I keeping my contacts clean? No, I'm not. Maybe that's a good place to start. Let me start by reaching out my contacts, and I can do 3 and 4 because I'll reach out. There's very few places with Google and LinkedIn for any of us to hide. I'll reach out. I'll say hello. I'll connect. Listen, I heard this guy talk about relationships. And by the way, he's got a fabulous mint green book, right, that is written. And I've done a poor job staying in touch with you. I'd love to hear what you're up to. I'd love to hear what you're doing this year. By the way, I'd love to tell you what I'm trying to do. And let's figure out how we can be an asset to each other. You do that over the next 30, 60, 90 days, and you'll be amazed of the progress you'll make towards your outcomes.
That's excellent. Now, in the
book. By
book,
the way, I apologize for interrupting. We got a couple of great comments. Let's see. Mike is back with us and is saying it's all about the outcome. Mike, you're exactly right. Regrettably, the outcomes aren't going to come unless you connect with people in a very authentic and real way, because they're going to see right through the transaction. They're going to see right through your agenda and what's in it for you without really articulating what's in it for them. Rick also has a great comment. If people only realize the power of who, networking would be a lot less frustrating and less intimidating. Yes, LinkedIn defines it as second-degree connections, but do we ever really need LinkedIn to define this for us? Of course not. We know it's our hearts. I encourage people to be bold and ask more who's. Many of us found our spouses via second degrees. Yeah. Ask about the other person, show genuine interest, make an investment in the relationships, and they will surely rent. He goes on to say, Ask about the other person, show genuine interest to make an investment in the relationship, and they will surely rent, and it cuts off from there. So, Rick, thank you for being here. Thanks for jumping in.
So with that being said, in the book, I think it's page 120, something like that, you also go through some strategic planning flaws that you've come across in your experience coaching executives and also just through your research and work. There's 10 of them in the book, but don't go through all 10 of them. Choose like your top 2. Which would you say are the ones that are like the most common flaws that we see?
I love it. Since you referenced the book, and make sure I reference the right material. What page am I going to?
120 is where it starts, and 121 is where the list begins.
Got it. So you got to love it when people quote your book back to you, right? I can't remember what I had for breakfast, but that's okay. Let me go back to page 120. Yeah. So I talk a lot about flaws in strategic planning. And I tie that to relationships, such as strategy is never an event. It's a living, breathing, ongoing. So that relationship-centric goal, you may start with one, but as you talk to people, ideally it molds. Ideally it evolves. Certainly your path to get there may evolve. I may think I need these 5 people. I talk to the first 2 and realize, no, I'm completely talking to the wrong people. So you need to be flexible enough. Eric McCarthey talked about adaptability, adaptable enough to change course. I talk a lot about, moving on to 122, 123. We talked about this, void of key outcomes, metrics, and milestones. If I were to ask you, how is your relationship development progress going? Which I do, executives that I coach, what would you tell me? Well, I'm having a lot of coffee meetings. Okay, great for you for contributing to the caffeine industry. But are you moving those relationships along a continuum? And how do you know? Because don't give me gut feel and intuition. Let's put our heads together around metrics and outcomes. Do you feel like you're making progress? If not, why not?
I'd almost take that a step further. Is you can't track everything. Like we see it a lot from our RevOps side of things. A lot of organizations are trying to track the digital engagements and then the touch points that marketing has and then the attribution that sales is after. And like they're trying to track too many things. Going back to another thing that Eric said earlier today, and even at our Relationship Economics Summit, was the power of deduction. Like say no to more things and really focus that aperture on the key initiatives and the key things that are going to move you forward. So you're having a ton of coffee meetings. Well, what was the point of your coffee meetings? Create a defined expectation or a defined outcome, not output, an outcome that you're after with those coffee meetings.
That's exactly right. So it also leads number 8 on this book. We're talking about, again, Relationship Economics, 3rd edition. I'm on page 122. And we talk about key people responsible for executing the strategy on the wrong roles. Jen, you wouldn't believe how many people I've talked to about either they're specific to the SRP, their pivotal contacts are the wrong people, their relationship bank they went to for an introduction or access to those pivotal contacts are the wrong people. The deposit in those relationships wasn't worth. Somebody literally and figuratively with a straight face tells me they describe the deposit as, well, I send them an email. I was like, well, how many emails do they get a day? And did you follow up on that email? And how impactful was that email? And did you improve their condition anyway? So if the person is in the wrong role, they're not relevant. And if you're not relevant, if you're not a priority, you're not giving other people a reason to return your calls, return your emails. You're not giving them a reason to act on whatever you're asking. If you don't make it about them, if they don't feel that they're better off because of you, you're not giving them a reason to act. So a lot of people send out newsletters. A lot of people send out emails. A lot of people send LinkedIn connections. Your value proposition is not compelling. You don't connect at an emotional level. You're not speaking my love language, which is, how will I be better off because of you? If you don't do those things, you should have no expectations other than delete. Delete is one click away. Block is one click away. you're not giving people a reason to act on your behalf for your benefit. You're not giving them a reason to connect.
So giving people reasons to connect and creating value in their lives. What would you say? I mean, we've talked about a lot of the things that you can do. What are some of the pitfalls related to the strategic relationship planning? Either roadblocks or just mental blocks to help get over the hurdle of putting this into action?
I tend to think in terms of three. One, they think it's interesting, but the proverbial "I already know that" takes over. Right? And this "I already know that" tends to be the older we get, the more seasoned we get. Please, I've been a president of a company. I already know this. Well, what I've found is a Grand Canyon size between knowing it and doing it. So common sense isn't often common practiced. So don't let, Gary said it, don't let your ego eat your empathy, right? Are you doing this? Don't let your ego get in the way. Are you doing anything remotely consistent with this? Number two is they get hung up on the terms. I don't care about pivotal contacts. And I wrote the damn book. Don't get hung up on the terms. That's why I've simplified it right below it in this template. What are you trying to get done? Who do you need? Who do you know? How do we connect the dots with value add? How do we invest? So don't get hung up on terms, right? You know, in our value pyramid, the situation and investment and portfolio and 2 a.m. doesn't matter. Use A, B, C, or D. It is a construct for which you can customize it for your own world. Number three, like any other habit, they'll do it for a week. They'll do it for a month. I've met some people that have done it for 6 months. The people who capitalize, and that's why I talked about the 6 phases. That's why the right-hand side is about capitalizing. The people who capitalize on their strategic business relationships are the ones who lead with the relationship from which they do business. They're ones that prioritize relationships. They're the ones that nurture it. They're the ones that don't sit in their cars and listen to garbage radio or waste their lives away watching TV. They're connecting. They find dead time throughout the day to write. Here's one of those hashtag crazy talks. Dead time throughout the day, they write personal handwritten notes. I have some in my briefcase. I have some in my car with these crazy things called stamps. The good news is we don't longer have to lick them. You can just stick them. But they write personal handwritten notes to say thank you, to say that I'm grateful for you in my life, to say that I accomplished what I committed to doing in a big part thanks to you. I met with so-and-so today. I'm grateful for the introduction. They call people. We use this antiquated device called a telephone where you hit the numbers and the person's voice comes on at the other end. Those
I
are
can't just text you?
You could text me, but you don't know if I got the text, or I'm so busy running and gunning all day that I didn't see your text. Whereas if you call me, even if I can't pick up, I see that you called and, oh, I got to call Jen back. So use whatever communication tools that you believe will work for you, but you got to get proactive and not just reactive to this approach.
That makes perfect sense. So as we wrap up here on this topic and the strategic relationship planning. So as David mentioned earlier, this blueprint will be available in our Nour forum, and you can continue the conversation there. It also dives really deep into the book. It's chapter 4 for those who have the book. But to David's point, you have to get proactive. You have to get intentional with these strategic relationships. And so throughout the day, that's been a common thread with all the leaders that we've heard from so far, and I'm sure we'll continue to hear from for the rest of the afternoon, is you have to be intentional and you have to be genuine in your outreach. So David, with this in mind and the strategic relationship planning, what are kind of final thoughts that you'd give people to either get started, to understand the importance of, like?
Yep. So thank you for that. For our audience, again, I've deeply believed in this notion that version 1 is better than version none. So I would encourage you to come to the Nour forum, download this. It's also in the book. Start somewhere. Start somewhere with, you know what, I'm going to go through this exercise. I'm going to start capturing it. In a much longer session, we also talk a great deal about strategic relationship planning as an organizational. So imagine between two teams, between two organizations, how do we dramatically elevate the impact that we create for both sides? And there's, again, 6 steps also in here. And I go into this with some great depth, but it's absolutely part of the key exercises that we want you to think about. We want you to really incorporate. And I would also encourage, again, for our audience, I didn't want this to be just about me and you just hear from me. We also wanted you to get value from others throughout the day. So as Jen mentioned, highly, highly encourage you to go to nourgroup.com/forum, nourgroup.com/forum. This is what it looks like, where you come and see a brief video about me and you can request to join. And then when you join us, you come to here's the homepage. I'm here every day. Jen's here every day. I share not just about events like this, but new nuggets. And as you can see, I'm not shy or quiet about the topics of said new nuggets. And it's an opportunity to engage others and people who jump in and want to be a part of a lot of what we're talking about here. So I'd encourage you to come join us and really, really kind of contribute, not just consume, but really contribute in the conversation as well. So Jen, thank you. Thanks for the great questions. Thanks for being here. Thanks for another great episode of the Intelligent Growth live stream podcast. For our audience, every Tuesday, noon Eastern, Jen and I get online, typically LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, from our Nour Group accounts, and we share ideas and perspectives, and hope you'll mark your calendar to come join us for the next one. Coming up next, Jen, thank you. Anything else from your side?
Nope, that's everything. Thanks for having me.
Great to be with you. So for our next session, again, top of the hour, Ray Harris, the CISO, Chief Information Security Officer from Adtran, NASDAQ traded company, is going to join us and talk a lot about transformational leadership. It's not a book report. It's not something he thought about or something that he decided to just come up with. This is what this guy does. This is what he lives. This is what he advocates. Adtran recently acquired a much bigger company, and he is going through this as we speak. So again, I'm going to give you about 10-12-minute break. Please go a bio break, get a drink. I hope you'll come back 2 o'clock Eastern. We're in the home stretch. We got 2-3 sessions left. The best is yet to come. So 2 o'clock Eastern, please join us. Ray Harris from Adtran is going to join us and talk about transformational leadership. So Tom, delighted. Thank you for your note. Jen, David, great session. Thanks very much. Very kind of you. Glad you were here. Hope you'll continue to come back. So for our audience, thank you for being here. Reminder, Relationship Economics, 3rd edition is launching today. It's available at your favorite retailers, completely rewritten, new research, new insights, a lot of great content. Come into the Nour forum, nourgroup.com/forum. Let's continue the conversation. And I look forward to seeing you again, top of the hour, for the next conversation with Ray Harris. Thanks, everybody. See you shortly. Hi, everybody. David Nour back with you for our next conversation as part of the launch of the Relationship Economics 3rd edition today. Mint green. Remember, mint green is the color to go with. This is not only a good book, but a lot of good information in it. Joking aside, grateful to all the friends and everybody who's contributed today. If you've listened to any of the previous sessions, my goal for today was not just to share ideas and perspectives with you, but also really bring in the wisdom of a much broader audience, group of friends, group of executives that I deeply believe in and have worked with, and I know they bring great insights firsthand. So I kicked us off this morning at 8 a.m. with an overview of the book and kind of what's new in it. Chad Johnson, Chief Procurement Officer at Centene, was able to join us and talk about smart consumption. Eric McCarthey, 30 years at Coke, venture capital, private equity partner, board member, talked about visionary leadership in the continued VUCA world. Steve Hardy, Chief Marketing Officer at Profix, talked about transforming marketing functions from spray and pray to one of account-based experiences and account-based relationships. Gary Ridge, what a guy, former CEO, chairman of the WD-40 company, joined us from Dubai and shared not only 10 traits of leadership, but I love his characterization of Al or Allison, the soul-sucking CEO that consistently demonstrates bad behaviors that are not really amplifying the culture. Jen Cords and I just wrapped up strategic relationship planning in our weekly Intelligent Growth live stream and podcast. And now I'm elated to be joined by Ray Harris, who is a friend, but also the CIO and CISO at Atran. Hello, Ray.
Hey, David. You got a busy agenda there.
Right? I like to bring great people together, and I appreciate you making time for us. So, Ray, let's start with, for people who may not know anything about Atran, tell us a little about the company.
Well, Atran's, I guess, a simple way to kind of describe what we do. We're in the telecom industry, and we provide the ability for our customer base, which is all the major tier 1, tier 2s, 3s around the world, telecom companies, British Telecom, Deutsche Telekom, variety of other international companies as well, US-based companies, the ability to extend fiber to the home. So obviously that's a big deal nowadays, trying to make sure that everybody has access to the internet, right, and access to the web and all the various tools that make this stuff go, right?
So you guys have been completely bored the last 3 years of the pandemic, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And then your role, CIO, CISO, tell us all about your realm responsibilities.
Yeah, so I've got, we're 2 hats here, but I really kind of integrate those 2 functionalities together to really try to do more of a DevSecOps sort of approach to how I manage IT and the organization. And so I have the responsibility for setting the agenda and really dealing with the risk around the security and cyber for the organization, as well as running the corporate global IT team that supports all of our back end ERP systems, as well as front end collaboration, all the ability for our teams to collaborate and work together. So I've got a big wide range of challenges in front of me on a full-time basis. So I'm very, very busy.
I understood. Grateful for your time today. So tell us about your background. How long have you been with Atran now? Where'd you come from before this?
Yeah, so I've been at Atran for going on 4.5 years now. And prior to joining Atran, I spent about 15 years of my career working for a variety of think tanks. So I worked for Institute for Defense Analysis. I was the IT director there for, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then spent some time at Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab and ran security there for APL. A lot of good things that come out of APL. I think people are pretty familiar with that organization, especially during the COVID era. They were very popular with the dashboards and all the space missions that they have in place. And then I also spent 10 years at a VAR out of Herndon, Virginia, Ironbow Technologies, where I went through a whole transformation, helped that organization grow from $400 million company, excuse me, to close to $1 billion in revenue.
That's fantastic. So ever since you and I met, and I drove from Atlanta to Huntsville, and pre-pandemic came to your building and met you and met your CEO, the common thread with you has been one of that transformational leadership. So talk about what that means to you. Talk about when you first get to a place, what are you looking for? How do you approach the need for transformation, and how do you steward that on its journey?
Right. So I think one of the first things that I did when I came here, and what I would do anywhere if I were going in, if someone's listening to this, is to really first sync up with your peers in your organization, understand what their challenges are and what kinds of issues and growth opportunities that they're looking for, and how they're looking to leverage IT to help them move their organizations forward, right? To really understand what the problems that your peers are all facing, right? And then also working within the organization, setting up working groups with various parts of the organization, R&D, human resources, and finance, as well as sales, and really understanding some of the challenges and needs that those teams are facing, and how technology potentially can help solve some of those problems. So really try to understand what all the challenges are before, really starting any recommendations or even putting anything down on paper. Really trying to get a feel for the problem set that's in front of me, and then trying to work with them to figure out ways to collaborate. Look, hear about what they've done in the past, how they try to tackle some of these challenges. What are some of the trends that they've seen with regards to their ability to adopt and change, right? Because that's a very critical component of this, right? Being able to have a culture that's prepared to accept change, and really try to understand what that culture is like.
Got it. So it sounds like you're investing a lot in the internal relationships.
Yes.
Because you're doing more than just fact finding. I can do that through a Google sheet.
Right.
But you're picking up the nonverbal communication. You're picking up that the reason your predecessor is no longer there is because, I'm making this up, but there was a lot of talk and no action, or the action was half baked, or so you really are nurturing those relationships to really get your finger on the pulse of the culture.
Right. I think, ultimately all these efforts will not go anywhere unless you get the culture behind what you're trying to accomplish, right? And I think the biggest challenge you're going to face in any kind of technology transformation is going to be centered around, is the culture buying into what you're trying to accomplish, and are they on board? Is their leadership on board? Are the operational folks who are actually going to have to execute on board? And what kinds of challenges you're going to have to face to evangelize to kind of get them on board? Because a lot of it really goes back to really communicating to them and trying to explain to them, helping them see the light at the end of the tunnel, right? So a lot of times folks get stuck in an organization where they've been there so long that they really don't know what the opportunities are and what kinds of, where they could ultimately be. So you really got to help paint that picture for them to see the light at the end of the tunnel, what kinds of ability they could have, and try to avoid things like, groupthink, right? Where everybody comes to lay out a problem. Everybody agrees it's a problem, but then they get into a meeting and they start talking about it, and they end up back to how they've always done things, has a resolution, right? And that happens so many times, and it's very frustrating. So you have to make sure that you're facilitating some of those conversations to help avoid that tendency to want to go back to, this is too hard, and talk themselves out of making the changes that they need to make.
AdTrend recently went through an acquisition, but before we get there, I want to talk about the last major initiative that you and I work closely together, and talk about what, you don't have to go into any of the details of who and what, but how did you start that? How did you get buy-in? You were trying to replace a lot of kind of band-aided legacy systems that people had gotten comfortable with, and it was maybe disconnected, but it was working, and you really wanted to elevate the organization to a very different level. And then not just a pandemic happened, but this merger or acquisition happened. Talk about how you got that last project kind of started. And I was really impressed. You got a great team and you kind of embedded teams with your business partners. And so take us through that journey for a minute.
Yeah, so I think it's all started with first, trying to really get everybody on board with what we're trying to accomplish. So we went down. Prior to my arrival here, they had gone down a path of attempting to do a massive transformation, and then ended up pulling the plug on that transformation. And then so that told me a few things after interviewing, doing what I talked about earlier, talking to folks throughout the organization, understanding what's their appetite for change, right? and what's the ceiling? When do they hit the ceiling when they say, "Hey, I had enough. I'm going to pull the plug on these things." So monitoring and managing that was a critical part of this. But really trying to reach out to the organization, understand what the needs are, bringing teams together, joint teams together with embedding my team within the business, and helping them, enabling my team to also go off and get training on what are some of the best practices that they should be helping the business sort of adopt, and helping them understand that. And then and those teams were jointly embedded and worked on laying out the requirements. And then we did, as we looked at the various options that were on the table from the vendor pool, we ended up having a group decision, right, basically coming from the business on which direction we wanted to go. So it wasn't my decision. It wasn't one of the other executives' decision. It was really a decision by the organization as a whole. And the value there is that, hey, they're in a process of actually selecting. And I think the first time around when they pulled the plug on the original option, it wasn't a joint decision. So there was a lot more buy-in. And everybody was really enthusiastic as we kicked this thing off, and I think as a whole, the organization really was ready for the change at that point in time. And then obviously we ended up getting this thing all set, and boom, COVID hits, right? And so we had a decision to make. Okay, well, do we delay? It was March 20th of 2020, which is right when the first couple of cases started hitting, and there was people were being sent home, and we had to make a decision. Do we continue this project, or do we delay it, or do we just try to continue? So we decided to just try to do it virtually and keep the thing going. And so we went through, a process of just setting up more deliberate type of communication to the team, and kept everybody engaged, and ended up finishing the project essentially on time. With a few delays here and there with some of the modules being slipped out, but we completed like 7 or 8 modules that were rolled out in January of the next year.
So I have to ask for our audience again. You guys are manufacturers, right? You
Right.
make stuff,
Right.
and you traditionally weren't a work from home culture. How did you do that? It's seemingly overnight.
Well, I mean, I think everybody was sort of forced into that space. I think culturally it was challenging because there was a lot of doubt on whether we could be successful in that type of format. And so we do have a significant portion of the population, probably if you broke us down into a third of our population really needs to be on site to help support the manufacturing process. So what we did was we broke our organization down into 3 buckets. Those who had to be here, on-site mission critical type folks, and then folks who were quasi hybrid, where they could come in, go depending on the need, and then the folks who could be full-time remote. And so that helped us really keep the risk away from that critical manufacturing population, and lower the risk to them, so they weren't exposed to folks just being in the facilities at that time. So that was a challenge, but I think everybody went through the similar challenges. But I think we had the right kinds of technology in place to enable the company to switch over. We did that in about a week's time. We had everybody shift from on-site to off-site within 5 days, and so we never missed a beat there.
And that challenged your leadership, again your perception of people physically have to be here to get things done, to no, right. They actually can be productive, if not more so, remote.
Yeah, I agree. I think that I think everybody probably experienced the elimination of the drive-by, right? Where folks were getting interrupted, especially in a development environment where you're working on code and you're trying to concentrate and you're really trying to solve problems that you need to have that focus. So I think we got a lot of things done that were sort of delayed or slowed because of having those drive-bys, and that was sort of shocking at first to the organization, and then folks are really. But then on the other end, we looked at, hey, are we seeing as much innovation out of the team because we don't have people coming together and the coffee galley and having these sidebar conversations about, hey, I got a problem here. What do you think about this? And not having that ability to do that. And if you did try to do that, you had to be more deliberate in those communications, where you had to physically say, I'm going to schedule a call with someone on Teams and actually be more deliberate about it. So you could have those by chance opportunities to just run into somebody with a problem and get a resolution quickly.
What lessons did you learn as a transformational leader through the pandemic?
Well, I think, I don't know if it was, I mean, we were so busy during the pandemic with just trying to keep this project going that the pandemic was there. But I think the one thing that really surprised me initially was the desire for the organization to want to be involved, right? Everyone really came to the table with, really open-minded about participating in the project. We had calls where we had really, in some cases, we had too many folks on some of the calls where people just wanted to be engaged. They wanted to know what was going on. They felt like they wanted to be part of the process. And that was very encouraging, at the start of the project, because it really felt like people wanted to be part of the change that was happening, and they felt like they were being left out if they weren't included. So managing that and really seeing the desires there from the organization to really, it goes back to what we talked about, being ready to actually do the transformation and take on the change management.
So this is unusual, where most all leaders are looking for buy-in on
Right.
that we need to change and the need for change and who's going to lead it, and you get crickets. And you're saying there were a lot of people who wanted to be a part of this. Do you
Right.
think was it something you did or your team did to kind of really get them excited about that transformation?
Right.
Or what all you attribute? Were they afraid
Yeah.
that if they weren't involved, it was going to go sideways? Or what do you attribute?
Yeah.
to that?
I think it was probably a little bit of, we tried to do a good job of evangelizing. So we went out and did these town halls prior to the kickoff to really talk about what the project was going to do. And we really honed in on each business area to really kind of lay out sort of what the end result was going to be once this project was done, and really help them see the light at the end of the tunnel. Hey, this is why we're doing this, and this is the value it's going to bring to your business area. And we did multiple town halls and sessions with the company on that. And then I think, ultimately when folks got sent home, they were sort of like, they felt disconnected. They were used to being around the environment and the culture and that, and we benefited from that, right? From the fact that people felt like they wanted to be connected to the company. So they were engaged. So there was a little bit, I want to think it was a little bit of both, but it could have been heavier on one end or the other, but.
So what contributed? I saw, as you and I were doing update conversations, I saw project plans. I saw meeting, if not exceeding expectations. What do you attribute to, in now a very difficult, unforeseen disruption thrown in the middle of this, you're still hitting those milestones? You and your team are still hitting those commitments, and you delivered kind of on time, on budget, and got through that. So I'm beyond the initial adoption or the whiz bang, sexy, cool, jazzy, to the marathon that it takes week after week to make the kind of progress you guys made.
Right. Yeah. And I think, there's a lot of hard work. I mean, if anybody tells you these things are easy, these are painful processes to go through. But I always tell my team that, for the technology side of the house, these are Super Bowl type events. You want to be involved in these things because these are the things that have helped build your career, right? You want to go through these experiences and understand how to successfully do these things. But at the same time, lots of work on just getting things stabilizing and dealing with the change management after the implementation. So, while you meet the initial target and your baseline for what you're going to do when you cut over to go live, then you got to go through the process of really getting people to adopt the change, right? And so there was a significant amount of effort put into really trying to understand what went right, what went wrong, looking at the lessons learned, what adjustments do we need to make to realign what we put in place to make sure that it's meeting the business needs, what can we simplify, what did we overbake, what did we not put enough into, and really trying to reassess what we had put in place to make sure that it was still meeting the requirement and people were adopting the technology.
Got it. So you survived the pandemic. And now we're going to go acquire a company that's what, 2x or 2.5x our size, or bigger than us.
Bigger than us, not quite 2x.
That's fine. Bigger than us. And we're going to integrate now two very different disparate systems. By the way, not down the street, but across the ocean.
Right.
So I know you're a challenge junkie. So talk to me about how have you embraced that transition?
Yeah. So that was, from a standpoint of just shifting gears. So we basically did a 180 and decided we're going to move in a different direction with regards to the acquisition. And we have lots of challenges there. And the real challenges there are just really getting alignment on the two cultures, right? Getting the cultures to kind of see the problems the same way and understanding how to work together. And the big part of the first component of that is trying to bring the teams together, traveling back and forth, just bring groups of folks together to really have them work on workshops together so that they can get to know their peers and really think of ourselves as one organization. And so we spent the last year really spending a lot of time just kind of working together to try to build workshops so we can understand what the differences are between how each company runs certain business processes and trying to align and harmonize that functionality within the new landscape.
Did you learn anything from the pandemic that you felt like either really prepared you for this or enabled your success with this acquisition?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people learned a lot of things from the pandemic. I think one of the obvious big things is dealing with remote workforces, right? Just being able to do things virtually over video and being able to stay connected and then the requirement to really be deliberate about those communications, right? Because they just don't happen. It's not like you just walk down the hall and say, hey, let's get the team together. You've got to be deliberate about keeping those communication channels open and really reaching out to folks. And especially when you're coming from two different companies and you're trying to bring teams together, there's sort of this tendency to want to just stay separate as long as possible. And you really have to go out of your way to be deliberate about creating opportunities that are not just, hey, we're just meeting just to meet. But in some cases, that's even important, just to get people together. But at the same time, really trying to create opportunities for the teams to get to know each other and to start working together and to break down those barriers, the cultural barriers between the two organizations.
Talk to me about the role of relationships. This segment brought to us by the Relationship Economics 3rd edition. But Talk to me about the role of relationships in that transformation, in that you're trying to convince people to see, or you're trying to bring them into the tent to kind of see a vision and a path to get there.
Right.
What role does relationships play, and how did you navigate different cultures, different time zones, different languages, different leadership styles?
Yeah. So, I think, the important part with the relationships are you got to go out of your way to reach out to folks from different sides. So not only did I look at my counterparts within the IT organization, but I also had my peers within the business, on manufacturing, on the operations side, R&D, human resources, and spending time with those folks, getting to know them, trying to establish new relationships, and really trying to get people to understand, what makes us tick, what drives us, what are we, what our goals are, and trying to get alignment on what their goals are, and understanding, some of their challenges. Because you I always tell my folks, hey, you got to take a look at it from their perspective, because while they were larger than us, we were acquiring them. So there's this cultural shift of being acquired, and there's challenges with that, and you can't just assume negativity or anything along those lines. You got to really try to be positive and open-minded about the differences between how we describe things and how we talk, how we communicate, because there are a lot of misinterpretation can occur, right? So you have to go out of your way to make sure that you're being explicit and explaining what you really mean, right? Because until folks really get to know you, especially when you're coming from two different cultures, there's a lot of miscommunication that occurs, and you have to really be proactive about trying to make sure that that doesn't occur, and going out of your way to make sure you overly explain, your point of view or your philosophy or your processes, and try to establish and creating those relationships. And then through those times, I think we get to know that your counterparts and really get to know how they think, and then you start relying on each other as partners, right, in this process.
So did I understand that the company you guys acquired was headquartered in Munich, or they're
Yes,
German?
they're Munich based, with a couple locations in Germany, Munich and Meiningen.
Got it. So
Yes.
talk to me about cultural or geographic differences from Huntsville, Alabama to Germany. How do you overcome some of those preconceived notions or some of those misperceptions you mentioned?
Yeah, I mean those challenges are continuous. I think time is a thing that helps improve those relationships. We recently had our first joint sales conference here in Huntsville, where we had both organizations together. And I think as we see the company coming together, we start to see everyone really gradually be coming together as one team, right? And it took a little while. I mean, I think from a cultural difference perspective, sometimes Americans are more open about communication and sharing insights, and then the German culture might not be as open about sharing communications, and so you got to work a little harder. And then eventually, though, I think through time you end up breaking those barriers down and establishing some good relationships.
For our audience, if you just joined us, you're listening to Ray Harris, who's the CIO CISO at Adtran, and we're talking about transformational leadership. Not only did he embark on a massive transformation before COVID hit, and they worked through it and got it done, but then comes a acquisition of a international company that's bigger, and now you're kind of bridging cultures. We're live on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter. I would encourage our audience to jump in with questions about transformation. Ray, one of the things you and I have talked about was your team was instrumental, obviously, in your success.
Right.
What attributes, whether you're at Hopkins or at Adtran, what attributes do you look for in a team member you add or a team member you elevate or promote that you believe will be highly conducive to transformation?
Well, I think obviously a high aptitude for learning new technologies and wanting to be a continuous learner, right? Always open-minded about learning new things. Somebody who's a continuous learner, who's always looking at how they can add new skills to their toolbox. And then someone who's also open with communications and really being open-minded and communications is so important in being able to take taking technology and break it down so that folks can really understand. So any folks who have those skill sets are first of all hard to find, and then when you do find them, you want to make sure that they're strategically placed within your organization, and then you want those folks to help mentor some of the other team members so that you can grow those skill sets, right? The other thing is, people, there are different classes of people. There are folks who get stuff done, right, who just are driven to get things done, and finding people who are motivated by results is really critical as well, and really being able to help them be part of the process and find places for them to really drive, the change that you're trying to make. So there's lots of different personalities in IT and different mindsets with regards to how people operate. You got folks that are just maintainers and are comfortable doing the same thing over and over again. You got folks that are driven by doing something new. There are folks who are just, they get excited about the transformation. And then there's folks who are just totally turned off about the idea that you got to change anything, right? And you got to figure out there's a role for all those folks in these transformations, and you have to figure out where they fit and what part of the transformation to align them to be successful.
If I went on randomly spoke with a dozen members of your team, how would they describe your transformational leadership brand? What attributes would they use in here's what Ray did, or here's how Ray led during the pandemic, during the implementation, during this, and has led during the acquisition?
Well, I would say the one thing they would say is that always seeing the glass half full. I mean, always looking at things from a positive perspective. The biggest challenges that we face during any of the time, it wasn't about the technology. It was really about just dealing with people and dealing with people issues, right? And really trying to be a coach and a mentor and trying to listen to different points of view, but at the same time, keep the momentum going, right? And I think that's a critical piece, is to keep the momentum. But you have to take time every now and then to listen to what you're hearing from inside the organization. And I think that my team would look at the way I run the organization to and partner with them to help accomplish some of this stuff is sort of a collaborative coach that helps.
No, love it. Looking ahead, I want Ray Harris's crystal ball. What are you most excited about this next year? What are you most concerned about?
Well, I'm excited about the company coming together as one unit, right? We've got a lot of work ahead of us, and I think gradually the teams are coming together. So having the two organizations come together and really working with some of the newer team members and embedding us into one global organization, those are exciting challenges. And with regards to there's always going to be risk, and there's always going to be challenges. And I'm, like I said, I'm one of those people who always look at things and try to find the positive way of looking at things. And so there's risk with trying to do a lot and doing things too fast, doing things too slow. So you just have to manage through those things. But for the most part, I'm excited about the organization coming together as one combined unit and seeing what we can do as a team.
How do you deal with failure and setback? Either someone disappoints or something that was really important to you for whatever reason doesn't materialize?
Well, there's always something that doesn't go right? And I think those are teaching opportunities. And if it's me, that's a cause of it. It's a learning opportunity. But if it's someone on my team, there's an opportunity to learn from that and find out ways we could have done things different, and then talk about how we can improve, right? And looking at the opportunity that mistake gave us, because really you have to take some risk. And if you're not taking any risk at all, you're not going to accomplish anything. So there's going to be some failures that you're going to have to deal with. And everybody in IT deals with failures. Some may not admit it as much, but everybody deals with it. And you have to figure out how to bounce back and how quickly you can turn that failure around into a success. Is really what I try to teach my team, is to not don't hold on to the negativity around what happened. Think about ways that you can turn this into something positive, and how can you resolve this issue and turn things around.
Between all the places you've been, things you've done, how have you seen the business impact of technology evolve?
Well, I've definitely seen, a bigger emphasis on. I mean, everything you do now has technology. So there's nothing you do, period, that doesn't have technology as part of what you're trying to do. So when you talk about digital transformation, it's really just business transformation, right? It's business is transforming. It's not going to do it in a manual fashion. It's going to do it through the use of AI or robotics or automating processes and streamlining processes. And technology is going to plays a key role in that. And I see that the voice of the technology organization has been elevated, right? And for any organization that's doing it right, you really should have a seat at the table to be able to help bring that part of the requirements and the capabilities of what technology can do to help the business into those conversations, right? As opposed to, let's go off and tell IT we need them to do this, and let's go tell them that we need to do this. Let's get IT to do this. Let's have IT tell us how they see our problem and how they can help us solve the problem, and how we can work together with them to collaborate on a solution to solve our problems.
One of the things that I deeply believe in and I've seen is transformation needs executive sponsors, needs people at the board level, at the executive leadership level that believe in that journey and they're willing to back. And you said, where's the ceiling where they throw up their hands? And
right.
How have you, my focus, my goal is a relationship. How do you engage maybe peer or superior relationships? Let's say that, and not that you have one, but let's say that naysayer board member, right, or a higher up that doesn't quite either get it or buy in or is actually blocking. So how do you engage at that level where it's not authoritative? You can't tell them we're going to do this.
Right.
How have you found engaging superiors, board members, others that are stakeholders? Right. It could be an activist shareholder, right? That pushes back on the transformation you're trying to implement. How have you found working with them and the relationship necessary to get them on board?
Well, I mean, I haven't had a whole lot of those in the current environment with regards to board members who are resistant to what we're doing. But in that scenario, I think that the key thing that you want to really do is not try to take that challenge on by yourself. You need to leverage those relationships you have with your business peers to help, because you're not doing, technology isn't going off doing things on their own. They're really doing it in conjunction with your business partners. And so these are joint conversations that you should be having with the leadership, with the board, about how you're trying to transform the company and why it's important. And it shouldn't come from technology alone. The only areas that may be isolated to technology may be around cybersecurity and what you're doing to help protect the organization. But from a standpoint of any transformation for business processes and changes within the organization, that should be a joint conversation with you and your counterparts for what you're trying to implement, because you're a partner in that relationship, and IT is not trying to do it in isolation. And now, obviously, we can bring value to the table to explain the details of that particular technology if it's about that. But generally, it's about a process change that's going to be enabled by use of technology. I mean, that's ultimately what we're talking about.
Yep. So I know you're an avid reader. I know, you and I met, and you're always, capturing names of books. You're reading a ton. How else do you learn? How else do you grow? How else do you ensure that you don't become complacent because you're asked to always lead these key initiatives?
Right. Yeah. So, outside of reading and watching webcasts and podcasts, going off and going to events where you're with your peers and you're doing sort of boardroom type conversations. And I participate in several of those. I'm a part of a couple of cybersecurity forums here in the area where we get together with the peers of like organizations and some universities, different organizations, and hearing different perspectives on how you deal with similar challenges. I mean, those are invaluable with regards to talking to your peers about the common problems that you all face, and maybe some different approaches that they may have used to tackle some of their challenges, and maybe even getting confirmations on some of the things that you've already done from talking to your peers. Early on in my career, when I was with IDA, we were part of what we call the federally funded research and development center. There's a whole about 20 different FFRDCs, RAND, Aerospace, National Academy of Science, et cetera. And we'd have the CIO council where we'd bring all the CIOs together for a couple of days, and we just review sort of best practice things we're doing in our organization. And I learned so much early on in my career by being able to participate in that, because I got to hear, what's MITRE doing from a technology span? How are they transforming their organization? What's RAND doing to transform their organization? And I would use that as a gauge to baseline where am I at with IDA, and how can I align with the kinds of things that they're doing in the organization? Should I be bringing this stuff back to my leadership to say, are we investing in these types of technologies because our peers are doing this? And if you can get involved with those types of groups, that's going to help you. I mean, those are so invaluable from a standpoint of being able to help you elevate your understanding of what you're doing, what your peers are doing, and what the next latest and greatest thing that's coming out, and how you should deal with it, and being able to jumpstart some of these activities within your own organization.
It sounds like informal benchmarking of yourself and your organization, your ecosystem, your team against kind of the best of the best.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fantastic. So my final question, give the 20-year-old Ray Harris relationship advice on how to succeed in the transformations he's headed for. Because you and I both have teenagers.
Yeah.
We got the young bucks.
I mean, I think somebody new in the IT space, my advice always to them is to try to get involved as much as you can, as early as you can, and try to build a good foundation. Right. And don't get so caught up in trying to move up, as opposed to really having a core understanding of variety. If your track is, hey, I want to be a CIO or a CISO one day, the broader your baseline skill set is, right, the more areas that you've had opportunities to actually work in and really understand how to enable those technologies within an organization, and enable an organization to leverage those technologies to grow their business, the more valuable you're going to be, and the better understanding you're going to have going on. So I always advise folks to, at an early part of their career, to try to not be pigeonholed in one area for too long. A couple years in this area, try to migrate laterally across the organization, move from, supporting the network to supporting the client environment to supporting applications, and try to be a programmer, try to do a variety of things that can help you sort of round out your skill set. Now, there's always still a need for folks who want to specialize and who are just interested in specializing in, and that's a different track. But if you're on the track to try to be, a CIO or a CISO, having that broad understanding of what it takes to really run an organization and run a business from all the various technology lanes is invaluable. And that's the advice I would give to any upstart technologist that's in the field today.
I love it. For our audience, if you joined us late, you missed a good one. Ray Harris is the CIO, CISO at Adtran, NASDAQ traded company. And I've seen him the last several years from implementing it would be very easy to define as a Herculean effort to implement a great technology, to then COVID, to then acquisition of a much larger international entity. And he again, he's not regurgitating a book report. He lives that transformation on a daily basis. Ray, thanks for joining us.
Yep. Thank you.
Great to have you. So again, thankful for so many friends and executives who have been part of this launch. We're launching Relationship Economics. This is the all new 3rd edition, completely rewritten, interviews, research, post-pandemic hybrid relationships, the role of AI and ML in how we engage, how we influence others. I would encourage you to come join us in the Nour Forum community. If you haven't had a chance, what we try to do is continue these conversations, continue to share ideas, Obviously, some great folks that have been part of this, but we want to continue the conversation. So again, if you go to nourgroup.com/forum and just come down right below my video, I've zoomed in. There's a request to join. This is a private community. We want to make sure it's like-minded professionals. Once you come in, here's what it looks like. There's a homepage here where I'm here daily. We're sharing ideas and perspectives daily. A lot of great people are jumping in with their comments, their questions. On the left-hand side, there's courses, there's groups. We have a very active project management community, but also in the RE3 launch by end of today, I'll put some of the resources that we've shared throughout today, links to the recording of these sessions, and I hope you'll come and join us and come be a part of the conversation. Because again, I know these executives, I know a lot of the insights that they share. I interviewed them, many of them for the book. We have regular interactions. I want you to learn from this conversation, from this community. This is, again, what the Nour Forum looks like when you come in and you join us, and you can see the discussions, the conversations. And on the left-hand side, there's the RE3 launch. So again, I'm going to give you a little bit of a break. Top of the hour, you're in for a treat. James Milet is a senior vice president with U.S. Digital Buildings at Schneider Electric. Not only does he have a good taste in riding motorcycles, not often, but he does own one. But we've hit it off ever since we've met. And we've talked about his people. I've worked with several of his leaders, their growth journey, and the amazing opportunity is that they're all growing and kind of leading other initiatives inside and outside the organization. And I love his knack of identifying and nurturing exceptional talent. And I believe that's a part of his leadership brand. So I hope you'll join us back here, top of the hour. I'm going to give you about a 10, 15-minute break, and we'll come back and I'll interview James, and we'll talk about his approach to how he identifies, how he nurtures exceptional people. And we'll talk about the pandemic. We'll talk about the disruption to it. We'll talk about an innovative approach and thinking beyond kind of your own domain, if you will. So don't miss James Milet, Senior Vice President, U.S. Digital Buildings, Schneider Electric, at top of the hour. Get a drink, get a cup of coffee, come back top of the hour, and we'll continue discussions. Thanks, everybody, and see you shortly. Hi, everybody. David Nour back with you for our next executive conversation as part of the Relationship Economics 3rd edition. Mint green. Mint green is in. It's the fabulous color of the year. I'm really excited that this is, many of you know, it's been my wife's work for the last 20 years. Wrote the first edition in 2008. 2012, I wrote the second edition paperback with about 40% new content. And friends at Wiley were kind enough to ask me to rewrite it based on the post-pandemic and the evolution of what we've all learned from relationships. So in our launch, in the celebration of our launch, instead of just sharing my ideas, I thought I'd invite great executives along the way that I've been blessed to meet and work with. And again, I kicked this off. I feel like the 24 hours of Le Mans, right? So I kicked this off early this morning with an overview, and I shared what's new, and I gave you some hopefully things to aspire to and go try to tackle. Chad Johnson, the Chief Procurement Officer at Centene Corporation, about $125 billion healthcare, kicked us off this morning with a focus on smart consumption. Eric McCarthey, 30 years at Coke, venture capital, private equity partner and board member, talked about visionary leadership with in an ongoing VUCA world. Steve Hardy, Chief Marketing Officer at Profix, talked about the evolution of marketing from really spray and pray to much more account-based and really a focused effort. Gary Ridge, great guy, Aussie, former CEO and chairman of the WD-40 company, who's now a culture coach and talks about learning moments, talked about 10 leadership traits, as well as soul-sucking CEOs, which are behaviors that are not really amplifying the culture. Jen Cords and I did a session with our Intelligent Growth Live around strategic relationship planning. And of course, right before this session, Ray Harris, CIO, CISO at Atran, talked about transformational leadership. Again, I don't want to say we saved the best for the 3 o'clock time slot. I do want to comment on the good-looking color of their logo and welcome James Milet to this session. Hello, sir.
Hey, I'm absolutely digging the green, man. This wears well. So
I think you should buy a copy for every SE employee globally.
It's on the agenda. Actually, before we get started, I just want to say thanks. I was on a trip to Nashville yesterday to extend an offer to somebody to join my team. So good news is she said yes. So that's great for us. And then this was waiting for me. So I had a chance to go through it this morning. The topic is great. Content couldn't be more timely. That putting you on the spot now, I wouldn't mind pulling you in to kind of facilitate a workshop for my team, given what we're trying to get done in terms of taking relationships to the next level. I think the timing of this is perfect.
I'm happy to do it. By the way, does anybody ever say no to James Milet? I'm just trying to find out. Joking aside, it's been a pleasure to get to know you, and I'm excited to share your insights and your experiences. And James, I've said this to you before, your authenticity in how you lead with our audience. So let's start with Schneider Electric. For those that may not know as much about the company, give us a little glimpse about kind of size, scope. What do you guys do?
Yeah, most people probably know us more by some of the brands that are in the family. So iconic brands like Square D or APC. You know, the fact is, if you're on the internet for more than 15 minutes, is a strong likelihood that you're going to be interacting with a data center that we help power. So we're the digital leader in transformation of energy management systems and industrial automation. And our mission is to be our customers' digital partner for sustainability and efficiency, which is another reason why I'm digging the green colors here. My role inside of this company is I lead the U.S. digital building scope, and I really think of that in terms of digitizing buildings as opposed to digital buildings. And what I mean by that is our team works with commercial building customers to help them make their buildings more resilient, more sustainable, more efficient, and more people-centric, which is so critical today. I was reading through the book, and one of the things that jumped out at me, David, was that you came to the U.S. in 1981, right, from Iran. It says that you didn't speak English fluently. Well, I was born in Brooklyn, and I came to Texas in 1981. So at some point, we'll have to talk about who had a more challenging cultural assimilation, because although I spoke English, I didn't speak Texan, and I had to learn that over the years. But if you think back to 81, right, just from a technology standpoint, all of us had this little thing on our hip called a beeper or a pager. You remember that?
I
So I think
had
in
one. I
81,
had
there was like,
several. Yeah.
yeah, there was like 3.5 million people in the US who had one of these pagers hanging on their hip. And that was the technology back then in 1981. And fast forward today, we've got these computers that we carry around. So just imagine for a minute that tomorrow I show up at your home and I pry one of these out of your left hand and I replace it with a pager. And I say, go get them. This is your new technology. Think about how miserable and criminal that would be from an experience. The reality is that 50% of the buildings in the US were built before 1980. So the technology that was put in place way back when wasn't built to tackle today's challenges. And that's why I'm so excited. Our team is at the forefront of helping to transform the built space and helping customers to build more iconic, more efficient buildings.
I love that. And thanks for the analogy. And you're right. I think I would have a twitch if you hand me one of those beepers with the gray screen and all you could see was a number. It's like, okay, how do I text on this? Right.
Yeah.
Or how do I get online and check LinkedIn on this? Right. I'm always mesmerized by the evolution of technology. And we all think, what did we do before all this?
Yeah.
So talk about that a second. I love that fact that, 50% of the buildings in the US were built before 1980. Who do you guys call on? What's the solution? How do you bring a James 30, 40, 50 plus year old kind of infrastructure up to today's standards and expectations? And you and I have talked about this. Every executive, including the one that I fly with here locally, gets on that public service announcement and talks about our carbon footprint, and we're going to reduce, we're going to amplify our sustainability. How do you modify that 50-year-old building to become more sustainable and more compliant or relevant to the people that are working in it?
Yeah, one of the simplest things you could do is just attack the waste that's in buildings. We know that at least 30% of the energy that's consumed in buildings is wasted. So there's technology that's been in place for well over a decade that can help bring some of those underlying issues up on the table so that you can bring visibility to them and turn that data into information that you can act on to reduce your energy consumption, which reduces your carbon footprint. Look, the US building stock, when you think about carbon emissions, 40% of the carbon emissions come from buildings. So when we talk about solving for that problem, and we'll hit on that a couple of times as we go through this, but as we talk about solving for the climate crisis or solving for carbon reduction, there's no solution that doesn't involve solving for buildings. The math just doesn't work. So you're right, our customers, our clients, building owners and operators are trying to sort through, how do I go from my X, my baseline, to my Y, which is net zero or carbon neutral, by when, which could be 2030, 2040, or some other date that's already been established. And if you live in New York, the city has come out with legislation that says you will reduce or you will be fined. Boston has similar legislation up there. So this is front and center for our customers. And it's something that we're super excited about solving for because it helps bring sense of purpose to the work that we're doing.
Love that.
For all of my team members.
Love that. So you heard from the introduction, and really the focus of this session is your people, their growth journey, and your leadership brand.
Yep.
Ever since we met, and you asked us to work with Chris and Karen, two fabulous leaders under your tutelage, under your stewardship, both of which have grown in their own rights and in their own kind of impact in the organization. Talk about top character traits you look for individuals you either promote or ask them to lead a greater realm of responsibility.
Well, you just touched on one of them. And actually, you were talking to Ray about it just earlier, this whole notion of keeping your skill sets fresh. And I refer to it as being relevant, maintaining your relevance as a leader. So I look for that in earlier career folks as well. I want to understand what they're doing to learn and to move fast. Look, Ferris was right. All right. So Ferris Bueller was absolutely right. Life moves really fast, right? And if you don't keep up, you're going to miss something. And that goes for the way that we learn and take information in, and our ability to pivot and our willingness to pivot is front and center for some of the characteristics that I look for. I think I just saw something this past week that Chat GPT just in the end of January is over 100 million users. It went to 1 million users in 5 days. I think it took Facebook 10 months to get there. And if you think about it, it took 12 years for us to get comfortable using ATMs, 5 days. And then within 2 months, we're at 100 million. That's the pace of transformation today. So I think a challenge for myself and for leaders that have been around for a little bit is a willingness to rewrite some of the records that are playing in our heads based on experiences that we had for something that we tried 10 years ago or 5 years ago that didn't work. Well, things are different now. And even if I tried it a year ago, things change so quickly that I have to have a willingness to step back in and try it from a different perspective.
So on that note, do you believe tenure in a company is a hindrance, or is it the mindset that says my ego isn't so large that there's nothing new I can learn?
No, I had, there was a gentleman I had an opportunity to do some consulting with. He's one of the prominent leaders in the tech space out in California. And we were talking about the built space, buildings and innovation. And one of the folks around the table said, you know, there's a lot of gray hair in that space. And his response, which I've never forgotten, was that it's not the gray hair that concerns me, it's the gray brain. And if there's gray brain there, then we have a problem. So what do you mean by that? And it's archaic ways of thinking. So I think back to your question, it really comes down to not the experience, but the willingness to continue to build on those experiences and stay relevant and adjust. I've got leadership models that I subscribed to 20 years ago that frankly, I think there's major pieces of those that have passed their expiration date. And if I ran those same plays today, I wouldn't have the logo behind me. I'd be somewhere else. They would organ reject me if I ran those plays. And at one point in time, they made sense, but it's a different world.
So in you said, you mentioned in Nashville, you came from Nashville, you made an offer, she accepted. And so you're looking for their relevance. Are they learning? Are they moving fast? What else? What else gives you an early glimpse that this person has enormous potential within SC, within your organization, or just in general?
Yeah, so I subscribe to Lencioni's model about being hungry, humble, and smart. I think those are three key attributes. And when I look around at the team that we've assembled here, I see that in all the leaders. You mentioned Chris earlier. You know, he exemplifies that. He's crazy smart. He's unbelievably aggressive, but he's one of the most humble people you'll ever come across. And when he talks about the accomplishments, he talks about them in the context of what the team achieved as opposed to what he achieved personally. And so I think that's really important. I look for leaders who are what I refer to as maze bright. So somebody that you could drop into a maze and they're going to sort their way out. They'll figure their way through it. So that twitch reflex to make decisions is important for me as well.
Love it. Love it. How do you consistently get the best out of your leaders?
Casting. So I'm a theater dad, right? So my daughter Erin has spent a lot of her life in theater from the time she was 5 up until today. And you know, I look at some of the kids that she grew up with and the roles that they were cast for that they did well in and other ones that they didn't. And I think it's the same in business, that there's things that are inherent to who we are, that when we wade into a situation that has this in the basket of work, you're going to see me at my best. And so what I try to look for is experiences or interactions where I can get insight into what really energizes that leader. And you could see it in the way, well, you can hear it in my voice when I talk about leadership development. This is something that really energizes me. So I listen for those same things in the context of the role that I'm trying to cast somebody for.
People, no pun intended, but they light up, right? They whatever that topic is, they get really excited about. They want to be, you know, they raise their hand, they want to lead it, they want to jump through hoops. Conversely, you know, I've also seen the opposite, right? If they're not excited about it, you're just like, sure, I'm happy to do it because I want to be a team player. I'm happy to do it because nobody else is going to do it, but I'm not really excited about doing that. Yeah,
so that's a pitfall, I think, for that I try to coach my teams to watch for, because there's a place for that, right? So we're all on a team, and you know, we just got through with the Super Bowl, and there's a lot of positions that take the field. There's not a position that's designated the fumble jumper. everybody jumps on the fumble, right? So they didn't have to, there's a fumble, so let's go create a new position that their job is to just jump on fumbles. No, everybody knows there's a shared accountability for that. So there's an aspect of that. But really, I think where you're going to contribute the most to my team is casting yourself and working with us to cast you into roles that really allow you to get into your zone. So it's when you look at the basket of work, it's largely populated with the things that strengthen you when you're engaged in them. And that's another model I subscribe to, is the Gallup strengths-based model. And it's all about that piece of it. And I think as leaders, we have an opportunity to see people or put people in a lot of different situations where some of that stuff will come out. And I've seen some leaders, I've been in this position myself, where you're good at something, but it sucks the life out of you when you have to do it. And you can inadvertently get cast for that because you're good at it. But at the end of it, you're just so drained and you're never at peak performance.
For our audience, if you just joined us, you're listening to James Milet, Senior Vice President, U.S. Digital Buildings at Schneider Electric, and we're talking about your people, their growth journey, and your leadership brand. And again, what I love about every conversation with James is he does this. He lives this day in and day out. So talking about casting, talking about the right people in the right jobs with the right resources, runway to really deliver, there's got to be examples, without naming names, where high potentials have led you down in the past, or they haven't quite kind of met even their own expectations or your expectations of them. What do you do in those scenarios?
Yeah, those are bad days, without a doubt. And I say that because for me, more times than not, it's more about me than it is about them. And so what I mean by that is there are situations where I see the potential in someone, but their own desire is in a different direction, or I get in a position where I want it for them more than maybe they want it for themselves, for all the right reasons personally for them. And so it's something I know it's my bias. So I'm going through a situation right now. I've got another promotion that I'm getting ready to put through. Actually, tonight I'm having a conversation with somebody, and this was one of the things that we had talked about explicitly. I wanted to make sure that this opportunity that we're putting in front of this individual is something that they're really fired up about. I'm fired up about the prospect of casting them into this role, but if that fire isn't within them, I'm never going to see them at their best, and I'll shortchange them. The other piece is, oftentimes when we get into leadership positions, you have people coming to you looking for advice on, hey, I've got this opportunity. What do you think? And I've made mistakes on that front as well. I've got one right now that I'm wrestling with, and it was painful for me to go through because, again, not naming names or anything, but I had a situation where somebody came to me a while back about an opportunity, which on the surface, from an exposure and, what I knew about the leader they were going to be working with, yeah, that's fantastic. Props to you for even getting tapped on the shoulder for that. Go. And so off they went. And fast forward to a few weeks ago, we had a follow-up conversation, and it's not working out for anybody. And I was wrestling with it, and I missed a step. What I didn't do up front in that conversation was take the time to really understand that strengths equation for that individual. And when I asked them to bring that back to me, hey, help me understand, these things here. When they put it on the table, in front of the person, I smacked myself in the head. I said, listen, if I had taken the time to see this up front, I would have told you to run away from that position. And I didn't do that. So, we were both let down by the outcome, but I think it's more about me than it's about the individual.
I love it. Gary Ridge earlier today said, he was CEO and chairman at WD-40. He said, I had a 25-year apprenticeship in leadership because I learned every day about myself as much as I did others I was blessed to lead. Yeah. So talk about the impact you believe the global pandemic had on the intra-company relationships. I know you and SC is just real big on your people and the work we've done together in enabling, empowering the field technicians, for example. Talk about what the pandemic did about for intra-company relationships.
I'm worried about this, frankly, and if it's okay, I wouldn't mind slowing down a little bit on this topic and maybe going a little deeper. And I
Sure.
think it's one of the reasons I'm excited about the book, because I think it contains a lot of this that we have to go address. So look, when you go into a battle, you're going to win with what you took with you, not with what you wish you had. And one of the things that I think for my team that saw us through, the challenges we've had over the last 3 years was the culture that we built. And it's built on this human connection that we had here that I saw from the outside before I joined the company as part of what attracted me to Schneider as a brand, was the culture. And that culture carried us through. When we think about our, things like Dare to Disrupt or Achieve Together, it's all these things that are about functioning as an interconnected team. And today, as I sit here today, I know a lot more people today than I knew before the pandemic. I've interacted with a lot more people today than I did before the pandemic because of this. We couldn't get our people to use Zoom before the pandemic, and now magically we're all very proficient with it. But there's something that we designed out of the equation as we've gotten more comfortable with that, and it's this human interaction. So I'll give you a real good example for me personally. Last February, I got my team together in New York City, and one morning, the leader that I had that ran that geography for me, he set up a meeting with one of our clients, and it's one of the most iconic facilities in the world that we take care of. And this particular individual, the customer we were meeting with, was responsible for physical security and access control for the entire portfolio of buildings that this owner owns and operates. He was a retired New York City precinct commander as well, big Irish guy, And and David, my dad passed away in 2020. He was the first scuba diver for NYPD, and we got to talking about the police department. And Dave, the person who works with me, pointed out to the customer. He said, "Hey, James's dad was on the job," and he goes, "I know who James's dad was." And it just immediately the whole room changed, and it became this very personal conversation about stories that he was sharing with me about my dad, who had just passed away not long ago. And so, we went through the meeting, and afterwards we did a tour of the building, and he said, "Hey, before you leave, come back." And so we met him in the lobby, and he put his big Irish hand on my shoulder, and he said, "Hey, listen, I want you to know something. Anytime you come to New York, you have a friend." I'm not getting that from Zoom, Dave. It's not happening. And I got this big hug before I left, and it's something I'll never forget. And I think that human connection is something that we have to be careful about. There was an article that I read a long time ago, and I'll give you the specifics of it here in a second, but the takeaway was high tech requires high touch to create high trust. High tech requires high touch to create high trust. And it was an article written by Charles Handy in the Harvard Business Review in 1995. And I think it couldn't be any more true then than it is today. It's unbelievable, the relevance of that. So we talk to customers. There's a lot of conversation around returning to work or returning to the office, or how do we get people back in buildings. My focus and our team's focus is return to people. And it's those personal interactions, that personal collaboration that takes place here in these people-centric built spaces that creates these magical moments where innovation happens. This here is so much better than not having this.
Oh, sure. So I have a question. Great story. Love that. Question of you is that scenario generational? You and I grew up differently. You and I went into an office, and we get a lot of energy from interacting with and sharing stories with people like this Irish gentleman you mentioned. Yeah. And how about that 20-year-old that's in the first or second job? How about that 30-year-old that hasn't had as much of those relationship dynamic opportunities? Do you believe they miss it through this pandemic? Do you believe they realize the potential of those tactile, physical relationships that you and I deeply believe in, and we believe it's critical to our not just success but well-being?
So our experiences drive our beliefs. I'm totally convinced of that. So when I think about moving organizations forward and getting an organization to act differently tomorrow than we act today so we can deliver a different set of results, it really starts with the belief system that drives the way that we act. And that belief system is framed up by our experiences. So and this is what concerns me, when I think about people who have hired in to all of our companies over the past 3 years, they've hired in, but they've hired in remotely, and they've hired in where everything was shipped to them, and they're operating like this. So to your question, I think it's hard to understand what you're missing if you haven't experienced it to begin with. So we're putting a lot of focus on onboarding events to make sure that we find opportunities to bring people together and to create new experiences that frame up a belief system that facilitates the collaboration that we're looking for in the workplace. My belief is, once those experiences are there, absolutely, it's something that once you have it, you'll never want to let it go. That piece of it, I think, is more of a human issue than it is a generational issue. I will admittedly, the preferences for communication are very different generationally. And I've shared this story with you before. A couple of years back, I was sitting on the couch and I got a text from my 14, 15-year-old daughter asking if she could spend the night at a friend's house. And I looked at it. And so I looked over to my left and I said, yeah, because she was sitting right there, So that's communication. Yeah, it's like, hey.
Yeah.
But the communication preferences are different. So we have to respect that and we have to make adjustments. But I think it's up to us to create an environment that fosters the collaboration and creates this interconnectivity that makes, I think for us at Schneider, makes our culture just so special.
For our audience, we're live on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter. You're listening to James Milet, Senior Vice President, U.S. Digital Buildings at Schneider Electric. We're talking about people and their growth journey and your leadership brand, your ability to engage, influence them beyond teaching them the business, teaching them hopefully how to become better leaders, servant leaders, and really a lot of the intangibles that may or may not come with the job description, but it's critical in all of our personal and professional growth. So how would you describe, on that note, if I went and randomly spoke with a dozen people, how would they describe your leadership brand? How would they describe the way you pour love, support, and growth into your team?
I can tell you what I hope it would be. I hope that I'm one of these coaches that's known for putting teams on the field that win. And that's at the forefront. And I think it gets back to the casting, the talent selection, and all that. But beyond that, I would hope that I'm known as an incredibly driven leader who's equally kind. And back to the notion around business models that have passed their expiration date, I don't believe that those two things are mutually exclusive. I think that you can be an incredibly driven organization, an incredibly driven team, and still be incredibly kind as you carry yourself and interact with people and customers. So yeah, I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. I had an opportunity, this is 2009, I think, to go out and benchmark some of the highest recognized companies in the planet for employee engagement. It was a 8-month project that I was a part of, and probably one of the best career experiences I've ever had, because I got to go. This gets back, my whole family's been in law enforcement and detectives, and so this detective gene kicks out in me every once in a while. So going and unpacking all this stuff was sandbox time for me. And one of the best meetings I had was actually at Cargill, and I was talking to the lady about what they had done, and I asked a question about their journey, and she stopped me and she went off and she brought back what looked like a blueprint. It was a big rolled up piece of paper about this thick. She rolled it out over the big conference table, and it was basically their timeline and pictures of how they went from where they were to where they were. What I took away from that was there was 3 main things that drive employee engagement that I think are still true today. I think if you deploy managers into your organization that genuinely care about their people, and because of the experiences they create with their people know that their manager cares about them as a person, bingo, drives engagement. Number 2, if those same leaders and managers, especially at the front line, frontline leadership, if they create experiences with their people to where their people know that their manager is personally invested in their development, you move the needle on engagement. And then the last one is, again, because of the experiences that are created, I know that my ideas and opinions count. So if we can go out to the organization and they know that because of all these experiences, their manager cares about them as a person, their manager is personally invested in their development, and that their ideas and opinions count, engagement moves. So back to the brand question, I would hope that I'm creating experiences for my people that convey that. And you can't fake this stuff either, right? So it's got to be genuine. Otherwise, don't bother.
You've heard me talk about this. I think everybody inevitably has a BS radar, right? They'll see right through it if you're not authentic or real. And what I love about those three attributes in creating engagement, you're talking about managers that roll up their sleeves and don't see relationships as a spectator sport, but they get hands-on. They get, I saw you nudge Karen to get involved with service council so she would have, a seat at the table with other executives, right? I saw you, nudge Chris to take on bigger roles and responsibilities because you saw he was capable of that. And I think that's what makes you endearing to the team that I've certainly observed.
The thing you don't get visibility to, though, is how often they give me those nudges. And that's the thing that I appreciate about the team that I have around me, is that it's important. Every layer that exists between you and the front line represents a coat that you're wearing. And at some point, you can't tell what the temperature is anymore because you're too far removed. And you have to count on the people around you, your friends and your colleagues, to let you know when you need a nudge to get back in line. And those two names that you mentioned were fantastic at it, as well as the rest of the staff that I have.
How do you model? I'm James, 20 years into this idea of relationships. I think that best describe it is that I'm saddened that this idea of relationship development isn't taught in our schools. This idea of relationship development isn't taught in many organizations. New hire, management, leadership development programs. Somehow I either think we were expecting people to pick it up through osmosis, or realistically, we're picking it up through modeling. So how do you model the appropriate, relevant, and materially impactful business relationship behaviors for your team? Because my impression is you're teaching them more about that, how to be a servant leader, how to listen more intently, how to elevate their emotional connection to others, than you are just a functional competency of the buildings and the technology and those things.
Yeah, let me touch on a simple one first. And you've got a great example of this in the book where you share a LinkedIn post that had gone viral, right? So because of, the intent, basically the intent behind the post wasn't where it needed to be. And one of the rules that we have that, again, coaching from underneath, Justin Lavoie shared with me, is that your intent comes into the room before you do. So I think when we do this in the context of relationship building, we have to be clear with ourselves around what our intent is. Are we really going in to help our customers, or are we just trying to sell and fill in the blank on what that is? And do we become an organization of hammers looking for nails, or are we solution providers that are trying to help customers solve challenges that are important to them, and by default they become important to us? So I think intent is front and center. I think you have to be there. You have to be here when you're sitting in front of somebody or talking to somebody. I mentioned my daughter earlier. One of the things that I do better today than I used to do is when she comes into the room, if she's home from school, from college, and she asks a question or wants to talk about something, if the TV's on, even if I'm watching Manchester United, it goes on mute. If I'm in front of my laptop, it closes because I want to be there for her. I was at a hotel about 2 weeks ago, and had gotten to the hotel late. It was probably 9:00. Went down to the bar, got a beer, and propped my computer open. Was going to catch up on email. That puts you to sleep. So I was going to catch up on email. And there was somebody looking at me from across the bar, it's like he's trying to figure out who you are. So then he starts coming around. I didn't know who it was. So I was like, okay, what is this going to be? And so he goes, are you James Milet? And, being the Irish guy that I am, depends on who's asking, right? So,
Do I owe you money?
so he told me who he was, and he works on my team in Boston running our safety program up there. So I meet, but the laptop closed, and I spent an hour with Joe, and it was great. It was such a good investment of time, and that's a relationship that I have now. So I think it's I don't want to oversimplify it, but the little things make such a difference when we're talking about doing this, building relationships out.
And you bring up our kids. I learned this. I can't take credit for it, from my wife, who said years ago, our kids are sponges and they watch what we do with far greater intensity than what we say we do. And I've seen the same with employees, team members. Are you modeling the behaviors you want and need in them? Or are you just talking about the wall art of our culture as our people are the most important, and yet you're not present, you're not in the moment, you're not engaged, you're not making a difference? Switch gears. So we're coming out of this pandemic. I love the idea of you doubling down on the people of SC and your team. What are you most excited about? And you know me, I'm going to flip the coin and ask you, what are you most concerned about this next year?
Yeah, the culture piece is absolutely front and center for me. So this notion of return to people is top of mind for me. And I think it starts, as a leader, it starts with you. If you want everybody to be here, you better be here too. And so we're not issuing any mandates about, you need to move away from work from home. But what we're trying to do is create better experiences for when people are here to where they want to come back even more. And I think there's something to be said, and maybe this is coaching for the other leaders that might be watching here, is don't underestimate the impact that you personally have on just being available and accessible, even if it's just at the water cooler, to have a quick conversation. I was in here last week, and there was a new hire that came in, and one of the leaders on my team saw me and brought me over and introduced me to Lauren. And it was great. For me, I got to understand why she came to the company and all that. It was a good touch point for me. I got a lot out of it, but she got to put, a face with the voice and all the rest of it. So I think that's important. We don't have offices here. It's all, like hoteling, and we have an app where you can reserve space. And so I was in one of the small spaces this morning, and I typically keep my door open so if somebody is walking by, they can pop in, unless, like I've got a sign on the door here that says "Do not enter." But somebody that I've been mentoring popped in, and it was a great conversation. I get to see him face to face in real life. It was fantastic, and I was so glad that he came over to say hello. So those touch points really make a difference. And I think if we as leaders want our people to return to each other, I think it starts with us. So Dave, to your point earlier about the posters on the wall, one of the things I'm very conscious about, both in my personal life and at work, is making sure that the audio that's coming out here matches the video that people see when we're out and about. And I think it's the quickest way for an organization or a leader to lose credibility is to become that talking head that can mimic the words that are on the poster, but they don't model them in real life. And it's not easy sometimes. And I think for me personally, when I look at our core values, we have one that's called Embrace Different, and it's all about inclusivity. And one of the things that's in the poster on the wall is that we call out bias wherever we see it. And I can honestly say that I'm better today than I was 10 years ago. And I wasn't anywhere near I needed to be 10 years ago on that topic. I could think of specific examples where I saw it and I didn't lean in like I should have. I also know that I'm going to be even better tomorrow, because I try to get 1% better every day. And so I think we got to model it.
So let me build on that. What if that disconnect between the cultural values and what your team observes, James, is from higher up? That's not the case that I've observed at SC, but let's just say maybe it's the CEO, maybe it's a board member or
Yep.
they say something, they do something that your direct reports are going to be like, wait, that's not what James is either driven into us, or that's not our culture. How do you explain that? How do you justify bad behaviors that we see in other either peers or higher up?
You don't. So I think the simple answer is you don't justify it. Because I think if you do that, you might as well just take all the posters down from the walls, right? So the thing I appreciate, one of the things I appreciate the most about this culture that we have is it's strong enough to organ reject that type of behavior. I've seen it in other situations outside this company where I've seen leaders that, you asked me earlier about high potentials that have disappointed me. Not so much for me, but I can think about some leaders that have disappointed themselves, over the years. And it's hard, especially if it's somebody that you look up to. And we're all human, we all have these moments where, you trip or something. It's about how you recover and how you handle it. But no, I don't think you justify it. I think you got to face into it. And I think as leaders in the organization, we owe it to our people to get those issues up on the table and address them. Otherwise, you got to leave. If you don't think you can make the change and you're in an organization that the posters are just that, they're empty, not for me.
Yep.
So
at some point, you're going to move on from SC. What do you want your legacy to be there?
Yeah. This climate challenge that we've got, it's an interesting time for us as a generation. I really believe that we, you and I, we're the first generation to really fully understand the impact of climate change. And I think our generation and the one coming after us may be the last ones that have an opportunity to change the trajectory. Right. So that's a big issue. And as I mentioned earlier, I don't see a solution to it that doesn't involve buildings. And I think at some point in the future, there's going to be a moment in time when we reflect back on everything we did to change the trajectory to get us to a better place. And I want to be able to answer the question for my grandchildren when they say, hey, what did you do to contribute to that? I want to be able to say that I played a part in making that a better situation. And the good news is there's so much opportunity out there for us to make a difference. And our teams are energized about it. And you talk about meaningful purpose, doesn't get much better than that. So if I can leave with that kind of legacy at some point when I sail off into the sunset, what a good one that would be, huh?
For our audience, if you joined us late, you missed a good one. James Milet is Senior Vice President of U.S. Digital Buildings at Schneider Electric. And not only are their logos good looking and a great color, but he's also quoted on the back cover of the book with his kind endorsement. James, thank you. On behalf of myself and our team and our audience, I'm always grateful for a chance for us to talk and share your perspective, your leadership. And again, I said it early on and I meant it. What I love is in every interaction with you, you live it. You live these values. You live how you lead. And it's a testament to the way you lead in the incredible examples I've seen of your direct reports getting promoted or finding other opportunities to carry on those lessons they've learned from you. So thanks for the gift of your time, and thanks for the incredible insights.
I appreciate the invite, as always. Thank you so much.
It's great to have you. For our audience, this is the Relationship Economics 3rd edition. So excited about the launch of this book today. As if you know me or if you know anything about my work, this is what I've studied. I've been a student of this for the past 20 years. This completely new 3rd edition is released today, available at your favorite retailers. So go grab one wherever you get a chance. We got all kinds of bonuses in the page you signed up. I also want to remind you of our Nour forum community. The same place you've signed up for this. If you go to nourgroup.com/forum, nourgroup.com/forum, I've zoomed in on this so you can see right below the video, there's a request to join. This is a private online community. We want to make sure that the right people are here for the right reasons. Once you come in, then this is the homepage. This is what you'll see. This is an opportunity for you to come and be a part of our community. Come and see what what we're doing is, this is what the page looks like. So you go to nourgroup.com/forum. And this is again, right below the video. There's a request to join, so you can see that. And then when you log in, you come here and you can see there's a home page here. There's courses, there's groups. We have a very big project management community. There's executives and board members. And then under this RE3 launch, left-hand navigation, that's where we'll put resources. We'll put all kinds of great content for you throughout today. So again, I hope you will come join us there and be a part of the continued conversation. So as we've done throughout today, again, I feel like this is 24 hours of Le Mans for me, talking to some great leaders. We saved a great one to wrap up the day. Joel Koblenz, longtime friend. I've known Joel longer than any of the other executives today. An exemplary senior executive, board executive search leader, is going to join us top of the hour. And we're going to talk about this idea of the search for exceptional leaders. It talks about the Oreo cookie challenges that leaders, a lot of leaders are facing. We're going to talk about how he lives a lot of the relationship challenges and opportunities, and the way he carries himself, the relationships he builds with his partners, with clients, with referral sources. We're going to talk about what's happening in the market and why it's critical to continue to up your skill and really nurture your relationships. So I'm going to give you 15 minutes to go get a water, get a drink, get a cup of tea, get a cup of coffee, take a bio break, and we'll come back with Joel Koblenz, top of the hour. Again, no guilt, no obligation. Hope you'll consume as much or as little as today, but you're not going to want to miss the conversation with Joel. So thanks again, James, and look forward to having Joel join us top of the hour. We'll see you there in a few minutes. Thanks, everybody. Hi, everybody. David Nour back with you with one of the last sessions of today. If you just joined us throughout today, I'm going on 8 hours strong. 8 hours strong. We've launching the Relationship Economics 3rd edition. Mint Green. Mint Green is in, and I'm so excited that this is finally have come to fruition, completely rewritten. If you know me, if you know anything about my work, I published the 1st edition back in 2008. 2012, I published a paperback with about 40% new content. And Wiley was kind enough to reach out and ask, in the post-pandemic world and with all the evolution of relationships, would I consider writing a new version? So everything from the role of AI and ML in how we engage, how we influence others, to strategic relationship planning for individuals, organizations, to this idea of systems thinking and design thinking when it comes to your relationships. I'm really proud of the ideas that we've been able to capture and maintain some of the great ones, build on them, but really bring a different level of conversation to the table. For this launch, I didn't want you to just hear from me. So if you've been with us, you've seen a great kind of role. And, from 8 o'clock this morning when I kicked this off, to Chad Johnson, the Chief Procurement Officer at Centene, was kind enough to join us early on to talk about smart consumption. Eric McCarthey, 30 plus years at Coke, a venture capital private equity partner and board member, talking about visionary leadership in this ongoing VUCA world. Steve Hardy, CMO at Profix, talked about the evolution from traditional marketing to much more account-based and really strategic, relationship-focused. Boy, a fantastic leader, Gary Ridge, former CEO and chairman of WD-40 company, talked about 10 traits of leadership and soul-sucking CEOs with the bad behaviors that really pulled down the culture. Jen Cordes and I did a great conversation in our Intelligent Growth live stream with strategic relationship planning. Ray Harris, CIO, CISO at Attran, talked about transformational leadership in deploying technology through COVID, and now their acquisition of a German-based company that's bigger than they are. And of course, most recently, James Milet, genuinely one of the kindest leaders you'll meet, Senior Vice President of U.S. Digital Buildings at Schneider Electric, talked about people and their growth journey and certainly your leadership brand. I don't want to say we saved the best for last, but let me just say that Joel Koblenz, I want to welcome. Joel is a longtime friend. I've known him longer than any of the other executives, and very well known and respected executive search leader here in Atlanta. Joel, welcome.
Thank you, David. Glad to be with you.
It is great to have you. Joel, for those who may not know as much about Koblenz Group or your background, tell us a little about kind of where you've been, what you've done, and focus of the firm.
Yeah, a little bit of history. I am not a human resource person, obviously, if one saw my background. But I took over a business where I found an officer fraud problem. And this was the president reporting to me, the president of a division reporting to him, and the CFO reporting to me. And obviously, when that happens, you have to replace. I used the search firms, never really had used search before. And I have to say, it wasn't the best of experiences. So I ended up doing it myself with some help from one of the partners of King and Spalding, the Atlanta-based law firm. And I was new to Atlanta, so I really didn't know anybody, and started out. And I truly enjoyed this whole concept of how you build a team and why you build a team and what you look for in building a team. We took that business once I got it with the right people. We were able to sell it for 10 times cash flow. Would have taken us 10 years to achieve those numbers and taking the risk of operating it over that period of time. So it taught me again the importance of leadership, the importance of culture, and how you make decisions. So after that, I ended up with Egon Zehnder. There were 5 people in America at that point in time. I was the 6th. There were 3 Europeans and 2 others. We used to get resumes that were addressed to Eggnog Blender, So, I mean, that's where we started. And we built a rather formidable team. We certainly were of the big five search firms, the smallest in America. But in Europe and in other parts of the world, by far number one with the deepest relationships at the very top of the house.
Mm.
Egon, the founder, was my mentor. And when he retired, I told him that I was also going to leave the firm. And he encouraged me to stay on for a year to kind of bridge the gap with some of the younger folks in the firm and carry on some of the values that we all believed in, which was different perhaps than most other search firms.
Mm.
But it was time, and I went over to Emory University to start a center to study corporate governance, where I had spent years inside of boardrooms, and had worked globally for a number of years. So everything from being on the team that found the new president of the World Bank, to the president of IATA, to the heads of one company after another. And Egon made sure that I was included, and that's why I had a role, a more prominent role than perhaps I deserved in the firm. In any case, in 2007, we started our own firm, carrying those values across with several former people that were colleagues of mine in Zender. Mm. And the firm was really built on the basic proposition that clients do come first. We deal with their most sensitive matters, which is around leadership. And we carry their relationships really very, very, very carefully, very sensitively. That's led us to 98% completions of the engagements that we take on, far more than the search firms that everybody knows. They're usually in the 60 percentile. Mm. About 80% of our clients are repeat clients, which tells you, again, the surest sign of whether they believe that you are assisting them in other ways. We are not a firm that writes proposals. We used to spend hours thinking through a client's potential problem and writing a proposal. Then we realized that when you write a proposal, the first thing the potential client looks at is the fees. They don't really care how thoughtful you are in many cases. So we stopped that. And we don't go to the beauty contests that many of the search firms are tuned to go in and win engagements. All of our engagements since 2007, we've tracked every one, come from relationships. And interestingly enough, and we didn't realize this until last year when we had another review, that over 20% of the relationships that led us into new engagements emanated from unsuccessful candidates on searches, unsuccessful candidates, which again told us the power about relationships. And so 3 of the senior partners, myself included, called individuals to find out, 1, to keep in touch with them, 2, to find out how they were doing, but of course to find out why they would recommend us. And it was a question, we really learned 2 things. 1, spending a lot of time and really understanding and how to build a relationship with a client, and being able to communicate that to candidates was really important. Secondly, so it's not just a job specification. It, in our view, is just a 3-hump camel anyway, because a number of people touch on it and mark it up and use words that don't mean something to one person but do to another. Mm. But the second thing we found was that when we said we were going to do something, we did it. If we said we were going to call you on such and such a date at such and such a time, And thirdly, we were very clear about the reason that the client was actually looking to make a change. We were clear about what the expectations were for the role, how they'd be measured. We were clear about the resources that they would have in order to achieve those outcomes. And lastly, we were clear, because we truly understood the client, how decisions were made inside that company and how the culture aligned to value. And I think the success that we've had comes down to that plus one other thing. Because we know the clients as well as we know them, or we don't start the search, we are good at saying no. We are good at saying no. But more importantly, once we know the client, we ask ourselves, as if we are the client, if this was our situation with the candidate in front of us, would we be willing to permit our resources to be deployed under this person's leadership? Okay. Now we can turn the question the way one likes, but the idea is if we are not confident of that, the client will never see the candidate. So over lunch today, I was meeting with a partner in a private equity firm, and he said, well, how many of these searches do you have to redo because of the guarantee? Since 2007, we've redone only one search, and that was when an individual became ill during the guarantee period and couldn't continue. And we were not really responsible for doing it under those conditions, but it's the right thing to do.
Sure. So you live the testament. I mean, you're a testament to what I said earlier. You live a lot of these things. Joe, start at a macro level for me, and let's talk about what are you seeing? I know you have a CHRO roundtable. I know you meet with a lot of investors and kind of PE backers. You certainly have a lot of CEO and board relationships. What are you seeing in the market in the post-pandemic world? Give us three kind of observations.
Yeah, that's a difficult question to come down the funnel on, David, to be honest with you. But I have, to put it in some perspective, somewhere around 20 to 22 discussions with CEOs every month, different ones on different subjects. Some call because they're clients, some call because they've heard of some of the work that we do or the access that we have, and they want perspective. What we know for sure is the world was changing very, very rapidly before COVID. Okay. If you were to look at these phones, okay, when we were kids, there was the World Book Encyclopedia or was it Britannica Encyclopedia? Yeah. It's all 5,000 years of information is right here.
Yeah.
Okay. It tells us also that the speed of change comes because of a pretty interesting statistic. If you go back 10 or 15 years, they were saying that the world's knowledge doubled every 3 to 5 years. Today, we're saying it's doubling every 3 to 4 months. That's a speed that really moves much faster than humans can adjust, organizations can adjust, and it changes the qualities that you look for in leaders. It really does change the qualities you look for in leaders. What we've stayed away from is terms like servant leadership and all these other things. And I know people use those terms, but they mean different things to different people. And oftentimes people get confused about what they really mean. So since COVID, what we've seen is an acceleration of this change. And when we talk to leaders, there's a few important things, which I think answers your question, that they are really looking at. The first is, how do I move forward without having a clear path? Okay. Historically, boards would hire chief executive officers, and we could talk about that process and succession if you like, but they would hire people to be change leaders. And as the pain quotient of change would increase, they would back away from supporting that leader. Today, that kind of change is the norm. So boards are themselves under pressure to change. And while their principal responsibility, above all else, is to select the CEO and to evaluate the CEO. That's their principal thing. So where does this all start and where does it lead us? Well, first, I'd say that the leaders today have to be extraordinarily facile. They've got to be flexible, they've got to be adaptable, and they have to have communication skills that suggest full inclusiveness. And when we talked a couple of weeks ago, I mentioned this idea that I'd come up with, which I want to just explain, the Oreo. If it's appropriate, David.
Please.
Okay, just think about an Oreo cookie. You know, it's got the cookie on the top, the cookie on the bottom, and the white stuff in the middle, right? Think of the board as being the cookie on the top, and you think of the management of the company at the bottom and the leadership in the middle. So the leadership is the white stuff that we always would eat out first when we were kids, right? All right, at the very top, the boards historically were under pressure for governance and performance. Now they're under pressure for societal balance and governance. On top of it all, we have 1,100 activist shareholders in the United States. And these are people who don't really care about much else but the performance that they have to achieve for their shareholders. They're not Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. Okay? They are not. You can see what happened at Disney. You can see how Peltz pressed for change, pressed for a board seat to assure change. And when Igor came in and began to make the changes, as of I think yesterday, say Tuesday, Monday, he stepped away. Okay, so they are in this for the last dollar. Who knows how Disney will come out? You know, nobody expected them to suggest that they might put Hulu up for sale.
Yeah,
but there's been enough of this that you have to find leaders, boards that understand that the CEO that they hire must be given guidance, and that guidance has to be about performance. Okay, and the guidance is about priorities. So priorities, whether societal or whether they're related to the business themselves, they have to be good citizens, and yet they have to have return to the shareholders. Below them, at the very bottom, you have the management of the company, which the leader in the middle really is trying to drive. So what's he trying to drive, the leader in the middle? Well, he certainly has the priorities and he's got the measurements from the board. He or she has to help his team set up a strategy that they all agree on. They then have to run that strategy through the operations, and they have to have the human capital, the leadership, the organizational structure to drive through the business and get the performance, utilizing those strategies to get to those priorities. The challenge is at the lower end of the cookie now. Well, what's at the lower end? Well, you get the pushback. So that the leadership, it's in the middle of that cookie. They're on the white horse, and they got the sword, and they're going forward, the saber, and they're going forward. But they look back, and they don't see anybody following. Part of that is the organizational challenge of not invented here. Why should I do it? I've never done it before, and it's not in my swim lane. To try and break that down in other terms, one of my economic professors once said, if you gave the government the Sahara Desert in 5 years, you wouldn't have sand. So you're trying to break down a bureaucracy. So one of the second thing that we're looking for is, are individuals capable of being respectful of a culture, but also understand that the respect of the culture doesn't mean you accept it. It doesn't mean you accept it. Okay? And what that means is, from a conversation we had with Barry McCarthey, I'll use his name. Barry is CEO of Deluxe. Mm-hmm. And a recent conversation that Barry and I had, and with some other folks, was if you had to change, he went into an organization where some people in that company had been there for 3 and 4 generations, their family. Okay, so you're looking at the bottom of the cookie. And it was an old line check printing company, really. What they had done is they'd improved the technology to print more checks faster or more efficiently, but that was about it. It was unhigh. So Barry is bringing to them software technology and payment systems and whatever, which is altogether different. But to break that down, Barry realized that to hold the kind of culture that was very humanistic, very leadership driven, very relationship driven, he needed to point out and bring in new people. We've been on that journey a little bit with him to try and balance out the future without totally letting go of the past. Today, check printing is only 30% of their business. That's two plus years later. So you can begin to see the impact the leader can have. And I think the third thing that we're all looking at is, how do leaders communicate an alignment? How do they discuss the paths forward? How do they set that path? Inclusiveness is really, really critical. Respect for people of different opinions. You know, there was an old story when IBM was going to go public way back when, and Watson, the chairman, brought in bankers, and they walked down this long hall, And they looked in these offices, these bankers are looking in these offices left and right, and people are sitting there doing absolutely nothing that they could figure out. There was no papers on the desk. So they said, well, you're an inefficient company, Dr. Watson, you know. And he said, no, you don't understand. These people are doing our most important work. And they looked at him kind of funny. He said, they're thinking. Okay, so there has to be this element of stepping away and providing perspective and context, and being able to communicate that perspective and context so that others can contribute to it. And that's what we're looking for in leaders today.
So, Joel, you still have some dinosaur leadership mindset within these organizations, within boards. You're engaged to find, in some ways, a needle in a haystack. So why would I, as a leader, why would I want that headache? Why would I want the activist shareholder or that potentially short-sighted, PE firm versus, and the challenges you mentioned? I can see a vision, but I don't see a path to get there. I'm not getting buy-in from the bottom. It seems like an incredibly thankless job.
Well, in some ways it is. But I think there's a realization that what got you to this point isn't going to get you where you think you need to go. So there has to be adjustments along the way. That's why the leader who can communicate to the board and make sure that they understand the journey, the difficulties and challenges of the journey, but where the outcome is and how you measure that journey is important. It's not important to go to the board and bring up the 4 dancing bears, the 4 people who run your divisions, to talk about what happened last quarter. That's over with. We really have to focus on what we know now and what we think this means to us, and then how we position our enterprise to take advantage of that situation. I'm talking about sustainability of competitiveness, not talking about ESG particularly. Well, in that context. So I think there are very few exceptional leaders. Now, when you look at succession of the CEOs today, last year about 80%, and it's been running about the same number, are internal promotions. How many of them really work? Well, that's another question. That's another measurement altogether. It seems that the ones that are brought in from the outside tend to be able to break the glass more than somebody who's been brought in through the organization, been cultivated by being promoted into the organization. Doesn't mean they're wrong for the job. It just means that they have a more difficult time breaking the relationships that they need to break in order to move the enterprise forward. Some people can do that. Okay, some people can do that. Some people can't. Again, you can use the situation at Disney as an example. You could look at Howard Schultz from Starbucks. He's back for the 3rd time. Doesn't matter who he has come to pinch hit for him. He's back in the lineup. And, but it does take an exceptional leader. And you also find that it isn't the dinosaurs that get in the way, it's the egos that get in the way more than the dinosaurs. And it takes an exceptional leader to say, I don't have all the answers. Okay, but we're going to go on this journey together. And if you can find that kind of leader, now obviously they have to have competencies as well. It isn't just about the fit. But if you can find that kind of leader that says, we're going to go on this journey together, what we are going to be is a much stronger organization into the future, but we're going to have to make some changes. And you're going to be part of helping us make those changes.
So you and I talked last time we spoke. You shared what I thought was a frightening statistic that something like preponderance of leaders who have taken on these leadership positions in the last couple of years were surveyed, and they felt woefully unprepared or inadequate. Talk about that for a second.
Well, what the survey it asked a question of, as CEO, if you've had the role at least 2 years, but no less than 3, answer the following question. Did you feel prepared for the role that you now have, meaning CEO role? And over 70%, I think it was 71% or so, said that they didn't feel adequately prepared. It goes back to your first point, David. The world is working at such a fast pace. What can you be prepared for? The only thing you can be prepared for is change, and to accept that change is the norm of the day. And so being prepared for whatever change or whatever curveball is being thrown to you, it does take an exceptional leader to do that. And it takes an exceptional team to sit there and wonder out loud, okay, here's where we are. We didn't expect this. You know, we certainly had a series of risks that we were prepared to take on, but who thinks of a worldwide pandemic? Who thinks about war in the way that war is being waged? So you look at this and you ask yourself, as the world is changing, are we prepared? Do we understand the risks associated with it? I can tell you, in having been the chair of the Emory Center for Ethics, and now I'm just a plain old board member, I could tell you that the ethical challenges that we're going into are going to make it more difficult for leaders because there are things you don't normally think about. You take AI, for example, and you looked at healthcare. We know that if you use AI, the chances of a doctor reading a scan and reading it rightly are less than the machine reading it. But under HIPAA, who owns the data? What's the ethical considerations of who owns the data and what they do with the data? So we're beginning to head into this era of a lot of unknowns. So that's where I think teams win out. That's where culture wins out. Where inclusive cultures certainly win out. Doesn't mean they win every time out, you know. But look, 3 out of 10 in baseball, it gets you to the Hall of Fame. I think leaders do better than that, but they're not going to be perfect. There's always going to be potholes in the road, and you're always going to have to go left or you're going to have to go right. The worst thing for leaders is to say, well, let me stop and let's do nothing for a while and let's just ponder. I think the smart leaders, the ones we're looking at, are willing to take measured risk, willing to move the team forward, and then adjust as they go. Clients understand that too, because everyone on that board is facing, in the companies that they've either governed or are still executives in, are facing the same issues. The question now is the bottom part of the Oreo and how you motivate and communicate with that. And I think showing care, showing what you're doing, being transparent about where you're trying to take the company, showing them what role they will have in this, so that you get an onboarding. You almost have to re-recruit your people. They all have options. They all can be doing other things. They all can be paid about the same wherever they go. They're going to go where they're respected, where they're going to learn something, where they feel they're wanted, and where they feel confident that they could be on a winning team.
Yeah, and just for our audience, I'm here. I apologize. I'm working through a technical issue, but Joel, keep building on that. How do you then sift through? And you said the changing skill sets of the executives to be able to adapt to this new environment. You get a search, the board wants a change agent, yet someone that can break the mold without breaking the culture. How do you sift through all the possible candidates? How do you've got a phenomenal success rate. I love that unsuccessful past searches are referring you business. How do you find these exceptional leaders to lead and be willing to step up and take on these opportunities?
Well, not everybody's in play all the time, that's for sure. Although most everybody will want to hear about an interesting situation. You know, I've had the privilege, and I really mean it, that to conduct probably over 400 public company board seats. So I may be one of, well, maybe 3-4 people who've really done that many. And that gives you a real privileged access to people and ask them. And if this was your company, your situation, suffering a bit with allergies here, as you might tell, you know, it gives you the opportunity to ask them, if this was your situation, who would you turn to and why? What would they bring to this equation? Why would they even look at it? When's the last time you talked to them? What kind of challenges have they failed at? How did they adjust from failure? And, you know, different companies are at different points in its life cycle, and leaders aren't leaders for every part of that life cycle. So one really has to understand where that company is on its life cycle, on its journey, and the kind of leader it needs now. Last year, we saw CEO turnover hit, I think, an all-time high when you certainly when you get outside the Fortune 500. Fortune 500, yes, about I think it was about just less than 20% turnover. Outside the Fortune 500, it was higher. We hit an all-time high of CEO turnover, I believe, was the mid-third quarter last year. And you and the audience knows every time you turn out the CEO is going to make changes to the team. So it starts a spin cycle, if you will, of leadership. The question of who should lead and why really depends on how carefully the board has thought through where they want this company to go and why. What is there a question of remediation? Is there a question of driving new technology? Is there a question of customer service? Where is the basic challenge that holds a company back? Now, you know, it's a bit like poker in a way. You can go around the table, and once you resolve one thing, you can check around if you're a board, and you can say, is Joe over there really the right person, or Jane over there the right person to lead this enterprise? They also are starting to ask the question, do we have the right team on the board? We've seen a lot of that work recently. So boards are changing, CEOs are changing, the qualities that we're seeking underneath in those roles is changing, and the quality of the functional or operational leaders is somewhat changing. So it's a constant movement, if you will. It's almost like a fine Swiss watch. And when one side moves, the other side also moves. So there is nothing that is just flat, if you will, and not in movement. There's an action and a reaction and an action. So you're looking for leaders who understand that balance, that fine tuning, but who don't take themselves as the only leader of the company. They don't have the ego, or they may have the inner strength to lead, but they don't have the ego to lead. It's more important that their ego is tied up in the success of the enterprise and their people, their customers, all of their stakeholders, if you will. And that's what we look for in these leaders today.
Mm. For our audience, if you just joined us, you've been listening to, again, incredible wisdom from Joel Koblenz on really discerning the leadership skills, attributes, characteristics. Just, it sounds like enormous amount of grit combined with enough polish and presence to be able to, again, discern the challenges, opportunities ahead, and how to work with a team and a board to really be that exceptional leader. Joel, I want to switch gears for a quick second and ask you, again, in your roundtable conversations, it seems like that traditional CHRO role is evolving also at an accelerated pace, where they have to become one of the guests earlier today, I think it was Eric McCarthy, who talked about they have to become adaptability Sherpas. They have to become the resilient coaches and mentors of the organization. And talk about that evolving role. You've been around enough CHROs and chief people officers, and that mandate is also evolving.
Yeah.
Talk about their impact in that executive team and the board dynamics.
Yeah, a couple points I'd make about it. First, yeah, we do a roundtable for about 10 to 12 CHROs, and I pair up with a CEO. Why? Because we know inside of boardrooms today, boards are very interested in succession and talent depth, DE&I, of course, and ESG, and ESG is falling increasingly more often, or increasingly so, in the human capital or human resource area. So boards are relying on the CHROs and their inputs. CEOs are relying on it in a much more strategic way. Yet most CHROs, the only CEOs that they know are the ones they've worked for, their current CEO, and maybe they've interviewed with other CEOs over a period of time. What we found in doing these forums is that they have an opportunity to visit with CEOs that they wouldn't ordinarily see. Usually when they do see another CEO, it's at a big plenary session. And most of the organizations that they belong to deal with most of the perfunctory obligations that the CHRO has. Everything from bringing people back to work to, various technologies and this and that, HRIS and what have you. But what we found is the CHROs are beginning to take a mantra of strategic importance to boards. So the role is changing. You can't lose sight, if you're a CHRO, of what your daily obligations are. But at the same time, the role of being, I think, the cultural icon of how people are treated and where people are treated and how people are developed is one side of it. It's also being an advisor to the board on succession and so forth. Now, I can take you inside of one succession project that we did recently. This is for a New York Stock Exchange company where there were 10 internal candidates. Started, it was a little over a 2-year project. Some of it was because of COVID. But we came down to 3 individuals. There was a preference on the board towards one. And the one that they had a preference towards backed out of the process. Okay. Backed out because he felt personally that he could not make the commitment that it was going to be needed to deal with some of the challenges his company would have to deal with. He was losing his family. He was traveling all the time. He had kids that hardly knew him. So he backed out. Well, where was the CHRO in all this? Why didn't the CHRO know that this was an issue? He called me on it, by the way, the candidate called me on a Sunday night to talk with me about it. And it's very important to understand it isn't about attracting the talent. That's a plug and play approach. That's a vestige of the past. The real issue is, does it really fit? Whether you're recruiting somebody internally for a job or a promotion or a development, or you're bringing in somebody from the outside. The conversations I've had with CEOs is they're generally disappointed in the CHRO's ability to think strategically. But part of that answer falls on them because they don't force the issue for the CHRO to think strategically. They don't value that. Okay, they want to make sure payroll's paid on time. That the government the labor department isn't leaning in on them, all of the things that cause aggravations, if you will. So they want the clock to run, they want the trains to run on time, but they'll complain about they just don't have the strategic mindset. And my answer to them is, have you demanded it? Have you asked of it? Have you trained for it? Have you recruited for it, inside or outside? And the answer is, hadn't really thought about it that way. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's the general view. Now, I can tell you too that the biggest challenge that CHROs have is something different than the CEOs have. The CEOs are challenged with change. Mm. And if you ask any of these CEOs that I talk to, what's the one lesson that you learned? Well, John Cutter told me that over 70% of transformations don't hit the mark. Okay. Well, what happens? 2 things. One, the CEOs tell you, we didn't move fast enough. That's the lesson. We didn't move fast enough. Then the CHROs say, well, but we didn't have the culture to really move that fast, the bottom part of the Oreo. Well, there has to be a melding of those two. You've got to move fast, and you have to be able to bend the curve, if you will, on the culture. Okay. What people, if you ask most people in a company, even the leaders, What's the culture of this company? Unless they're reading it off the wall, which they don't believe in, okay, they can't describe it. They can't even describe the characteristics of it. Many of them can't even articulate the business challenges that the overall organization is facing. So the CEO has got to be the architect of that communication. He or she have to set the expectations of what we expect and why it's an obligation not only to the shareholders and stakeholders, but to our own people. And if they can't do that, then they're going to fail in the job.
Switch gears for a second. Talk about recruiting board members.
Yeah.
Obviously, a highly valued real estate. Obviously, not a right fit for everyone. I also think, I may have heard it from you or someone else, that the days of parachuting in for 4 annual board meetings and collecting a really nice check, I think those days are over. What are you seeing in recruiting executives for, board opportunities?
Yeah. Well, there's. I'm going to break this down, David, to public companies and non-public companies.
Yep.
Okay. Public companies, that we have half as many public companies as we did 15 years ago. Board sizes have shrunk. The days of the Citibanks and GEs of 21 and 19 board members, Goldman, those days are long gone. Today, you're seeing board sizes usually of 7 to 9. Okay. So you have fewer companies, less seats. And last year, there was only a churn of 7% on those seats. About 65%, or 2/3 of those, went to people of color or women. Now, does it mean somebody who isn't a person of color or a woman couldn't be elected to the board? No, but that's just where we are. Is it a phase? Probably so, because 10 years ago or so, we couldn't do a board search without individuals or companies asking us, well, we'd really like to have a Hispanic on the board. Today, we haven't gotten that request in 10 years or more. So is this a phase? Is it not a phase? Where we're seeing lots of activity is in private companies, private equity controlled in most cases, and families. Families are going through a generational change. And you've got enough of the family members sitting at the mailbox waiting for their checks. And some of the family members running the business, and the resentment is, my check isn't large enough. Why is my cousin Billy over there or my cousin Mabel not sending us more money? So, in the most simplest of terms. So you look for board members who can be the buffer, provide guidance to the company, at the same time be rational culture carriers on the economics of that business. On the private equity side, the multiples that they're paying for these businesses have never been higher. If you ask anybody in private equity what's their worst day, if they're really honest with you, they'll tell you, we're returning money to our shareholders or our investors because we couldn't find something to invest in. They'd rather invest and pay more for something than return that capital. The individual I had lunch with today was telling me that he just invested in a business that's 14 times EBITDA. That's double what we used to hear 5 or 7 years ago. So what are they going to do with it? The people who are investing in these businesses generally are, financial engineers. They're sitting at 9 West 57th. They don't know how to operate a business. They know how to move things around the balance sheet. So they look for people like ourselves to come in and give them advice on putting a board together that can help the company accelerate its valuation. Private equity, there's only 2 things they think about, the owners. How much can we make and how fast can we make it? So as a result, the board members are being asked to do that now. Usually they meet much more often than a corporate board, the public company boards. When we recruit for public company boards, we tell the candidates, you should be prepared for 200 to 250 hours a year. And the answer is, whoa, why do you think that? Well, the days that you described, David, have been long gone. Yes, there's board meetings. There's usually 4 plus an offsite, maybe 5 plus an offsite. You have committee meetings. You got to prep. You got to travel. Some boards actually require you to go out and visit their operations. And, you know, you're under the limelight of the shareholders. So you certainly want to do your homework. You don't want to be a backbencher. And committee work is extraordinarily important. And one of our clients, and where those really pile up, and it happened with one of our clients, they got a notice of a foreign corrupt practices investigation. They had investments in Asia, and that's where it came from. The head of the audit committee said, if I didn't spend 1,000 hours on this last year, I didn't spend a minute. So the hours can add up, but it's 200 to 250 hours if everything goes right and you really take this work seriously. But you know, you get an activist shareholder, you have an acquisition under consideration, or somebody's looking to acquire you. You got issues with governments and foreign governments. It takes up a lot of time. And by the way, boards, whether they're in public companies or private companies or families, it's the theory of small groups. There's a dynamic among them, and it's much different inside of a boardroom than it is in a leadership role. Mm. So I'd say anybody looking at a board today, if it's a public company board, look for that type of hours because that's the commitment that I think they're going to ask you to make. They may not say so, but I can tell you again and again and again, every bit of our observation is that's a good number.
So this has been, again, very consistent with every conversation you and I have. It's been insightful. It's been thought-provoking. It's been, I love the front row seat, Joel, you have in understanding kind of CEO and board dynamics. Obviously, it wouldn't be the launch of this book if I didn't ask you, give me your counsel, advice, perspective on, and I know you live it, but what do you share with others when it comes to their strategic relationships?
Well, I usually start with a story, and it's about trust. My mentor, Egon, and I'll tell you the story real quickly. I was in the Zurich office, and the Zurich office is in a house. So I was upstairs I was with the bats in the belfry, more or less. And Egon came up and he said, could you join me for a meeting at 2:00 with a certain CEO? I had no idea why I was going to be there. I had no idea what the meeting was about. I had no idea of what role I was supposed to play, if any. But at 2:00, I went downstairs and sat and watched these two men talk. I saw Egon later in the day. And by the way, there was no discussion of what we were going to do, who was going to do it, how we were going to do it, what the expectation was, what our relationship economically and professionally would be. And so when I saw him later in the day, I said to him in Swiss German, what are we doing? You know, how do we do this? And he put his arm around me. He said, the man trusts us. It's now up to us to earn the trust. So everything that I try and do, I'm not 100% like any human being. I try and build trust into every relationship. I don't believe in networking. In fact, David, I'd honestly tell you I'm an introvert. You know, if I go into a room of 10 or 12 people, I might as well be the wallpaper, honestly. Mm. But I try and find out, and I'm curious. Relationships are built on curiosity and care, in my view. Mm. I'm curious about what makes people who they are. And you have to show nobody's going to care about you unless you care about them. And you always have disappointments of people who don't reciprocate. So I have no expectation of reciprocation. I do expect and I do respect others and their judgments. Because somebody's not a client of ours, doesn't mean I won't help them. Okay. You never know when that will come back or when it really. I learn more from helping others than perhaps what I do professionally. And I've watched this over the years, and I've stayed with a number of mentees that I've had from the Emory Business School and elsewhere. And many of them stayed with me, and I stayed with them, and we just talk. I want to hear about their lives, and I want to hear about what they're struggling with. Sometimes they want to know about mine. None of us are perfect. So relationships, I think, isn't networking. It really is about curiosity and care and being present. You got to be present. You can't just pop up whenever you want to pop up. And yes, it does mean extra phone calls. It does mean checking in on how an ill kid might be of one of your clients. It does mean, when they ask you for a contribution to something that's important to them, you're there for them. And I think that's the kind of care that really develops deep relationships. We don't have them all. I can tell you it's a science. It's not something that comes naturally to most people. And most people are worried about themselves. I think if you put yourselves in the rearview mirror, as a retired federal judge once told me, he said that's why the front mirror is so much bigger than the rearview mirror. So if you look forward and you really do care, I think you receive a lot of benefit you just wouldn't receive in any other way. And it makes relationships and life worth living, as far as I'm concerned.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. So for our audience, if you joined us late or you missed the conversation, you've been listening to Joel Koblenz, founder and CEO of the Koblenz Group here in Atlanta. A phenomenal reputation and track record in executive search of CEOs, board members. And what I greatly appreciate about my relationship with Joel is not only we proactively stay in touch, but he lives and he exudes and he models the behaviors that I coach leaders to think about and leaders to really model for their team. So Joel, on behalf of our team, myself, our team, and our audience, thank you. Thank you for the gift of your time as always and your insights. Thanks for joining us.
David, you're a dear friend, and I hope my comments were useful.
Always, always. Thank you again for having us. For our audience, my technical cameras aside, I hope this has been useful to you. We're running on almost 9 hours of conversations today. I don't know about you. I'm spent, but I'm coming back. So give me 10 minutes. I'm going to come back top of the hour and I'll summarize some great insights. I took several pages of notes from the amazing conversations we've had. So again, this is the page. This is the landing page that you saw and you kind of went to register. I'm coming back top of the hour, 5 o'clock Eastern, just in about 8 minutes. And I'll summarize. I'll talk about, where you can get access to the recordings from these sessions, how you can get the resources that we talked about throughout the day. And I'm hoping if you haven't had a chance, you'll order available from your favorite retailer, the Relationship Economics book, available for Amazon and Barnes & Noble, Target, Walmart, all those places. But it's the mint green cover. So thanks for those of you who joined. Thanks for those of you that watched as little or as much as today. I hope it's been useful to you. Again, I'll be back in a few minutes and I'll summarize the rest of this. Thanks, everybody. See you shortly. Hi, everybody. David Nour back with you for the final session. I know you've had enough of me. I know you've seen by now this good-looking mint green. Mint green is in Relationship Economics, 3rd edition. We're going on our 9th hour. Man, I don't know about you. I'm spent. And right after this, I'm going to go find a nice bottle of scotch. But I'm grateful for those of you that were able to participate. This is a wrap-up. If you were able to join us, boy, we went through some great content, great conversations. This is the page where you registered. If you weren't able to register and join us, you caught a glimpse of it. nourgroup.com/RE3launch. We'll put this page up, and I'm going to post it on various channels and avenues as well. And I hope you'll continue to come join us here. Well, this will stay up for a while. And I kicked us off this morning with an overview. If you missed that, I talked about kind of what's new in this 3rd edition. If you heard me say this throughout today, the 1st edition I wrote in 2008. 2012, I published through friends with Wiley, published the paperback edition with about 40% new content. And then they were kind enough to, help me really publish the post-pandemic, this 3rd edition, really focused on hybrid relationships. And I define hybrid relationships as physical, you and I meeting in person, virtual. We've done always Zoom and through these Hollywood squares, and then certainly increasingly global. And you're going to need all of them. So I kicked this off. I talked about what's new. I talked about in the book, role of AI and ML. I kept over the past 20 years what I've known to be battle tested and incredibly valuable. And then really talked about how you can create real impact in your own efforts. So early on this morning, Chad Johnson was really kind enough to come join us, Chief Procurement Officer at Centene Corporation. Again, 25 billion in revenue. And he talked a lot about smart consumption. He talked about the critical need for relationships from a procurement standpoint inside the organization, external to it. Talk to senior leaderships, senior leadership peers, build a relationship, really understand kind of what they need, where they are today, how fast they need it, build a plan, quality checks along the way. Pandemic obviously made it much more difficult to do that for most of us, all of us. But it really reiterated the strategic relationships, both inside the organization as well as with suppliers. So again, the recording will show you how to get access to it. Eric McCarthey, always insightful, always thought-provoking, always makes you really challenge a lot of your assumptions and assertions. Key highlights from Eric: zero-base your business. Really think about, stress testing your assumptions, the assets that are required, the capabilities to reach that success or change. Eye-opening in that process. I love the C3, S3 that Eric brought up. How do we create line of sight 3 layers deep in our customers, and our suppliers. So way down the value stream with, way downstream with customers, way upstream with suppliers, and really get those, build a system, the insights, the internalization, the prioritization of those signals you're seeing in the market. And then his comment around adaptability and how leadership teams should really aim for, raising the adaptability of the organization, because that's not going to change. That's not going to stop. We obviously talked to next Steve Hardy. Steve Hardy, Chief Marketing Officer at Profix. Again, Steve is talking a lot about transformation of the marketing function to much more account-based experiences. He calls it accounts-based everything, but it's an organizational shift and really a cultural shift. Again, reiterate the value of relationships. I love that change is a wave, not a curve. It's a cultural shift to get everybody on board. Role of AI and ML, and how do we create the concern as unique, differentiation, personalized, better plan, better models. But sellers and marketers have to understand and respect privacy and boundaries, and he talked a lot about those. Really transformational marketing. He is very positive. He is when others might be concerns about inflation and volatility, and he doesn't think they don't think that it'd be as bad, and he loves the idea of soft landing in the second half and doubling down on and getting things done. So really enjoyed the conversation with Steve at Profix. Boy, Gary Ridge, could he be more authentic? Could he be more personable? Love his comments on the 10 traits of leadership and the whole soul-sucking CEO and bad behaviors that he's observed and he still sees out in the market. I love the comment, around Al or Allison, the soul-sucking CEO, where the ego eats the empathy. Micromanage is essential for them. They love the corporate royalty, biggest office in the building, fear-based culture. They're masters of control. So you talked about some of those attributes that we've all seen. Love the 4 pillars you talked about of caring and candor, accountability, responsibility. Love the maniac pledge that they had at WD-40, that I'll ask questions, get answers, take actions. Love not calling people managers, but coaches and mentors. Not policies, but guidelines. Not rules, but values. Again, they had a TP up in their lobby because they believe in this idea of tribes. And he talked about tribal leaders as really learners and teachers. So just he is as authentic as it gets, and really love the idea of how he leads and how he coaches people to lead, and the quotes from Dalai Lama, the insights that he shared about people run out external to the work, external when they run out of the house and they go external to work with their people because. And he said, CEO's role is fill in that blank of because. So a lot of great notes that I'm going to go back to from Gary's insights. I would highly encourage you to look these people up, follow them. Jen and I obviously had a great conversation in our Intelligent Growth live stream around strategic relationship planning and what you as an individual can do to be more intentional about the relationships you choose to invest in, which extends your team and ultimately your organization. Always enjoy that conversation. I would encourage you, join us every Tuesday, noon Eastern, as we continue to build that Intelligent Growth live stream. Ray Harris, and again at Adtran, what a story to transformational leadership. Again, I was there when they launched this major enterprise transformation and the platforms, and then COVID hit and they had to go remote, and his ability to get buy-in is just unparalleled. And he gets the organization on board. He gets his team on board. He communicates very consistently with a very broad audience and makes sure that people are engaged and they feel they're part of the solution and part of the value that he brings. And, he talked about his leadership brand, and he really is also a glass half full guy, and calm, cool, collected. Not much I've seen him. I'm sure there's things that bother him, but I just haven't seen it. But and then the acquisition of a much bigger company, and now you got to deal with, much broader spotlight. It's a global team, and you're dealing with people in different cultures and different set of expectations. So Ray is just, again, masterful at that topic of transformational leadership. James Milet, what do you say about James Milet? As I said, this guy consistently has a knack for exceptional talent. I've worked with several leaders that, in his organization, and every one of them, not just revere him, but revere the way he models the right behaviors. I love his comment about doubling down on people and his quotes, intent comes in the room before you do. Let that sink in for a second. Your intent comes in the room before you do. High tech requires high touch to create high trust. I'm going to send him $1 for every one of these quotes that I plan to use and reuse and repurpose. But the casting, that my daughter was also in theater, and he's exactly right. Kids that were, not just kids, but anybody in theater that's casted for the right role, blows it out of the water. Conversely, we've all seen good people, good intentions, wrong roles, casted for the wrong roles, and it doesn't go as well. So, James, again, insightful, lot of great details, and of course, last but not least, Joel Koblenz. Again, Joel lives these values on a regular basis. More interactions with CEOs and boards than a lot of other executives I know. And think about it, 20 to 22 CEO discussions monthly. Think of the insights he's able to gather from those conversations. Think of the perspectives he's able to share across a multitude of industries and segments and geographies. And he lives it. The other thing that I was just shocked by is their success rate. It's no easy task to fill these high profile positions. So their success rate, the fact that a lot of those referrals came from candidates who were unsuccessful in their search, unsuccessful candidates, is a testament to how they think about relationships, how they nurture them, and just his insights on the Oreos that executives face, and the evolution of their skills to really be impactful. These are just all people that are, again, front row seat to topics that I'm passionate about: people, talent, transformation, innovation, exceptional leadership, exceptional governance. And the common thread, whether you agreed with or whether you subscribe to any of the ideas that these folks shared, the fact that they have a front row seat and they interact with executives on a daily basis, and they really learn insights from those conversations, is a testament to the value of their relationships. That's why I've written this book. That's why I keep writing about this topic. That's why I kind of carry the flag and probably be a lifelong advocate that beyond your education, beyond your professional pedigree, the portfolio of relationships you choose to invest in become your only sustainable differentiator. So choose wisely, choose to invest, double down on your relationships. They're going to continue to be incredibly valuable to you. So I hope, as I said throughout the session, I hope you'll continue to join the conversation. I hope you'll continue to be a part of the conversation. This is where I would encourage you to go. So again, the page you registered and joined us is RE3, neurogroup.com, RE3-launch. I hope you'll continue the conversation. So this is, if you go to neurogroup.com/forum, this is our private online community. There's a video by me. And then if you just click on this request to join, you're going to come to this page. This is the actual community. I'm here every day. You can see a whole bunch of people from today's session have joined us, and it's great to have everybody on board. It's about 2,500 people. I'm here every day. I'm sharing ideas, perspectives, events, unique content, resources. I'm here sharing new nuggets on a regular basis. On the left-hand side, not only events, but also courses and groups. If you come to groups, you can see the PDUs to Go community is a very active one. Jennifer Bridges is a longtime friend. She kind of manages these conversations, and we've been talking about this. But if you come down further under RE3 launch, we'll put a lot of the resources from today. We'll put, again, links to the recordings. If you missed any of them, I would highly, highly encourage you to go back and watch those. I think they'll be invaluable to you. And I think it's a good opportunity to go back. And I don't know about you, I took a whole bunch of notes, but I'll probably miss some things as well. So I hope this day has been useful to you, as little or as much as you were able to consume. 9 hours and 15 minutes later, I'm beat, but I did what I love doing, which is connecting with great people, learning from each of them, sharing insights with each of you. And I hope this today has been useful to you. I hope you'll go grab a cup of coffee. Man, I need a cup of coffee. I hope you'll grab a copy of the book. I hope you'll read it. If it's useful to you, I would encourage you to leave an Amazon typically review. My contact info is also here. So if there's anything that my team and our team can do to support you, I hope you reach out. On behalf of our team, thank you. Thanks for the gift of your time, whatever time you were able to share. And hope today's launch has been useful to you. Thanks, everybody. All the best. Take care. See you next time.